it's disappointing to me, and it's sad, but at the same time, just once again, all the detractors, they said this was going to happen, and they were right.
Holy shit, Phil. The detractors.
They were right.
Holy shit, Phil. Your detractors.
They were right.
Holy shit, Phil. Do you hear yourself right now?
They were right.
Like, we totally fucked him.
Dog, fuck all that noise. Get you a bottle of gin from Total Wine. Fire up your TV. Drink your gin. Drink your gin. Consequences have actions, Pep. Here's what you gotta do. Drink your gin. Drink a Pepsi later on. Play your fucking WWE champions. Consequences have actions, Pep.
Holy shit, Phil. The detractors.
They were right.
Holy shit, Phil. Your detractors.
They were right.
Holy shit, Phil. Do you hear yourself right now?
They were right.
Like, we totally fucked him. Stop being a fucking victim. You fucking bitch. You fucking asshole. Own your shit. Own your shit. Own it. Holy shit, Phil. The detractors.
They were right.
Bitch. Holy shit, Phil. Your detractors.
They were right.
Bitch. Holy shit, Phil. Do you hear yourself, bitch?
They were right.
Like, we totally fucked him.
You're still in mission 1. No, I'm not gonna let you lie. I know you're lying. I'm gonna pick on you. I know you're lying. Being dishonest and begging for money. Begging. And people wanting justice. He is not a real person. He's not genuine. He is not honest. He's a scammer. I just see a scammer.
They were right.
Holy shit, Phil. The detractors.
They were right.
Holy shit, Phil. Your detractors.
They were right.
Holy shit, Phil.
I just see a scammer.
They were right.
Like, we totally fucked him. Alright, I'm done. I'm done.
I understand everything now. I know why there's this hate wave on him, and it's been on him for years. It's because of this bullshit.
Meerkat Mall.
But right now, all around us, and so compelling you never miss the fact there's no melody, is a music that is all beat, strong beat, and talk. It's rap music, and it sounds like this.
How many seconds did it say? 90 seconds. All right.
Silent.
Now let me get a sip of my Neo here. Okay. All right, here we go. Working in the lab, cooking up a heater, conjuring a spell with the bookkeeper, brewing up a potion, put it in a beaker. I'm spitting hot Firaga, just like a Viga. Drop like a member bomb from Argentina. Grinding on a big booty hot Latina. I'm John Cena in the back of the arena. Now let me take a minute to say bye to this Felicia. Review Tech USA. You're a bitch. Review my Tech 9 in a ditch. Well, I hate to break it to you, Rich, but I heard your latest track is a piece of shit. Second in line, Kevin, even more retarded than Kevin. Bigger failure than Project 7. Top 5 detractor on whose bucket list? You tried to start a civil war just for clicks. I'm sorry, Rich, if this seems kind of dramatic, but before I forget, I still owe you a tip. Pull out your cucumber and give it a lick, but don't get too salty or you'll turn into a pickled dick. Bye-bye. You fucking dick. Good stuff. Do we have time for one more? Who else? Who's next? Pimp, we get a big ups to Darcy DeFlo and add his song to the playlist. No. What is up, everyone? Hello, hello, and welcome. Only mic was on. It's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know. Hello, hello, hello. Turn it up, turn it up, turn it up. Turn up my neck phones. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. What's up, Jamie?
Yo, yo,
Good to see you here today. Are you ready for this?
yo.
You know what time it is. Yes, Jay. It's time to go. Shout out to all my niggas from Guadalajara, Acapulco. I'm cruising in my blue Corolla. I need that money to be a high roller. Trapped and made a controller. She's crying downstairs, so I have to console her. Swimsuit model with eating disorder. Spent $200 on her DoorDash order.
Yo, just a fucking crook with a fucking crooked jaw.
False flagging out channels with my puppy dog. I committed fraud, and I got low teeth. I'm a low teeth god. False flagging, mundane maggot. Phil's fat, Phil's a faggot, Phil's a loser, Phil's a beggar. Arnold, Phil's a nigger. Right? How do you say? Brunel's a nigger, right? Very nice. All right. Let us continue. It's 3 a.m. and I can't sleep. I got 2 big bills coming next week. One more chance to save the best streak. I'm going full mask off. It's not that deep. It's 3 a.m. and I can't sleep. I got 2 big bills coming next week. One more chance left to blow. You ready? It's time to go. It's time to flow. They thought I fell off. No. Like a prime D rose, I'd be dunking on these hoes. Turn you into T-part, striking a T-pose. So let me tell you now what the story is. They call me DSP.
Notorious.
I'm cruising and wrenching, fast and furious, with my homie Pastor Eric Miller.
He's quite curious.
They don't have nearly what it takes to be a man. And since I took their manhood, that's mine now, so I ain't giving it back.
My trolls are always watching me, waiting for another disaster stream. They won't even give me a piece of peace. They're like a whole fucking team locking onto my stream like a detractor bee. I can't get through. I'm sober. I'm losing my mind. And I'm losing supporters. Detractors are bending me over. Just another pawn in this Ludwig world order. And now I'm seeing so much clearer as I sit here staring into Dark Dave's mirror and all of my fears and all that I see. The raw DSP. Bottom feeder, cult leader. It's 3 a.m. and I still can't sleep. I guess this is all I will ever be. This is just how time flows. Until it's time to go.
It's gonna take years of effort to try to dig myself out of this fucking hole. It really is. And it sucks. I hope that someday I'll get out of it. I don't know if I ever will. I may be living month to month, paycheck to paycheck, begging for fucking tips and shit on stream for the rest of my life.
Like, it's been tough. You know, my life has been tough over the last decade. Yeah. You know, my life has been tough over the last decade. Yeah. You know, my life has been tough over the last decade. Let me be clear. Now, I'm not a political guy, right? But this is twice in 1 year that I had stuff stolen straight out from under me, see? So, finally, at the end of the shopping trip, it hit me. I gotta get this cranberry sauce, because I'm gonna grab it now, I'm gonna forget about it, right? So, I'm not stupid. I grabbed my phone. I was gone for 2 minutes. Someone stole my card. My brain was addled. My head was being rattled. They're out of their fucking minds. They're going to keep getting away with it all the time. I was gone for 2 minutes. They stole my pumpkin pie just to... Definitely someone stole. No worker took this card. So I asked the checkout guy, was like, they're all getting some endorphin high. No logic, no reason everywhere. In this state, any opportunity, anything, they just take. Stupid kleptomaniac fucks stole my grocery bags for an endorphin rush.
And it's true. I mean, everybody steals grocery bags for, you know, an endorphin rush. Well, it's good, everybody. How you been? It's been a hot minute. My God. What was it, Sunday? Monday? Can't even fucking remember. Monday. I think it was Monday. Oh my God. It's been fucking chaotic since Monday. I had all these plans to like not, look at DSP stuff so that way I could watch it, with Vega. And I am peeking out of the corner. Mwahaha. And then he has just fully gone on one, and I don't have a choice. We're gonna have to react to a lot of this shit. So I've got a playlist, right? And I've already heard about him going over the bank leaks, and we're gonna cover that. But I think the elephant in the room that I am not up to speed on in terms of how bad it was, is the Stuttering Craig interview. Now I understand that the first part of it is going to be kind of boring. Again, Phil is going to engage his 9,000 for a little while, but then I hear it gets spicy. Yes, I am in fact a corner demon. Fear me and my awesomeness. Give me 2 seconds here, because I don't like the way that's looking. I liked it just a minute ago and everything was fine, but now I don't like it as much. Where's that? Oh, that's the wrong thing. That's why. Mic 2. No, that's, yeah, mic 2. Mic 2. Yeah. And now I can't see crap because I'm not talking. Okay, so there's that. That's good. And then mic audio new. Okay. Now we're cooking with Crisco. Great. Let me transition that then. Okay. So there, disaster stream kind of averted, not really because it's still, I don't like the way it looks, but I'll fix that later. Yeah, DSP calling Craig sir at first is hilarious. Wow, I honestly can't wait to hear that. But I know we have to go through this. Then next on deck is the not privated, unlisted. It's the unlisted Stuttering Craig decompression stream. So we get, first of all, big ups to Snort Hogan for posting the thing in its entirety. Greatly appreciated. Oh yeah, we did hit the tier 0 tips goal, Drew 614. Thank you very much for reminding me. Again, we're still batting 1,000. So Phil can suck it. We're kicking ass. I'm visualizing the Swedish chef eating hot sauce, and I love you for it. What the fuck? Mamma mia. Popcorn in 3D. Flugen. Yes, I love the Swedish chef. But yeah, let's get into it, because if this bitch is an hour and a half long, I already don't want to do this, but we have to. I don't know what, I know we're planning on, I think Sunday, Rebsy, myself, and Vega on doing some type of react. I don't know what type of react, but some type of react. And we may be out of content because I'm reacting to this. I know Vega did at one point. Good God. Apparently that's still hooked up to Bluetooth. That was a loud ass email. Let's disconnect that, shall we?
The first device is disconnected.
There we go. I've disconnected that from my Bluetooth now. So now it'll be quiet. You're welcome in advance. By the way, G Burke, if you're in here, thanks very much. I saw you became a member of the Gym Rats. And then Aaron Hines, thank you for being a gym newbie for 4 months. And if you are a gym newbie or a gym neophyte, I did not have the energy at the end of my latest video to honor just the Gym Rats. So I threw everybody in there. So y'all got a shout out. You guys have been good sports with me kind of being slow on some stuff. So I figured everybody deserved a shout out. Another big change. I got some feedback about the stream. If you guys want it to come back after this stream, fine, we can talk about that. But I have actually shut off TTS or STT, speech to text. I was told, hey, if you're going to read it out anyway, having speech to text read it out just kind of, doubles the time and drops the efficiency of the stream. So that's gone. Don't worry. Phil will still talk. Phil will still talk based on the level of whatever the super chat is for the pre-renders or whatever. But it's just the little lady that talks afterwards. So that being said, big ups, by the way. Let's get into this mess. Yeah, I already hate everything about this.
People are saying your volume's still a little low. Is there any way you can boost it anymore?
Okay, yeah, I wanted to skip past this, so.
Uh-oh, now you're muted.
Now he's muted. Yeah.
There's been a lot of stuff said.
Okay,
all right, on my side particularly for sure, and a lot of heated stuff I've said. Greg has responded on his content, and we never really sat down to have a conversation about it publicly. And I feel like this is the best way to do it, is to have a forum where we're just going to be cordial with each other. We're going to talk about it, hash it out, figure out exactly what happened.
And that's
figure out how
max
to move forward.
resolution, unfortunately.
This is not an attack session on Craig. I've already said this right before Craig showed up, so I'm going to say it again because now we're actually have him on the show. This is not, oh, I don't like Craig. Let's all in the chat rally against.
Yeah, except that, like, you fucking went 10-8 on him in, like, your fucking little fuck you and the side scrollers thing. Like, everybody knows about that. I don't need to link that. I thought about it. I thought about getting that video up where he's like, fuck you, Craig, fuck you. But no, we've already seen that.
Him and insult him and stuff. This is not, oh, you know, let's all take pot shots on Craig. There's no surprise guests that are going to show up. There is no shocking gotcha questions here. It's literally not about anything about Craig's background or nothing. This is about just our interaction last year. That's the point. And Craig, I want you to know that up front, because I know you had said that, of course, my detractors have to interject themselves into every piece of anything I'm involved in. And they've been contacting Craig saying, oh, he's going to get you. He's going to do this. He's going to do that. That's not going to happen. All right. But now, go ahead.
And that's great. I was going to say, and to be fair, I mean, I have invited you. I've tried to do this probably 3 or 4 times since the end of that show to kind of have this exact conversation. So I am glad we're actually getting around to it. Like I said,
Well, which one is that? Oh, my dear God. Pippin, Paddle, Piscopulus? I'm just going to call you Pippin. What, are you talking about the confession or that he had Craig on? Either way.
I said multiple times, I don't care if it's on our show or if it's on your show. I don't care. I think this is great. I'm glad we're able to.
All right, good. Now, that being said, I'd like to introduce Handsome Tom and Perfect Liz to the show. No, I'm just kidding. That's not happening.
Listen, honestly, I would love that. I would honestly love it. Great.
Okay, so I think what we should do to start the conversation is
Dapper, you'd have your money back in like 5 seconds.
But Craig's been in this space for a very, very long time. Craig, in my opinion, was one of the innovators of making video game content on the internet. I mean, in mid-2000s, right? You were making big view content on your Screw Attack website, and this was before the era of like YouTube being prominent and everything. Like you were
yeah, Craig's been part of a hostile interview before. You can tell
there in the forefront, covering video games, doing countdowns, news stories, going to conventions, doing all kinds of stuff.
McFly.
And you've always been a prominent person in that space. It's not like you've come out of nowhere now with the Side Scroller show in the last year. You actually have a history, a big established history of making very prominent content. That's how I knew Craig.
Vanguard D, nice, very nice. Keep it up, brother.
It's because I used to actually watch the Side Scroller show way back in the day, in the mid-2000s. And
Lulusagi, we would all be dead from alcohol poisoning.
I was a fan of the Angry Video Game Nerd, who was associated with Screw Attack at the time. So that's kind of how I got turned on to their content.
Oh, dear God.
And started watching. Over the years, I did have association with Craig and Screw Attack. For example, I went to, which I know Craig says he doesn't remember. I don't blame him. Way before I was even a YouTuber, I went to MagFest, this gaming convention, and we hung out the whole time. Like I was with these guys, and we were playing Street Fighter. We played Call of Duty together at the time. It was a Call of Duty competition, and we even judged a rock band competition together. I don't even know if you remember that. Yes, we did. We were both judges on the panel, judging people doing rock band and stuff.
I love how this is not even worth remembering to Craig, and to DSP, he's recounting it in just beautiful detail, proving, of course, that if there is something momentous in Phil's life, he can recall it with vivid detail. Apparently, maxing out on bench squat or deadlift was never a momentous thing for him. That's why he can't remember what his maximum lifts are.
It was fun. So
thank you, Dustin Newhouse. I greatly appreciate that.
Personal interaction. And then fast forward to years later, I was a YouTuber. I was a big YouTuber in the gaming space. I was
oh my God.
I was bringing in 10 million views a month on my DSP gaming channel. And I wanted to go to conventions and stuff. And I had contacted you and you said you were reviving the Screw Attack Gaming Convention. You were bringing it out of retirement. And I said, I would love to be there as a guest. And you had me as a guest. And let me tell you, Craig, you were the most gracious dude. Like, I knew that you didn't really remember me from MagFest at the time. You were like the most nice guy to me. You were there and, you had a table, a vendor booth. And there was a little misunderstanding about a vendor booth with someone else. And we hashed all that out. And basically, you were so cool. And,
Dude, like, this is... Just ask him on the date, okay? Ask him if his Friday is planned. You're going to go out for steaks. He's paying, just, love up on him a little bit. Also, Phil's head looks like a potato. Craig's looks like a normal human male.
So from my history of knowing you, Craig, you were just a really...
Yeah, if you're talking about the it, I liked that, by the way, Meester. But if you have something new, hit me up, brother.
Nice guy. You were a good guy in the gamer space, making this content. We hung out at MagFest. You were so personable. You're such a nice guy. Meet you at...
Hey, King Jed. I have no idea how people do that.
You're just a really solid dude, right?
So what changed? What changed? But when did I become so irrelevant?
Irrelevant. Not irrelevant. That's absolutely not. But basically, I want to preface this of how this whole thing came about, why I would even want to be on your show and stuff like that. So I heard, what was it? It was either late 2022 or early 2023. I heard through the grapevine, hey, Phil, did you hear that Side Scrollers is coming back? And I was like, no, I didn't know that. Let me check it out. So I actually did my research. and I saw that you had announced that you were going to bring back Side Scrollers. It was going to be a fun podcast about gaming and, you know, all this stuff. And I got interested because I'm like, wow, that's cool. You know, I used to listen to the show when it was audio only way back when, and it'd be cool to see a revival. Now, I didn't know if you were going to have anyone back from the old show or anything, but I'm just curious. So I actually started
thank you,
listening
King
to
Chad.
your show
If you're sending them to me, if you're sending them to TBS, I would understand that completely.
Me, right? Like, I'm the guy you love to hate on the internet. I'm the guy everyone dumps on as a content creator.
Okay, let's be clear. There are people that are easy to hate, to love to hate them, right? Like when Boogie was not as bad as he is, like, as I understand it, he was kind of the fun, like, adorable guy to hate on, basically because he kind of had an anger issue, like me when I get absolutely annihilated. And that, you know, but nobody ever really meant harm and stuff. Then the trolls like really fucking went after him, and now he's no longer fun to hate. Maybe I'm remembering wrong. I don't know, but I don't think Phil has ever had like the good grace love to hate. It's always been, no, I fucking hate you because of who you are, how you behave, and how you treat people. It's the difference between, you know, not liking, Snape.
You joined Broside Phil? Banned.
Hey, Lulusagi, thank you for becoming a Gym newbie. And Vanguard D-Nice with a $5. Thank you so much. Let me take a look at that. I bet Craig was saying this, said, here we go again with this BS once again, trying to butter me up, and I hope I fall for it. Nope, I'm ready for this fight, Phil. And yeah, that's the energy I'm getting here. But it's in terms of villain hate, right?
All these super chats are great, but remember, you don't matter unless you tip.
Thank you again, Vanguard D-Nice, greatly appreciated. And again, I agree with you 100%. In the first Harry Potter, not to make, something so trivial, but not to make this something so trivial, it's like, oh yeah, you can hate on Snape, blah, blah, blah. But what was that bitch's name in like the fifth one that was like literally torturing people and walked around like her shit didn't stink? Whatever that bitch's name is, that's Phil, right? In terms of villain arc. Umbridge, that's it. Dolores Umbridge. That's Phil in the villain arc, right? It's not that people love to hate him. It's that he is just hateable. If that makes sense. I don't know. Maybe I'm rambling. Chances are I am. It's what I do.
But I'm like, man, it would be fascinating if out of nowhere, out of the blue, if Stuttering Craig contacted me and asked me to be on a show, because that would be wild. Because I don't go on shows, right? I don't do interviews. I don't do anything. It would be such a cool thing for a guy from my past who, I have a good relationship with. I mean, it's been 10 years since I talked to the guy. Like, it would be pretty cool if that happened. And then lo and behold, you actually did. And I never thought in my wildest dreams you would have. So what I'd like to preface this, now we're getting to, talking about what happened last year. What actually happened that you reached out to me like that out of the blue after 10 years of no contact?
Yeah, I think that, when Side Scrollers was starting,
dude, King Chad, I think I must tell lies, or I must not tell lies is not a part of his lexicon. I think he had to write the whole I must tell lies with that pin that like fucking engraves it on you. I swear to God.
The show's evolved, right? Because it's now a decade later. Right? You can't be doing the same thing that you were doing a decade before and expect success.
Jesus Christ, that is the sneak diss of sneak disses.
Evolving time. So, Side Scrollers, the old show used to be once a week for 30, but that was podcast.
Okay, am I crazy, or is his sound gate like really high and he's barely getting words through?
2015. It was
Craig, your audio is breaking up a little bit.
Okay, so it's not just me.
It's kind of sucks. It is breaking up a little.
So the long and short of it was.
No, it's really bad now, dude. We're gonna move forward.
No, it could be sensitive. Seriously, that's like really good.
Okay. And we'll just hold my microphone up right here. Okay, so when Side Scrollers, when I was like, okay, we got to bring back Side Scrollers, and the idea behind it was, I left the video game space in its entirety for better part, for about a year. I went and I worked at the firearm, and when I left that startup, I looked back at the video game, and I didn't really have a whole lot of intention of ever going back. But I looked
You're
back
still
at the video
cutting
game,
out, my dude. Come on now.
Like what happened? And that was the origin story for Side Scrollers. So the idea
how long
of
does this take?
Like there needs to be show needs to come back, and when we first did the show, the idea was we were going to try to mimic it after the old show, and the internet's not the same as it was 10 years. So naturally, the show had to shift, and the show has shifted, and it's become more of a live. It's not necessarily a podcast. People do listen to the audio version of the show, but it's more about being there in the live experience, right? So there's always 3 of us, 4 of us, the fourth chat. Chat always has a voice as well. Screw Attack through the video game nerd, or people got. It's always good to grow through association.
Yeah.
I had not heard or talked to you in a decade, as you said. I certainly didn't know any of the lore.
Still cutting out there.
Then the flood of communication comes in.
Okay. Really, I know he's talking about his backstory and stuff, and maybe this is really interesting, but the popping is killing
people
me.
Are making some very positive suggestions. They're saying if there's anything in your settings that's like noise cancellation or stuff like that, because what's happening is you're talking, and as soon as you stop, it's dropping the next word you say, as if noise cancellation is like kicking in on your mic. That seems to be the issue. I don't think it's actually the distance. It's some kind of a noise cancellation filter, or you know what I mean, like a noise gate.
Yeah, that's just weird. Good.
Dio says there is a settings gear icon in the lower left of Discord. If you click on that, there will be a voice and video tab or menu, and then there's an input sensitivity all on the left, and that would fix it.
So if I unclick that, will that be better?
Let's see.
Is that better now?
That sounds great, actually. I think we did it. Thank
Yeah,
goodness.
that was apparently the culprit here.
All right.
Sensitivity.
We've done it.
F you, Discord.
Oh, yeah. I'm surprised we're not going to jump on board with how stupid Discord devs are and all this other jazz. I mean, isn't that pretty much status quo for this dude?
Okay, so that leads us to, we do the interview, and
well, actually, let me jump in, because I want to talk a little bit about, you know, my perspective going into this interview and the conversations we had. All right, because we want to be transparent about this, and I want to hear your perspective, and I want to give my perspective, because let's be honest, the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. That's what happens in all these situations. Okay, so from my perspective, you contact me out of the blue and you say, I want you to be a guest on the show, and I'm thinking in my head, I've been watching the show, and the show has been pretty entertaining. These guests get to kind of showcase their expertise from where they come from. They talk about the topics you're talking about, so it makes them look personable, it makes them look good, and then they get to kind of talk about their brand or whatever they're working on. And for me,
Psycho Gold, when I name dropped the old fake merch, I was shocked I knew of that asshole. What old fake merch? Do I know what did I do that? I don't know what that is.
Actually was just launching a new channel called DSP React, and the idea was that I was going to try to use this appearance as a way to kind of launch this channel. I had all these ideas for things for the channel and everything, and this is a way to get it out to the audience. Maybe you're not interested in seeing me play games, but maybe you want to see some kind of React style content, right? So originally I was just supposed to be the guest, and then you said, well, there's an elephant in the room. All these people want me to interview you. And I was like, well, I knew this was coming because you might not realize this, but the year before, a lot.
Oh, Jason Blaha. Yeah, man. Like, Jason Blaha is a hell of a story, man. Like, he actually had a kind of like a redemption arc here where he actually confessed to, you know, back when he was saying that he trained on the farm and stuff, that he didn't know why he said that. He was seeking attention and that he was, you know, stupid for doing that and all that jazz. But yeah, Jason Blaha's old school, man. I still hope every now and again Infinite Elgin Intensity will rip on Inner City.
A lot of other prominent YouTubers have been talking about me in a very negative light. Okay, one of them was actually Moist Critical. And he had called me out for my grifting, that I was e-begging too much, and how could I do this to my viewers and stuff like that.
Yep.
And when he had done that, I was like, you know, I agree with him, because now when I look back at how I was talking on a particular stream, like, I agree with this guy. Like,
okay, so when Moist Critical tells you, you'll listen, but when the detractors tell you, we're just out to get you. Cool, gotcha.
I'm being a miserable wretch. I'm being an ungrateful jerk. I said, but the thing is, if that's the case, right, why don't you ever interview me? Like, if everyone has a problem with...
Dude, he's taking gear and looks like that. Holy hell.
Me and the way I conduct myself or whatever, I would just like to be interviewed and treated like a person rather than yelled at across the internet from their people's high perches. It's kind of like punching down, right? I'm just a little rinky-dink guy, and I got these giant YouTubers talking about me in a negative way.
No.
And I announced the year before, I want to do an interview. Well, of course, who contacts me, who wants to do an interview? All my detractors, all these assholes. And I'm like, you know what? After thinking about it, I don't want to do an interview because they're just going to waste my time. It's just going to be really unfair treatment. So then when you reached out to me and now all of a sudden you're saying, oh, this is going to be an interview, I'm thinking, dude, I know Craig. Craig is a straight guy, you know, he's a straight shooter. He's not going to do anything to screw me during this interview. He's going to hit me with hard questions. And
yeah, 200K Lulu.
I think I even told you that previously when we were talking. So you can ask me whatever the heck you want. You might not like the answer.
You said you wanted it to be the definitive DSP interview, right? And,
So,
and just to be clear, did I do anything during that interview that was dishonorable, or did I hit you with anything that because like I said, you finished the interview and you thought it was very fair. So
yeah. I would say there were a few times that things were suspect, but at the same time, it was never outright like, oh, disrespectful gotcha moment or something like that. The one thing everyone's going to say is when
it was suspect,
right? Now, I don't know how that came about. You know what? Let's clear the air about that right now.
Sure.
How on earth did Keemstar end up in my interview? Because obviously that was a shock. And if you remember how it happened, it was really questionable circumstances. Someone DDoS'd me off the internet. So I couldn't even continue the interview. And as I got DDoS attacked, Keemstar showed up on the show, and everyone's like, what the heck is this? Like, I'm sure this is a coincidence, right? So
I don't think it was a DDoS, actually.
Yeah, well, and once again, it's been 18 months, so I'm actually going to go through and I'm going to look through my DMs right now to make sure I'm...
Oh, yeah, good call there, Dapper, that he punches down on Rinky Dink 200 subs and shits all over Duty's 5,000. Yeah.
Saying this correctly, but from what I recall, he had, like most people at the time, had reached out via DM, and...
Oh, okay, sorry, a field trip. So, I've been kind of not embroiled. It's kind of a side thing. I've made a post on Twitter that's gotten some likes and it's gotten some retweets. Kino Casino Clips commented on it, and a couple other of the Kino guys, like the supporters that are like, oh, it's Phil's money and it's this and it's that and blah, blah, blah. And I think I've been cordial with them. I haven't been like, fuck you, you piece of shit to any of them or anything like that. But one of them, out of the blue, says, are you brown? And I was like, what in the actual fuck is that? No, I'm as white can be. I'm neon white. Why? And he makes this post about don't make me tap the sign. And it's a screenshot of something that says, I've noticed that DSP's detractors are normally Hispanic, African American, blah, blah, blah. And I think I understand why. They just don't want to see a straight white businessman succeed. I was floored by that. I was like, what in the action? Who the fuck said that? It was absolutely crazy. I had never heard of anybody saying anything like that. And if that person for some reason is a supporter of me, maybe you should like not be a supporter of me. Yeah, it's the Shia LaCook guy. Yeah.
Let me see. I don't like to divulge private conversations, but let me go back.
No, just leave him alone, man. You engage him. He's going to give him, you're just going to rile him up. There, more will come. It's a whole to do, you know,
as best I possibly can to see.
It's fine.
FYI,
It just floored me that somebody would actually say that.
I don't even know if you know this, Greg. I had Keem on the show last week, and we hashed everything out. We're good.
Cool. Excellent.
So, there's no issue. There's no bad blood between me and him. So it's not like, oh, you're going to divulge something that he's going to be pissed about. Nah, we even talked about the appearance and everything, why he was on the show. So it's all good. I want to hear from your perspective how it came about.
So I think somebody had mentioned the idea of having him on, and I was like, well, if you're watching, then DM me. So he DM'd me, and the idea was like, look, you said beforehand you didn't want to talk with him, right? And I was like, fine, that's fine.
Yeah.
Now, you said your internet went out, right? So that was like, okay, well, let's take this opportunity to, we got Phil here. Let's take this opportunity to bring Keem in, right? Because he had DM'd me, and he was like, let's talk. And if you recall, during that interview, like I was attempting to honor your word there. You said you didn't want to talk to Keem. So I went out of my way to be like, listen, we'll only have Keem on if you're okay with it. And the intention, and I think I've said this at the time, was to build a bridge, right? Was to build, and think about this, you probably wouldn't have had Keem on last week had we not done that on Side Strollers, had it not opened up the communication between the two, right?
I disagree. I would have had Keem on regardless. I don't think that him being on the interview had anything to do with him being on this show last week.
I kind of do. I don't think that that you would have been comfortable reaching out to somebody you had never spoken to before, and then two, I think that the conversations between the two of you prove to yourself that you could have a conversation with him. You would have been too much in your own head to blind contact him.
That's fair. Totally fair. But like I said, I'm just going off assumptions. I don't know.
That's fine. I want to hear your perspective. So this is good. This is good.
So the idea was to build a bridge, right? And whether it worked or not, that's fine. So we had John.
Reaper, every guy that says that they're like 100% straight is 100% straight until they're introduced to Bailey J. Yes, I said that.
And when your internet came back, it was like, okay, I believe, and like I said, been 18 months. I believe we pulled Keem back, brought you back on, and said, hey, we have Keem here. Are you okay with this?
Glad everybody that's come from King Jad is here. How you guys doing?
Before Keem came back on, right? And the way I like to think of it is probably like
good. Don't look it up, Reaper. It'll make you. It'll break you.
It's halftime of a basketball game, right? So you go down to the sideline reporter to talk to the coach, right, or something along those lines, and you get there, and like Keem being the color commentator at the time to provide, hey, how do you think this is going, type of thing, That's the best analogy that I can give, like off the cuff. But yeah, it wasn't meant to be malicious by any means.
Lags a lot. You're not wrong.
Nothing that we've ever done has meant to be malicious towards you, and I've stated that continuously in my communication with you. It's never been meant to be to tear you down or make, as your words, make money off your misery. That's never been an intention at all. So yeah.
Okay. So I understand what you're saying. I get it. But you have to understand that from an outsider's perspective, okay? Even what you just said, a lot of people didn't know. A lot of people didn't know that I told you beforehand that I didn't want to talk to Keem on your...
Yeah, we did. He said it. He said before you said no on stream, he said, I know we talked about this before and you said you didn't want to have Keem on, but he's willing to come on. And you were like, no, I don't want to talk to him. So yeah, we knew.
On this interview. So you've been told ahead of time, I don't want interaction with this man. Literally one of my trolls who works at Comcast DDoS's me. I'm serious. This is proven it happened. There's actually evidence now, and the person's been fired. So the troll who works at my ISP DDoS's me to kick me off my own interview. And you bring specifically the guy I told you I don't want any involvement in this interview onto the interview stream. So I think you can understand how that looks, right?
No.
While you're gone, I'm actually looking at our DMs with him right now. He said, let me pop on so when he comes back, he can respond, right? Because I believe, and once again, 18 months. I believe we were talking about Keemstar beforehand, right? So he was broached. The conversation about him was brought up, right? So I'm of the mindset that if I would rather talk with somebody than about somebody, right? And I've said it many, many times on our show, and I say that right now, which is why, once again, I'd much rather talk with you than about you. So I think that was the situation. He said, let me pop in so when he comes back, he can respond, right? And the idea that you said something about Keem then responded, you come back, and you can then respond to what Keem said while still keeping you separate, right? But the opportunity was there, like, hey, well, look, once again, Keem, you can talk about DSP, you can talk about Keem. Why don't you just talk to each other right now and hash all this shit out, and everyone's better for it, right?
Exactly.
So,
I don't see this as a slight.
Like, my goal ultimately wasn't to create any distrust or anything. It was more meant to be a positive experience, and hopefully it was.
Okay, so from my perspective, all right, You're absolutely right. So I'm getting DDoS attacked. I come back,
Mm-hmm.
and you ask me, hey, Keem's on the show already. Is it okay? Can we have him on? You absolutely did that. I can confirm 100%. I mean, it's all
Well, what do you mean you can confirm? You don't need your confirmation. It's in a video. Calm down.
already recorded. But yes, you did that. And that's very respectful of you that you did that. And I said yes. In my mind, I'm already desperately trying to get back on the show because if it looks like I cut out of the show. Everyone on the internet is going to say I'm a coward. I ran from the tough questions. So I'm doing everything I can to get back as soon as I can. The moment I get back, he's there. And it's like,
no. He was not there. Before they brought you in, they dropped him from the call. They put him in the fucking little green room, the waiting room. He was not there. Don't lie. Don't lie. What am I fucking talking about?
Eddie, green grilled. And this is probably, you know, a very stressful thing going on. I'm sure you could figure out for me. And then to now be presented with a man who I told you specifically I didn't want to talk to on the show. Yeah, it smacked me in the face. And
no, it didn't smack you in the face. You could have said no. This is why he won't tell that part of the story. He was given the opportunity. He could have said no and didn't. If he has to explain why he didn't say no, the answer is I was a coward. He doesn't want to admit to being a coward.
And then on top of that, you say, well, is it okay? Now, what if I say no? Like,
then you say no.
Again, now that makes me look bad. I look like I'm the guy who doesn't want to play ball, who isn't willing to...
Then you're playing a political game at this point. You got trapped. Okay? That's it. You either man the fuck up and stick to your scruples of I don't want to have contact with Keem and say, no, I told you this. I don't want to do business with him. I don't want to have any interaction with him. That has not changed. I appreciate the offer, but no. Please continue with your questions, right? They drop him, they continue on. But this notion of, oh, now I have to look back, now I have to, brother, this is you being afraid to be perceived a way. You shouldn't be afraid of being perceived. You should tell the truth and then let people judge you based off that truth.
Talk, who's just an obstinate jerk who just wants to, have it his way. So of course I'm going to say yes. Now,
and
in
very
reality,
true.
Did anything come out of that conversation with Keem? No. What
Yeah, I know. Well, not for you. For us, yes.
happened was we went back and forth for like 5 minutes. Nothing came of it. And then he plugged his Happy Punch boxing, okay? Which is really the reason why he was on the show.
And?
All right, that's why he wanted to be on your show, to plug his upcoming content, all right? He did want to talk to me, for sure. That's true.
Oh, my God.
He definitely was on the show to plug his content. And that's literally what you allowed him to do, is do an advertisement, okay?
He allowed him to do it. He allowed him to advertise. Like he's supposed to be some fucking all-knowing moderator or something, dude. Like, calm the fuck down.
So, okay, real quick. And once again, it's been 18
What
months,
up,
a year
Navy?
and a half. My things are a little fuzzy, right? I'm looking through my email, and I actually don't see any reference to Keemstar at all in that. So maybe it was mentioned beforehand. I don't know. Maybe I knew there was some sort of beef between you guys or something.
Yeah, we did. We had beef on the internet. And I believe at one point, don't know if specifically it was like Keemstar, but I know you had said, is there any, I said, I just want it to be us, right? I don't want to have guests coming on and stuff. I want it to be our conversation, right? That's what it was supposed to be. So
Okay, now I'm just too tempted to tell you, Reaper, that Bailey J looks like Jury.
having this guy is shocking that he's in there. Why is he on this interview, right?
Okay, I get it, right? I get it. So
I mean, I don't actually think she does, but I'm just trying to break him.
with that said, we did finish up, and you were totally pleased with things, regardless if Keem appeared or not. You were pleased as punch, said you want to do a second time. I said I'd like to do a second time. And to be clear, everything was great. And until the next day, right?
That's right. Now, to preface this, we had actually, in our discussions about this interview, the discussion was we were going to do this giant, hard-hitting, harsh interview. And then once we got through it, I can't remember the exact wording you used, but basically it was kind of like, let's get through the tough thing, and then let's do the fun thing, right? First, let's do the interview, then let's have you on as the guest as you were intended to be originally, right? That was the whole intention of this thing. So you're absolutely right. After the interview, I jumped on my own personal stream and I expressed to my audience, listen, I knew it was going to be a rough interview. I knew he was going to ask questions, that I wasn't going to be able to provide evidence of my side of it or whatever. And that's fine.
Yeah, that's already a problem. But yeah, go off, son.
Fine. I just wanted to have a place where people can see all of my answers. So they'll stop bugging me on my streams about this stuff because it really had nothing.
Okay, but your answers, brother, they have to make sense. If your answers don't make sense, it doesn't answer the question. It doesn't solve the problem. Okay. If you ask me, or you say, where do you live? Right. And I say, I'm not telling you that. Right. And lo and behold, there's a news article that says 6'2" white YouTuber that has bro in name arrested in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Right. Now I could tell you, look, I know that my name is Broside Phil, and I'm 6'2", and I'm a white guy, and I'm a YouTuber, but obviously I'm here streaming with you. You know, it's not me. Oh, you could have made bail. Yeah, I could have made bail, but it's not me, okay? And then I told everybody to go back and, like, watch that video. That doesn't answer anything. If, however, I showed you a piece of mail, like from YouTube, or I saw that said something like, hey, here's your fucking W-2 or whatever it is, that showed it was for Broside Phil's account, and it showed you, let's say, just the state I live in. Well, it's like, oh, see, there's concrete evidence that, you know, now that's an answer. You just wishy-washy saying, oh man, I wish I could show you this stuff, you guys. That's not an answer, my dog.
You know, you're talking about mobile games and expenses and shit. It has nothing to do with the broadcasting I'm doing every day of gameplay and stuff like that.
Okay, and I want to touch on this. I've heard this bit. I want to touch on this.
Fine. I just wanted to have a place where people can see all of my answers, so they'll stop bugging me on my streams about this stuff, because it really had nothing to do with my content. You know,
nobody has issue with your content, okay? You playing games, no one gives a shit. You talking about political shit, having hot takes because you are factually and by textbook definition stupid. Not an insult. This is, you want to call it a medical diagnosis, call it a medical diagnosis. Phil is stupid, okay? Nobody has issue with that, okay? What we have issue with is you begging. And you know what? Not even begging. I said this in response to Kino. His renaissance, if his begging goes down, I'm fine with his renaissance. If he doesn't have to beg, right? If he doesn't have to, please give me money, and every day, boom, at the woodwork, he gets $150 from some Kino dent that wants to stick it to the detractor. I don't give a shit. That's some dude that wants to spend $150. Apparently he has it. That's fine. I don't give a shit about that. What I have a problem with is when Phil begs and begs and begs, and did you hear the stories about people going bankrupt or having mental deficiencies or being not all there due to age and all this stuff, and they're draining accounts that they have? That's where I have issue. I have issue when he tells people that they should be snapped out of existence. I have issue when he tells people they should eat his ass with a spoon. I have issues when he tells people who are experts in bitrate that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. That's the shit I have issue with, Phil. I don't have an issue with you making money. Make all the money you fucking want. I don't care. Just be a fucking man about it. How hard is that, you fucking prat?
Talking about mobile games and expenses and shit. It has nothing to do with the broadcasting I'm doing every day of gameplay and stuff like that. I just wanted to be somewhere else. So I actually was happy that we covered all of that.
Yeah, I know. You want no consequences for your actions. This isn't hard.
All right. So by the end of that day, 100%, I was okay with how everything had gone down. Even the shocking surprise guest and all that came, you know, whatever. So now I would like to hear your methodology about what happened the next day on your stream, because what you had publicly said, you could correct me if I'm wrong. You had publicly said on Friday, the day after, you were going to do a decompression day where you guys were just going to sit around playing Mario Kart, shooting the shit, and having a fun day. That was the original intention after this crazy interview, but that is definitely not what happened.
Yes.
No, it couldn't have happened. The amount of rage that was built, because first of all, understand something. When you lie to somebody and you don't understand how bad your lie is, you're insulting them. Okay. So the whole, I don't know if you guys have seen it as much as I have, but when Adam was like, wow, that seems really convenient, and Phil's like, yeah, it does seem convenient. That's an insult. That's an insult to Adam, saying, I think you're stupid enough to believe this. Okay. When it comes to the WWE Champions thing, that's an insult. They all knew it was his account. We all know it's his account. He confessed that it's his account. Yeah, and he sold it. Now he's insulting us again. Okay. So when you get insulted that many times, and I guarantee they probably had a conversation between the two of them where they said, we have to keep the kid gloves on. This guy is such a bitch. He will run away at the first sign of like mega confrontation if he thinks like we're actually attacking him as opposed to being a fact finder. So Adam had to keep kid gloves on the whole time. Craig had to keep kid gloves on the whole time. You didn't think they were keeping kid gloves on because you've never actually been grilled before without running away like the bitch you are, but they kept kid gloves on. Now they need to let that steam out, my dog. And trust me, you didn't want to be there because they would have crucified you.
So you're right. I said we're going to do a decompression stream, and the intention was, you know, and remember, once again, we're a month into the show, and at the time, we actually did test out like Friday gameplay streams, right? We were trying to test those things out. Now, some more context for you. The last time the audience saw Adam is the last time I saw Adam. So Adam left. He went to go have some dinner. So the first time that people saw Adam the next day was when I saw Adam the next day. right?
Wrestling
Maybe
Rant
60 seconds before we started the
with
show.
a 10.
Let's clarify. Adam is one of your co-hosts, so people might not know. He's one of your co-hosts on.
Yeah, he was the co-host. Wrestling Rancher with the 10 says,
$10 will go a long way to make Kat stop crying.
while we are covering issues we have with Phil, I have issue with Phil calling people who beat him at video games wastes of meat, aka wastes of life. Fuck yourself, Phil. Yeah, I have issue with that as well. There's a huge difference, I think, in shit talking. Like, yeah, they're shit talking about people's mamas and stuff like that. And you obviously know that's hyperbolic. Nobody actually hopes somebody's mama goes and like, your mom trips and falls down the stairs. Nobody actually means that. That is actual shit talking. Back in the day when it was still quote unquote socially acceptable, questionable homosexual slurs were very common. I mean, if you've been in a Modern Warfare 2 lobby, the original Modern Warfare 2 lobbies, you fucking know. That's like D-Day for several people. There's always, I don't know, there's a tell about you just being mad at the game and mad you lost and you're giving the other guy shit. When you're giving somebody else shit, I have never heard anybody but Phil be like, well, I take that back. I've heard some pretty bad shit talkers that like really got into the game and you could tell that like they were too overly emotionally invested in the game. But I very rarely have I heard people say like, you're a waste of life. You should kill yourself. You should, unalive. If you were to die, if you were to disappear today, the world would be better. You fucking scrub this, blah, blah, blah. That's like a Phil trademark. And I agree. It's absolute horse shit. I'm sorry, it's absolute cat shit. What did I say?
Yeah, he was. He's doing his own thing now, which is great. And he just had a kid, and like I'm super stoked for him.
Yeah, Halo 2. Oh god, Halo 2 lobbies were fucking insane.
And he's welcome to come on the show anytime. Which, by the way, I do think that you and Adam should hash it out as well, right? Okay. So,
and by the way, thank you for the tenor again.
With that said, so the next day we come in and we do a decompression, and really just for the first time have an opportunity to talk about what's happened. Usually this would happen like you did. You left and you went on and did your own decompression stream,
right?
And so that was our first opportunity to do our decompression stream. Now, Adam thought you were full of shit, right?
Yes, he did, and rightfully so, because Adam has actually lived life, and
he said so in so many words, right? And when I think that's the thing about the interview, which was really unique, was I had done a lot of research on you and everything leading up to, based off of what right or not what people were saying about you and questions about you.
Well, this is a good point to break off before we get to your Friday stream. So what exact research did you do? Like, who did you talk to? What information were you gathering upon when you went into this interview? Because I think people want to hear your perspective of what your notions were me going into this thing.
This is a trap. Phil is trying to trap him into saying that he only talked to detractors. But Phil, I've got $10. None of your supporters messaged him or made themselves available to him. I guarantee it.
And how it turned out.
Well, I mean, I didn't talk to pretty much anybody and everybody that I could talk to about you. I mean, let me see if I can find my Google Docs about it, and I can tell you exactly what my research was. But yeah, I went in and made that. But I do want to finish my point here. And
okay, go ahead. Yep.
The idea that I had a.
And thank you, TLR Eden, for the $4.99. It says old Call of Duty lobbies where you learn things about you and your mom that you didn't even know about. Bruh, there were insults that flew at me that damn near made me piss myself laughing in the old lobbies back in the day. Like, I didn't even know people could be that creative. It was unreal. Thank you for the $5.
Somewhat of a background. I've done a couple weeks of research on it, like way more research than you possibly should do for an interview, right? But my thought was, and I said before, and I'll say this again,
thank you again, TLR.
To treat you with respect. I wanted to treat me with respect, and I wanted to treat the audience with respect, right? And I had a pretty good idea of what the audience was going to look like, right, for this. Here we go. I got this doc right here. Potential DSP questions, right? And this is, it's all various things that we touched on, right?
Now, where did this come from? Was this like you asked people what questions you would want me to ask DSP, and you made a compilation? Is that what this document is?
No, I think a lot of this was just through various DMs and communication, things that people had asked and wanted to know about you. Obviously, the WWE Champions thing, the
this all tracks.
Broader questions. How do you think? Let's see. I'll just go down the list. I've been told not to interview you. Why do you think that is? When you stream, who is streaming, Phil or DSP?
Hey, PNW Night Horse. Thank you. I appreciate that.
What have you done to change perception from a production standpoint, right? So, like I said, there's a list of these things,
right?
And then there's like some of my notes in here, right, where we talk about, what there's. I remember one point in particular we were talking about your, you've been doing this forever, but you don't have a business plan or a financial plan. People were really hung up about your taxes, so wanted to touch about that. How you spend your money, obviously, with WWE Champions, which we can talk about that in a little bit.
So Craig, you have to understand, literally every question you just asked. I mean, just think about it. Every question you just asked is basically like personal stuff.
Okay.
And it's stuff that my detractors would want to know.
Uh-huh. I'm failing to see the issue.
Okay. So now I'm just telling you from outside, from your perspective, from an outsider's perspective.
You're not an outsider. You're Phil. You have bias. You don't get to claim an outsider's perspective.
Or even my perspective. It sounds to me like what you did for 2 weeks is you just said, hey, everyone who doesn't like Phil, contact me.
I don't. Okay, you can say it sounds like that all you want, but unless you have something where you've got Craig that says, if you're a detractor, please message me, that doesn't stand on face value. You're using circumstantial evidence to actually incorrectly to draw upon a conclusion that doesn't exist.
And talk to me. I mean, you even had a clip from It's a Gundam.
And Papa Gundam's fucking baller.
One of the most infamous people who rags on me all the time as an audio.
And by the way, just because somebody is infamous for ragging on you does not discredit their statements. You still have to discredit their statements, Phil.
Question at the end of the interview.
Papa
And
Gundam, yeah.
what I would like to ask you right now, and I hope that you'll be honest with me. Sure.
Oh, dear God. Does he think that he's about to eat? Is that what we're about to get? That Phil thinks he's about to eat right now?
Sure, I will.
In your efforts to gather information about me for this interview, did you talk to anyone who actually likes me?
Who? Who would he talk to? Derek? Oh, who the fuck would...
Well, I think I was open to talking to anybody who would, but nobody reached out that said they really liked you. And I don't mean that negatively. I mean, I said...
Oh, no, there's a good reason for it, and I'll explain it in a second, but go ahead.
But, so with that said, like, when you say you're going to do an interview with somebody and you say, hey, I'm open to talking to all people, if there are people who go other way to like you, they didn't reach out to me, right?
There you go. You go with the data that you have provided. This is not hard.
So, your theory of like, I only collected things from detractors at the time, you know what, it may be right, but once again, it wasn't malicious. These are all things that people were curious about. And you have to admit, Phil, when you're essentially radio silent for a decade and people don't go in and they don't have an opportunity to interview you, it's important to flush those pipes out and just get it all out there, right? It goes back to the elephant in the room.
Yeah, if you would have come on the fucking stream with your narrow shoulders, your lack of muscle, your complete just absolute potato looking face and your goddamn fucked up hairline, yes, I know insults are bad, but goddamn it, he's pissing me off. And he just would have been like, Phil, tell me about your content. They would have fucking crucified him. Nobody gives a shit about your content. They want to know why you spend money on WWE champions.
Right, when you have this giant elephant that everyone's staring at, if you don't have an opportunity to talk about those things, whether they're personal or not, right, then they should be addressed, because that.
Oh yeah, and yes, it's true. Says they all blocked Craig when he reached out to him. That would not surprise me. Fuck, that happened with what's his nuts. They reached out to Derek, and Derek reported back to Daddy, who said, Daddy, this man reached out to me, but I blocked him.
Is what the DSP lore is all about.
Right.
So, if you did have to use the opposite side of this, the detractor versus the champions for DSP, not a single champion reached out and was like, hey, did you know this? Did you know that Phil donates to charity? Did you know whatever, right? And had they, then we would have. Now, with that said, leading up to this, you also knew what this was going to look like, because you prefaced me. I mean, I have our emails pulled up, and you sent me ammo saying, hey, this is what I think they're going to ask. And I feel like I've addressed a lot of these things. You sent me videos of you addressing these things, but as you said, you wanted this to be the definitive DSP interview, right? So if you want it to be the definitive DSP interview, then naturally I should be listening to everybody who has criticisms of you. And if there is this lore that's attached to it, then I wouldn't be doing my job as the interviewer to do research, good and bad, about the interviewee. Otherwise.
Yeah, Phil, I'm confused as to why you thought this was going to be like some fucking checkmate move. Like, this is basic. I don't even conduct. Like, King Be Cruel and Arkham, very obviously, were my first like non-confrontational interviews ever. Any other time I'm interviewing somebody in terms of like police work, well, I take that back. I guess witness statements. But that feels more like a casual conversation. Even when you're trying to get the information out of a witness, it's still police work related. I still think there's kind of an element of hostility there. But even I understand where he's coming from as being what's supposed to be a neutral interviewer. He has to address. Can you imagine what would happen if After the fucking Monica Lewinsky scandal, somebody got Bill Clinton to be interviewed, and they never touched on the white stain on the dress. Like, who the fuck would ever watch that channel again? Nobody. That's who. Like, what are we even doing here, Phil? Oh my God.
Why is it the fluff piece?
Okay. And fair enough. And I accept that answer. But now I'm going to give you my response. Okay?
Oh, dear
You
God.
probably don't know this. All right. The reason that my fans don't reach out and get involved in this kind of stuff is because my detractors, okay, those people who you were talking to get questions to ask me, systematically hunt down, harass, dox, and do horrible things to anyone who publicly supports me.
I'm afraid I'm going to need a source there, my dog.
Okay. And I'm not just talking like, oh, someone was in the chat and said, I like Phil. I mean, they'll try to hunt these people down, find their social media, find where they live, find where they work, call them, harass them, call them pedophiles.
Well, who the fuck gets called a pedophile? Who gets called a pedophile? There was Derek. Are you still defending Derek? What do you mean gets called a pedophile? He has YouTube channels, playlists called Little Girls. What are you doing, Phil? Oh my God.
Horrible things to them. There's been supporters documented who give me a $100 tip and then they get hacked and stuff. It's really, really messed up. I mean, case in point, Craig, do you not remember? Maybe you don't remember this. It was like a week or two before the interview. They tried to dox you. You remember that, right? And I told you about it. I said, just so you know,
I don't know about that, I guess.
On the internet, and I don't think it's real. And you know, they did it to you. So if
I
they're
don't
doing
know
it to
about
you,
that, I guess.
They're not going to, my fans who like me are not going to speak up in a public venue like that and be like, oh yeah, now I want to talk about Phil. No.
What do you mean public venue? Back up. Public venue. He doesn't have to bring up anybody. He could just say, hey, I talked to somebody who wants to remain anonymous, and they say that you're this really great guy because of X, Y, and Z. Like, this is not an out, my dog. This is your fucking dents don't have a sack among them, and won't contact Craig to be like, look, I'm willing to talk, but I need protection from these psychopaths. Okay, because I get it. There are probably detractors out there that are psychopathic and would do crazy shit like that. But whatever.
They'll watch me. They'll silently support me, as they have done for a very long time. But they're not going to put themselves into the line of fire of these already deranged people. Okay, and you maybe didn't know that. So I got to give you the benefit of the doubt here. That I got to trust you, say that you were doing what you thought was fair.
What option did he have? Fucktwit. What was he supposed to do? Contact you? Why didn't you give him a list of your supporters? Why didn't you ask your supporters, hey, which amongst you would be willing to talk to Craig? Why didn't you say, Craig, can you give me an email address that I can give my fucking supporters so that if they want to talk to you about me, they can reach out to you? You lazy fucking bastard. God.
But a lot of people were going into that interview thinking, okay, he's going to ask tough questions. But at the same time, maybe we'll talk a little bit about the positivity about Phil's 16-year history on YouTube.
There's no positive history, Phil. You are a roach. You just won't go away. Oh my God.
The good old days, or even what's good about what he does today, how he's improved, stuff like that. Like, there was none of that. It was literally,
look at him and tell me there's a God.
Just like negative. Now, I told you I was okay with that, all right? But from, again, outsiders.
I told you I was okay with that. All complaints are null and void. You relinquish the ability to complain about that. You said you were fine with it. Man up or shut up.
They're looking at the situation like Craig just sat around for 2 weeks claiming he did all this research, and all he literally did was talk to the people who hate Phil the most, compiled it into a ball of negativity, and threw it at him. And that's the perception of that interview at this point from
no, it's not.
Those who aren't my detractors, basically. In fact, just to give you another example, Mike Clone, who I was planning on possibly doing a documentary with this year.
Now, you said you were going to, and then you backed out like a bitch.
Said to me directly, you realize that Side Scrollers interview was just for your detractors, right? Like, no one else cares. No one else watched it and said, oh, it was literally a detractor interview. And that's all it'll ever be. That's why you should do positive content like a documentary, because you need to have parts of your truthful nature, your personable.
Truthful nature? What truthful nature? You lie constantly. Everything has to be fact checked with you. What are we doing? What? This was it. This was your fucking ace in the hole. This was your I've had a fucking long gunner watching our conversation the whole time moment, right? This was your I have a bomb placed under your feet, and if you don't, this was it. This was your trap. Brother, you, God almighty, go take fucking chess lessons or fucking strategy 101 or oh my God. I've existed for 16 years. That's not a flex. That's not positive content. Mother Teresa was positive content. Mr. Beast curing 3,000 people of being blind. That's positive content. I play games. I'm a gamer. Who gives a shit, Phil?
You know, personality come out. No one saw that in the interview because it was literally detractor question, detractor question, detractor question.
With all due respect to Mike, do you not think he was just puffing up your chest to try to get you to do a documentary with him?
You mean like everybody said?
Of course he was. I mean, let's be honest. Of course he wanted to do a documentary with me, but.
Well, yeah, okay, so Nugs, I get that. I've heard about how he defended a PDF file and how he knowingly employed one, and that's all very bad. It doesn't discount the fact that he did help 3,000 people, like, cure blindness. I totally understand that, you know, one-off takes care of a lot of attaboys, but if you were to put Mr. Beast in the same situation as Phil, and you said, oh, all you did in that interview was talk about my associations with this dude who is turning out to be a PDF file. Cool. I get that. But at least Mr. Beast could then say, I was hoping the interview would actually come and talk about the positive impact I've had about my community. And then there's like shit they could talk about. Like there's examples where Mr. Beast was good, right? One example of Phil being good that didn't benefit him. What example?
I mean, from all this nonsense, there's always a little moment of truth, right? And it rings true. That interview, if you watch it back, you don't get to learn anything about me besides all the things people don't like about me. And
which is your entire personality.
That sucks because that's there forever. That's a video that launched you guys into prominence for a while, right? I think you can agree. Can we agree there? Can we just say that interview did give you a launching board to popularity, right?
No.
And I'm not saying that anything that came after is a result of me. I'm not. But was that not the piece of content that launched your show into prominence and people wanted to hear from the side scroll?
I think that it raised awareness that Side Scrollers was back, but to think that anybody who watched that, I would say we had, Phil, 2,500 people tuned in live to watch that show. Right?
Yeah.
We had 3,000 watching our show today, right?
That's right.
Of that 3,000 who watched our show today, how many of those of that 2,500 were there?
Probably zero because your show today is a different show. It's completely different content.
Well, it's not an interview. It's not about Phil. And I think I recognize that, right? Now, did it raise awareness? Sure. Is it why the show's been successful? No. You know,
and I agree with you. Your show is taking off, and I want to say kudos.
Whoa. Did he not say that he sent Craig an email about how, I don't even know who the fuck you are. I'm doing great. Who the fuck are you? You can come on my show and get interviewed. I don't even know who the fuck you are. And now we're at, oh, you guys are totally prominent.
Kudos and congrats to you for having a very successful show now. I mean, it's blown up, and that's great. But people didn't know about side scrollers until my interview. Is that a fair statement to say?
It raised awareness, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
But just like our interview with the Tetris CEO, or us talking about Concord or Dustborn or whatever. Like, once again, the show was changing. We were trying to figure out what the show was, and it took about a year before we figured out what the show was.
Yeah, you remember you were saying on the show, no politics, and now it's like it's completely flipped. Like that's mostly what you're talking about these days.
I disagree.
I don't watch side scrollers, so I don't know any accuracy about that.
I don't think what we talk about is politics at all. I think we talk about the culture of this stuff.
Fair enough. Okay, not hardcore politics. I agree with you there.
So I'm going to make a statement. No, we don't do that. Oh, okay, I'm going to walk back my statement. Like, brother, bring me the flamer, brother.
Rarely do we actually talk about Democrats or Republicans or anything like that. No, we talk about the culture associated with the game, which I think from a video game perspective is way more important than whether a game gets a 7 or an 8 in a score. You know,
yeah.
And I think that's what's limited, because at the end of the day, you see a number of the reason why side scrollers is working and our audience is growing is because we know that there are a bunch of, as we say in our chat, our community is called normal men. They're called normal men for a reason, because there's a bunch of normal men who are looking around going like, yo, what the hell's happening? And this isn't right. This is not normal.
Yeah. Okay. Oh shit. I may become, what is this, black pilled? Is that what that is? Or is red pill? I don't even know anymore. Fuck it. Let's keep going.
The thing about side scrollers, we do the exact same thing now that we did a decade ago. It's just in a different package, because a decade ago we were laughing at all the stupid shit that was happening in the video game space. Now there's just way more stupid shit that happens in the video game space that we can talk about every day.
Yeah, you're Phil. Hard to believe. I know you're not important. Now I say that, of course, streaming about you, but I gotta be honest, man. This just allows me to vent out the frustrations from, being exposed to you. This is like my this is my chemo to the cancer that you are. Yeah, chemo is technically poison, but it also helps you get better. So your cancer, me doing this is chemo.
It's the same premise. It's just in a different package. So anyways, with that said, like I said, the show was evolving, the show was changing, and we haven't done like an interview on the show in I'd say almost a year, because the interviews were fine, and they were originally supposed to be a regular weekly part of the show. But once again, it takes a while to figure out what the show is, and now we have a good idea of what the show is, who our audience is, and we're there. Now, once again, did those interviews help raise awareness? Absolutely, but I can't, I'd say it's a chapter of the side scroller story, and just as side scrollers is a chapter of the DSP story.
Sure. I will agree with you on that. The show today has nothing to do with me. I'm not trying to take credit for it whatsoever.
So then, if you're not trying to take credit for it whatsoever, big dog, why would you challenge that? My interview raised you to prominence. That's trying to take credit. I'm sorry, it just is. What is this? What am I actually watching right now?
In that regard, you've done good for yourself, putting it in its new own space, and it stands out. Okay? So getting back to now, because we did get derailed there talking about the beforehand. So the interview happens. All of a sudden, all eyes are on you guys because you did this interview with DSP.
Yeah, and it was good.
Friday is supposed to be a decompression stream with Mario Kart, but instead it turns into something else. So now let's get into this. So what actually went down on that Friday show for you?
Yeah, we went in, we talked about things, and we do what we do every day. We just talked about what's in the news. The difference was that we were the news, and the interview was the news in the sphere, and people wanted to hear our thoughts about it for the first time, and that was the first time we got together. So you listen to your audience, and when the audience says we want to hear your thoughts about what happened yesterday, you do that. And for us, it was a Friday, so naturally we're gonna talk about it, and then we're gonna give the weekend to decompress, and then we're gonna resume the show on normal on Monday.
I'm failing to hear anything wrong with this.
It doesn't matter if Mario Kart was played or not. The intention was still the same, was to talk about what just happened the day before for the first time, just like you did the day before with the decompression stream. Now, was it what you wanted to hear? No. But was it honest? Yes. And honestly, I think that when it comes to the reasons why we were upset was, and specifically Adam was upset, was because he smelt shit, and whenever he'd say it was like talking in circles. And I think that there's like a lot of that stemmed from the WWE Champions thing. That's where a lot of the meat came from, right? So we asked you about that several times. We got the runaround on it. We all knew it was the runaround, right? There was we talked about you sharing your account, and then and then that didn't happen, and that was when the internet went out and everything associated with that. And so we were upset about it, right? Because we smelled the shit. And I think that there's actually a lot of irony when it comes to this, in that just was yesterday, I get some clips to you all the time, and leading up to this especially, where you talked about WWE Champions, and you said that you spent for forever lying about it, right? So with that said, do you think that you admitted to lying about this, right? Do you think that we had a right to be upset because we felt you were lying? We knew you were lying. You admitted to lying. Do you feel that we had a right to be upset the next day?
Oh, by the way, I missed this. Okay, now that we've got that.
Well, let me put it.
Answer the fucking question, you goddamn coward.
Into these terms, okay? When a guest is going to be on a show and is going to be interviewed, and they know there's going to be hard-hitting questions, and that was all previously established.
You lied. The question was, did you lie? And the question was, you lied, and we were upset. Do you think we were justified in being upset? How hard is that to answer, Phil? Well, it's you, so it's apparently fucking impossible to answer.
Right? We knew all this was going to happen. That's why I agreed to do the interview, because I felt like this was going to get the definitive interview or whatever. Okay? Never
answer
in my
the question.
Did I expect that the next day after the interview you were going to do that.
That wasn't the question. Answer the...
You didn't even tell the public you were going to do that. And now, let's be honest here. What actually happened on that Friday show is you talked to my detractors almost the entire show. You were reading all of their contributions as they rolled in.
It was a fucking super chat read. It was a super chat read. What are you...
I think some of them were previously from the interview the day before. I want to be fair here. I think they were leftovers you hadn't shouted out the day before.
They didn't shout out any the day before.
And then there was a ton of contributions that came in that day from my detractors. So you just sat there reading them. And, okay, you're upset with me. You don't believe me. You smell shit. All right? But there's a difference between saying, well, we just did this big interview, we don't believe him, versus actually, actively participating in memes that they have about me. Your entire cast laughed ack on the show, Craig, together.
Yeah, and that was hilarious. And I'm confused as to why that was a bad thing.
as if this was something funny to do to deride Phil. I was the guest on your show the day before for 5 hours.
And
I was on your show and answered hard-hitting questions. So you have to believe the answers.
Hold on. Did you answer?
Oh shit! Oh, DSP walked in like, I'm gonna eat, and Craig walked up and was like, bitch, who gave you a plate?
I did. Oh, indeed, I answered. You just didn't like the answers.
Phil, don't flip that on me, because you didn't. You were dishonest with us, and we smelt that.
It's still an answer. It doesn't.
I'm gonna have a fucking stroke. Oh my god, I did not just hear that.
Like the answers.
Phil, don't flip that on me, because you didn't. You were dishonest with us, and we smelt that.
It's still an answer. It doesn't matter if it's honesty or not. It's.
Oh my god, what the actual fuck? Oh my god! He can't be serious. He can't be. This is the dumbest fucking thing. Dude, not only did he not get to eat, Craig punched him in the stomach and made him puke out his lunch and breakfast. Oh my god.
Still an answer.
Then let me ask you this, Phil. Will you apologize for lying to us? Because that's where a lot of that came from. It's like, we knew you were lying, right?
Okay.
And I gave you an opportunity multiple times. I remember pleading with you, Phil, just come clean on this. And the opportunity was there. And
oh, thank you, King Jed. I hate everything about what I have just watched.
had you just come clean at that instance, everybody would move past this. So I do think that, like, once again, why were we upset, Phil? What's the root of all this? We felt and we knew and we smelt a lie. We smelt it, right? So, and you admitted yesterday to lying to us. So that to me.
And what is that? Why does it matter if I'm being honest with you? I gave you answers.
Stings, because
it gets worse.
You're not only lying to me, you're lying to your audience, you're lying to my audience, and you're lying to everybody else. So you should apologize to me and Adam and Travis and Blabs and everybody else who watched that show, because they were expecting the definitive DSP interview, and what they got was lies.
Oh, and you know what? Just cut the camera off, walk out, go. And I don't know how, Craig, I don't know how you walk with 800-pound tungsten balls, but kudos, sir, kudos.
That's not definitive, Phil. That's the issue I had with this.
Okay, now, since we're getting into the nuance of it now.
Nuance? There's no nuance! You lied!
Let's talk, because the lies you're talking about are WWE champions. That's what we're talking about. Let's go in on.
But will you apologize, though? Because that's...
Let's hold on.
What do you mean, let's what? Suck it! You lied!
Let's talk.
No, I have Bloodbath and Beyond, which, by the way...
Blood for the blood god!
No, I have not seen this, and it gets worse, better. Oh, dear God.
Do this, all right? Let's like man to man. Don't demand something from me now. Let's talk like man.
What? Demand something from... Let's talk man to man. He gave you that opportunity. You acted like a bitch and lied. Your man card is null and void to Adam, Craig, indeed Blabs, the entire side scroller staff that did that. Your man card is gone. You get the bitch card and the coward card. You can play those how you see fit, but you don't get the man card anymore, Phil.
Okay. If in that interview, all right, I had been honest with you and completely transparent, and I said, fessed up to everything, right?
Yeah, like you should have done, you coward.
Immediately, you would have said, that's great. Prove it, correct? You would have said, prove everything you're saying.
We gave you the opportunity to.
Okay, now let's be real about this, because I don't want you to lie to the internet about it.
Shut the Okay, I'm getting too invested. I can tell.
I want to be real about this.
I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not.
In that interview, all right, you said to me, show me evidence of what stuff you're saying, show me screen captures or whatever. And I'm going to be honest with you. No, I was never going to do that on the fly, because I'm the kind of guy I want to make sure if I'm going to do something like that, I want to make sure everything's safe. I want to make sure it's correct. I'm not going to send you something just to say it wasn't good enough.
You are such a bitch.
I want you to show you the definitive evidence to prove what I'm saying or whatever, okay? So I'm thinking in my head during the interview, because I didn't know you were going to hit me with that. Honestly, I thought you were just going to ask me questions. And
Dude, and again, you have to understand where my background comes from. I am all about technicalities and explaining and being sure that my source is good and all this other shit. But there's a timing element to this, Phil. You can't just think there's no timing element. You can't just think once the challenge is issued that a clock does not start. You have to respond. Oh my God, why?
I can't like unfuck her sister, you know?
I was gonna answer. I didn't know you were gonna say, this is your opportunity to actually clear this up. I never thought you would do that. So when I'm thinking in my head, okay, how can I prove it? How can I do this? How can I do
No, G. McFly, we're keeping bourbon out of this.
that? I need to get this stuff together for you, right? And
no one thought that.
You had left the
and look at Craig. Look at Craig's face. This is delicious.
door open. In fact, this is what near the end of the interview we were talking about this. If you want to, clarify everything, you can send it to me after we're done here. We even just left the door open for that, correct? You remember that, right? I'm not making that up. That was correct.
Right, and to be clear, I actually have our emails pulled up.
Sure.
If you have those pulled up, I think that you can read your part and I can read my part, just so everybody is on the same page and there's full clarity on all this stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I don't need to read them. I know exactly what they say.
Well, I think it's important just so this is us talking, but we'd be ignorant to say that there's not a couple, few thousand people who once again, this is part of the story of how we got here, right?
Yeah.
So I do think it's important because I don't want to leave any context out. So do you mind if I read our emails after just our back and forth that we had after, because I think it does provide context to what we're talking about here.
Sure. This is the email that was sent after I got off the show.
Yeah.
Because I believe there was an email then, and then I emailed you again after I'd eaten dinner.
Uh-huh.
About, are you available? Are you going to be checking this email box? And that was where we had left it. And then the next day you emailed me something in the morning, correct? That's the chain of events.
Okay, so it happened on, I guess we talked March 16th of last year, right? So you emailed me at 8:18 and said, "Hey, Craig, I'm interested to hear your thoughts on how the show went. I really hope that it was a big benefit to you guys. If so, this may have been the only time in history that my infamy has actually helped something. I know you'll want to get back to normalcy, but I'm looking forward to hearing from you again about the possible next appearance. My viewers are telling me that they think that you and Adam were too harsh, but I disagree completely. As I told you on the podcast, you are nothing but fair. But there is pretty much 100% consensus that the Keemstar bit was intrusive, gave him free plugs for his own content, and took away about an hour that should have been more on topic. I didn't mind. I didn't mind, but that's the vibe my viewers are sharing with me. I would likely be best for a repeat appearance to just be us, to avoid people feeling like it was a quote surprise or trick, which will shock me. How often do you check this email? I'm still 50-50 on showing you my Champions account at this point.
I'm still 50-50 on showing you my Champions account at this point. Okay.
Especially because of what Keemstar said. I feel nobody would believe you, even if you vouch for me. But I respect you and still considering it, despite the fact I'm incredibly scared my info will once again leak and hurt me. So that was the email that you sent me at 8:18.
Okay, which was 5:18 my time. Well, actually, I don't know what time zone you are, but it was
Central. So 6:18 your time.
Gotcha. Okay. So it was right after dinner. Correct. Okay. Now I will clarify what was going on. Okay. Now, did you see my show last night where I told the truth about WWE champions for the very first time? Have you seen that at all? Or
I had a clip sent to me, but I haven't like watched the whole thing. I've watched like 90 seconds of it.
In a nutshell, all right, yeah, the account was mine. I had it for many years, and after years of harassment by my detractors, I sold the account.
Lies!
Okay, so at the time that we're doing this interview, I don't have access to the account, so I can't prove really anything.
He didn't ask you to prove that you have never been down from the rafters. He asked you to show your current WWE Champions account. Wouldn't that be? Am I dumb? Am I stupid? What a screenshot of an account that said Phil's taint not have been acceptable as evidence that he's not down from the rafters. What are we talking about?
Right? All I could do is I could show you like a new account, which is the account that I had currently. If you remember, you would ask me straight up in the interview, "Hey, do you still play WWE Champions?" Yes, I do. But it's on this new account. It's not the
You didn't say that. You didn't say it's on a new account.
Original account that the detractors knew about and were stalking me for all these years.
No, I don't really care about WWE.
Okay, no care about.
Really
But here's, I understand, but you have to understand the situation.
No, he doesn't.
So I'm saying to you, I'm 50-50 on sending it. But if you had said to me, "Yeah, okay, I'm still open to it," I was going to show you the new account. I was going to try to explain all this to you and say, this is why I can't just on a whim show you everything. It wouldn't work. You easily could have said, "Oh, you made this up. This is a bullshit new account or whatever."
Yeah.
It's a convoluted story. It is, okay?
Wyatt, it's okay. Lady Side is insured for 3 times my salary. So if this kills me, she can pay off the house, buy herself a nice car, and find herself another man.
So what was your response to me reaching out to you, saying, "Hey, I have the information. I'm 50-50 on it." What was your response to that?
Yeah. So, and once again, let's make sure we have all references here. It's you send that March 16th at 18 p.m. So it's evening time for me, right? My morning routine is I wake up and I start prepping for the show, right? So we're live at 11. I'm getting up. I'm getting prepped for everything. I have not checked this email, right? I've not checked this email, and because I told you prior to in our original correspondence, I don't check this email. I don't check this email very often. Sometimes it'll go weeks before I check the email, right? So you know this. So you send me that email. The following day, March 17th, I respond.
Spock, calm down.
At 7:45. That's the next time we have any sort of correspondence.
Is that AM or PM?
That is PM.
Okay.
So it's been about 23 hours.
And you've already done your show for Friday. It's already taken place.
Right.
So here's my response to you. I said, and
okay, and again, he didn't know about your I'm 50-50. He didn't know when you sent it. He didn't look at it. So he just found out 23 hours later. So you can't hold that against him.
And I felt like this was a very fair very fair assessment of things. And you can tell me if I'm wrong. I said, hey, Phil, I think the show went okay yesterday. We talked about it at length on today's show as a debrief. I think we all left the interview mentally exhausted and feeling incredibly frustrated as at the end of the day, we want what's best for you, man. The things that are laid out about everything, the WWE mobile games, the bank stuff, etc., it just doesn't make sense, man. There's too much evidence saying it's yours, and your only evidence is just saying it's not. I feel like we gave you multiple opportunities to turn this thing around, but you just seem so dug in. Even in the face of insanely detailed evidence, you wouldn't take it. Even with Keemstar coming on, I tried to lay out the similarities you feel towards him and the way people feel about you based off of things that you said online. It was tough. Honestly, I'm just disappointed, man. Like I said, I and we want what's best for you, man. We very much do, but you have to want what's best for yourself. When you're ready to take that step, I will gladly help you, man.
Yeah, Matt, I know. This is going to come back and bite me in the ass, isn't it?
Help you, man, on your journey.
Lady Side's getting, I think, no, she got a mani-pedi tomorrow. She's got acupuncture today.
You deserve to get to level 2. I know you can do it. And that's the email that I sent to you. And I think that was very fair. You know, I did not lie to you and be like, hey, Phil, it was great. It was spectacular. Can't wait to set up number 2. As I said in the email, we were exhausted from it. And, you know, mentally tired from it, physically tired from it.
Yeah, Timo, exactly. And great point.
We talked about that. You know, we talked about that on the following debrief. So, you know, had we done that debrief immediately after the show, chances are we would have said the exact same thing. Probably worse, you know? But you can see in that email, we felt lied to. We felt exhausted, right? And the reality is, Phil, we were lied to, right? So
yep, and he still hasn't addressed that, by the way. Just as we're auditing this, the question of, did you think we were right to be upset with you lying to us has never been answered.
So, and you know, self-admittedly, you said we were lied to, and we knew that. So naturally, when somebody lies to you and continues to lies to you, you're going to be upset.
Right.
Yep.
So we were upset.
Okay. So
is he actually listening, or is he just waiting for his turn to fucking talk? Because every time Craig downflex, I call it a downward inflection. And that's what I think, right? That downward inflection, which says my statement is done, versus that kind of upward inflection. All right. You guys know what I'm talking about. Every time we get a downward inflection, Phil cannot wait to talk. He's watching the chat. Oh my holy God. Of course he is. Because chat is fucking puffing him up and being like, yeah, you got him. Go get him, Phil.
I will confirm everything that Craig just said is true. That is correct, was what was in those emails. I know for a fact that's exactly how it transpired. Okay. So now he said it. I didn't say it. He said it. He literally read the emails word for word. No one can say that I made
Of course
this up,
he was banning.
Okay? So we got to follow the order of events. I'm on your interview. 5 hours, hard-hitting questions. I lie to you about WWE champions. You leave the door open and say, you can send me the information
Holy
after to
fuck.
clarify all of this. Okay? That was said directly in the interview. You agree to that, right, Craig? You did say that.
Mm-hmm. Sorry.
I go on my show. I say, that was a good interview. I'm okay with it. I even email you, say, I'm okay with it. I'm 50-50 about sending you the stuff. Do you check your email? You literally just publicly admitted you don't check your email. Right?
And
in this situation, yeah, it's been a day. Yeah.
So you ended an interview, the hottest piece of content you'd ever made at that point on Side Scrollers. You knew all eyes were on you. You knew people were looking to see if I was going to follow up with you and send you this information. And you decided
you're not the main character, you dumbass. Okay, he had another show lined up. He probably had AVGN ready to go, corresponding with him. He had family life to engage with. He had to... After that interview, if I would have been him, I would have been in the gym for 2 fucking hours. Okay, I would have gotten the best lift of my fucking life. The fact he didn't check his mail for 23 hours is the fucking Karenist complaint I have ever heard. You are worse than a fake tanned blonde fat mom at the PTA saying Jimmy deserved the lead in the play, despite the fact that Jimmy doesn't have legs and the lead in the play is the Flash. Okay? That's who you are, Phil.
not to check your email, but instead to do a show ragging on me the next day. Is that a correct statement?
I would say that in between me ending the show, being done with the internet for the day, going to sleep,
ding,
and waking up the next day and then doing the show, like Phil, as we said at the time, you had one opportunity to send the stuff. It wasn't there, right? You passed on that.
Whoa. Passed on what? You just admitted the door was open to send you the information when I got it together.
During the show, Phil, during the interview.
Craig, we're on an interview and a show. Craig. We're in an interview. The idea of the interview is for me to answer your questions. It's not stop the interview. Let me dig into documents and get you screenshots and things proving.
Yes, it was.
That's not what the interview was.
Yes, it
Never
was.
once before the interview did you ever say that's what it was going to be. And like I said, if I'm going to send you something, it has to be sure that it's proving my point. This was a convoluted story. It's not I could just send you a screenshot.
Yes, it is. You could have sent him a screenshot, you disingenuous fucking asshole.
I gotta try to prove now that I've got a new account. It's not the old account that I sold the account. This is complicated. It's not something I can just do during the show. I was literally, to be transparent with you now, as I sent you that email, I had everything ready. I told you I was 50-50. I literally had it all ready to go. And all you had to do was check your email and say, I'm here, Phil, I'll check it. And I would have sent it to you, and you would have had it. And instead of having a Friday show where all...
Isn't it convenient, though, that all he had to do was be there, and it would have been this, and it would have been that, and it blah, 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 blah. Brother, send the fucking email. Sack the fuck up.
All you did was beat me up all day. You would have had the Friday show saying, the big reveal. DSP cleared the air. He said he was a liar, but here's the truth.
But you were a liar. You already admitted you were a liar.
But you didn't check your email. You told me.
Like, what do you want?
There you go. Thank you, Craig. What do you want from me? What do you want?
I'm sorry that I didn't check my email for 23 hours. That's not how people communicate in 2023. And I know that's how you communicated, but I didn't check my email for 23 hours. And I'm sorry that I didn't check my email for 23 hours. I apologize for that. Will you apologize for lying?
I apologize for lying, but I don't want your apology that you didn't check.
Oh my God. Wesley H. with a $5. Phil is making a stupid semantic argument. Craig's email said, I'll be here to help you whenever you want to improve yourself. Phil could have sent it whenever. Exactly. But you have to understand, Wesley, Phil wants Craig to coddle his fucking insecurities of, I'm afraid my shit's gonna be hacked. So he wanted Craig right here so he could open the email. Not that there was any guarantee that Craig would ever delete it. But again, whatever. What are we even talking about here? Thank you for the $5. Greatly appreciated. Oh my God, this is so fucking frustrating. But we've made it through. Wow, we've made it through almost an hour in an hour and a half. My God, I'm getting halfway good at this.
Check your email. I want your apology for being completely disingenuous about everything that happened after the fact, after the interview.
He wasn't disingenuous. As a matter of fact, he was honest.
That's what I want.
But the thing is, Phil, I don't think we were being disingenuous. Like, I think we were being completely honest with how we felt. You know, like,
I'm sorry. Does this motherfucker not know what disingenuous means? Does he not? Oh my God.
Like I said, we spent 5 hours talking to you, getting the runaround, man. And like, it was not meant to be like, this was, once again, I go back to the definitive Dark Side Phil interview. And it wasn't. So I'm disappointed in that because there's things that you're telling us now you lied about. We felt it. We knew
All
it was
these
happening in
super
real
chats
time.
are great. But remember, you don't matter unless you tip.
Thank you again, Wesley H. for the $5.
We felt like we were getting gaslit. So naturally, yes, I felt exhausted and tired and honestly didn't want to deal with it, which is why in that email I said, look, man, we're just disappointed. Like I said, I want what's best for you. We very much do, but you have to want to help yourself. Is lying to us on stream?
Yeah, sway, son, sway.
Helping yourself? No, of course not. You deserve to get to level 2. I know you can do it.
Right? Craig, what you told me in that email you sent me on Friday, basically in other words says we don't actually care what the truth is.
What do you mean? Okay.
Because I had the truth and was going to send it to you, and you ignored me.
No,
I am not going downstairs. I am not going downstairs. I am not pouring myself bourbon.
It's not that I ignored you. It's because I didn't check the email. And
that's called ignoring, because you knew.
He didn't know! You dumb fucking brat! He doesn't have it set up on his phone. It is a work email. He probably keeps his home life and his work life separate. Oh my God!
That was our line of communication. You asked me to send you the information. I was going to, and you chose not to check it. You actively ignored the way that I could have cleared my name. And then you went on to do a show that made you tons of money defaming me on the internet. That's exactly what happened. And there's no way that you can ever clarify that because it's in black and white. You just admitted it. You read it. You just admitted it publicly that you didn't check the line of communication we had that I could have cleared the whole situation.
Is this like the gotcha? Like,
there's no gotcha. There's no gotcha. You read it. I actually wasn't going to read the emails. You did it.
Phil, I don't apologize for not checking my email for 23 hours. I'm an adult with a family and kids, and honestly, I was tired of it, right?
Yeah, you know what that is, right? A family. It's Well, for you, it's not cleaning the cat box, petting Jasper, watching him puke, maybe cleaning up the puke immediately. I don't know. I have a feeling you wait a little while. That's family to you. He has kids. I have stepkids. They're grown now, but when they weren't grown, I'm telling you, you don't know what the fuck a family is, you miserable dingus. You just don't. And the fact that Craig can separate his life that way is actually like to be commended. It should be just like praised, and other people should do it because workaholism is really fucking bad. We know you don't do the fucking dishes because you don't have any. Use paper plates. We know you DoorDash everything in. Like, we understand your life is sunshine and rainbows of doing fucking nothing. But when you are an adult that has a job and actual responsibilities, not, look at my background setup, you guys. Well, you know, when work is done, work is done.
The fact that I did check.
Well, he can do laundry. It's just uneven load, Mars Champ. Whenever Cat is screaming uneven load, you have to... He doesn't know if it's laundry or if Tyrone is over.
My email on Friday night was fascinatingly amazing that I did that, right? That's a big dub. But I'm sorry that you felt betrayed that I didn't check my email. And once again, there's a big difference between ignoring, because I didn't know the...
I'm going to touch on this here in a second. We'll let him finish. Wrestling Rants with a Fiver said, Phil, if you had sent the screenshot when you were asked, and it says what you say, there would be no problem. You didn't. You lied. You're the problem. And yes, that is exactly correct. King Chat, where did the load go? It's dust. It's straight dust.
Email was there in the first place. You have to know it was there to actively ignore it. I did not actively ignore your email. I didn't know it happened. So I can't ignore something that I didn't know happened.
Yeah, there's no notification, Phil. He didn't get a notification. He's supposed to what? Why do you think? Why does your ego let you think that he should have randomly just been online checking that email?
Craig, in the interview, we ended it with, the door is open. You can send me the information.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and
you didn't know it happened. Do you need to have a bomb go off when someone sends you the thing you directly asked for? Would you not even in a moment think, hey, maybe he's going to contact me today about this and I should check, because how else am I going to send you these documents anyway, by the way? It has to be an email attachment, right? I can't just call you and give it to you. I didn't have your Discord or anything, right? We were doing it through some other streaming client. So I had to send
probably Video Ninja.
you an email. All right. Now here's the thing. We can talk about this for the rest of the show.
Allow me to kind of
one more, and then I want to move on because this
sure. And that's fine. I'm just going based off of our track record of emailing back and forth. Okay. I'm just looking at how we emailed back and forth leading up to this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Right. There's pretty much at least a day between every correspondence that we have.
All these super chats are great, but remember, you don't matter unless you tip.
Thank you again, Wrestling Rainer, for the 5.
Right. Almost.
And yes, Phil is always his own problem. He doesn't realize it. And until, I swear to God, it's going to take somebody like metaphorically or hyperbolically skull dragging him before he gets it through his head.
Every single time there's at least a day between our correspondence. So based off of our track record of corresponding with each other, I'm not going to go, like I said,
Craig, this is a really bad cope, bro. This is
what?
Really bad. You're saying we just ended the interview. You said the door is open. Send me the information, and then you just say, "Well, I'm just not going to check for the information." That's a bad cope. Previously, our correspondence was never a reason for you to check right away. Now you had a reason, and you didn't. Instead, you actually did the opposite. Instead of giving me the fair shake, but see if I was going to send you stuff, you went on a show defaming me the entire next day. That's the worst situation possible for you. But you didn't care.
Phil, you got me. I didn't check my email. I'm sorry. Hey, with that said, why do you need me? If you want to put this out there, like, you have an X account, you have a Twitter account, you have social media, you have a YouTube community tab. You can post all this stuff available, right? Mm-hmm. Like, literally right now. You said you have it pulled up. Like, you had all this stuff available. It's still got to be on your computer somewhere.
Is this your gotcha moment? You're going to try to get me to post my shit on the internet?
No, Phil, I'm saying is you don't need me. You never did need me, right?
That's actually untrue. Because what you don't understand, Craig, because again, you didn't know this, is that any time that I try to defend myself, the detractors move the goalposts. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be a little innocuous thing that doesn't matter.
Okay, so then what would it matter if it was sent to Craig or not? We're going to move the goalposts again. Also, what do you mean it's a cope? That is a pattern of behavior. For Mr., it's circumstantial evidence. For Mr., this would not hold up in a court of law. Motherfucker does not seem to know about characteristics of a person / patterns of behavior / prior bad acts or prior actions. Like, straight, oh my God. This is terrible. And he really thought this was it. He thought this was it. Motherfuckers thought like he owned, like, that's it. That's who Phil is. If Phil was a leader, he would be Kim Jong-un, right? Everybody tell me how great I am. And if you don't, I'll have you in Minecraft. I will have your character killed.
Matter at all. It could be a big full-blown lie that I've been doing for years. Whenever I try to do something, all right, they move the goalpost. Right now, I could post all the information up and they would say, that's fake. That's not true. So it doesn't matter what I post or what I don't. Now, in the case of you, you have presented yourself as a neutral third party. You were going to be someone who was going to do this interview and be fair, and then you were going to judge for yourself, which actually seems like that's what happened, except you didn't actually give me the opportunity to send you the information to clear my name and tell you what
Why did you need him by the email to send it?
really was going on. Now, whether or not you checked your email or not, it's not a big deal.
I'm sorry I didn't check my email, and I would like to take this moment to apologize to you and apologize to all of your champions, and especially all the detractors for not checking my email for 23 hours. I'm sorry.
Right. Okay, so let's move on from the...
Yeah, I don't know if you realize this, Phil. You got dunked on so hard with that apology. It was like Jordan showing up to a Pee-wee basketball league. That's how hard you just got dunked on. That apology was him showing you how childish and stupid you are. And if you took that as a real apology, brother, I have a bridge in New York to sell you.
The email, because this is going to be so boring if we keep talking about this, and I know that your time is valuable.
Yeah, LeBron, fuck them kids.
You can only be here for about 90 minutes, right? So
I got about another 20 minutes, yeah.
Okay. The next day you do a show. The entire show you're ragging on me, saying you didn't believe me at all. You laughed. Okay, go ahead.
Which you didn't give us reason to.
Okay.
You admitted to yesterday.
Fair enough. You laughed with my detractors. You did all the memes. You got a whole bunch of detractor contributions, correct? That did happen.
Sure.
Okay. Did you continue to do content based on me after this at all?
Not especially. You know, I think there was a, I don't remember the context of it, but I remember seeing, you said something about us, and I was just kind of like done with it. And I think I went live, and I did what was called a monetize the hater stream.
Mm-hmm.
And but
this is his gotcha moment.
I don't remember the context of it, but I remember being like I was done with it, right? That's the thing, Phil. You got to understand, like, we've done almost 400 episodes of Side Scrollers, right? Your interview was one day, right? Now, once again, was it a chapter of the show? Yes, 100%. Do we appreciate it? Yes, 100%. But like, we were done. We turned the page. Just like I don't watch your stuff on a day-to-day basis, just like you don't watch our stuff on a day-to-day basis. I have too much going on to worry about what somebody else is doing online, right? So, you know, you get brought up occasionally, but it's just part of the Side Scrollers chapter in our book at this point. Part of the lore, just like Side Scrollers is a part of yours. So,
right.
You know,
right.
So yeah, I was pissed. So I went live and honestly, I would like to give credit to to my boy Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers for his, you know, monetize the hater thing. So yeah, I think I went live with a monetize the hater thing and just kind of railed for a little bit because I was tired. I don't remember the context of it. I was just tired of hearing you talk about us. So, you know, it is what it is. Do I regret it? Yeah, kind of. But at the same time, you know, it's just part of what it is.
Yeah, I mean, that tracks.
Okay. All right. I wanted to hear that straight from your mouth that this happened because I was, you know, the truth is, Greg, I don't even know because, like you said, I don't watch your content, so I actually don't know the truth of what happens and what doesn't happen. I just hear people saying
he knew because he was told, hey, he wants you to come on the stream or he wants to be invited on your stream. He's like, no, we're not doing that. This is my content. I'm not derailing my content for Craig.
Are you aware that right now Craig has a stream called Monetize the Haters? He's making money off of your detractors. He's saying that he wants to be on your show. I'm like, what? I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, you're right. That's what it was. You were that's right. You were live, and I think you were talking shit about us or something along the lines, and you know, talking about how bad we were to you. And I was like, and this was another thing. I was like, look, I will come on your show right now and do exactly what we're doing. And this was, I don't even know how long ago this was. It was just like, let's just get done with this. And as I've said at the start of this, like, I've reached out to you multiple times to do exactly this, to just get through this shit. And I told you, like, I don't care if it's on our channel or on your channel or some other channel, right? Let's just do it. So I was actually glad that you reached out because, you know, this is, I don't think about you a whole lot, Phil, except for when people bring you up to me. And,
fair enough.
And, you know, you're upset that people are like, you know, giving super chats because, well, maybe they enjoyed what we did, right? And I'm not going to say like, you know, some people were just excited to see that the interview was done. They were congratulating us for
Craig,
doing the interview.
They don't enjoy what you do. They enjoy that you were bullying me.
What? He didn't bully you. I would have bullied you, son. I would have shut down every... Okay. Yeah, I need to tell you more about... Phil, back it up. Stop. The question is X. Yes, no. Well, you have to understand. I really fucking don't. We can go into context afterwards. I need a yes or a no. One of those two. Yes, great. Yes, you lied like the piece of shit you are. Justify it.
That's what it was. You were doing the whole stream, monetize the haters, and you were making money off of making fun of me, which is what everyone else does too.
Why was I live? Because you were talking shit about us.
So, okay, now on my stream, was I sitting there saying, hey, Craig haters, come on the stream and dump on Craig, and let's accept
he's
all the
back out of
donations
it.
for everyone who doesn't like Craig. Let's talk about all Craig's dirty laundry on my stream today.
No, you were begging instead. Guys, could you please support the stream? Because I have no marketable skills whatsoever. I'm literally harmless, so I can't do fucking physical labor, and I'm just an insufferable personality, so I can't do customer service. I have no other means of making money besides being a leech on society. Can you please give me money from your fucking disability checks? That's what you were doing, Phil. That's what you were doing.
Did I ever do that?
No, it was siege tanks.
Craig.
So I don't know. I don't watch your stuff, but you're telling me
no, I never did that. Not once. The only gripes I ever had with you was that how you behaved after the interview. That's literally it. That's the only problem I have with you. I don't have a problem with anything before or during the interview. It was the fact you left the door open for me to contact you. You ignored that line of contact. You did a harmful show.
It's not a harmful show. It's not a harmful show. They're words, Bill. They're words. If the words can't be backed up by, hey, and I can show you where he was a piece of shit, the words mean nothing. They mean nothing.
Because you know what? Now I got to talk about this publicly, all right? Are you aware that because you didn't give me the chance to defend myself after the interview, you did a bullying show where you ragged on me and I wasn't there to defend myself against any of that? Do you know how that hurt me and my...
Are we... This is the man who can take on Mike Tyson. This is the man who used to be a bodybuilder and used to lift back in the day. Are we about to talk about our fifis and how it hurt my fifis? Is that what we're about to do? It hurt me. It hurt me so much. Well, you know, I'm willing to bet that the guy who went into bankruptcy donating you money, I bet you his fifis were kind of hurt, my dog.
Myself after the interview. You did a bullying show where you ragged on me and I wasn't there to defend myself against any of that. Do you know how that hurt me and my viewers and my content?
You probably don't. Hold on. Let me just talk about this real quick. And by the way, this is something that I do want to talk about. You were upset that we went live and talked about this, and you were pissed that you weren't there to defend yourself.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You did a decompression show literally immediately after. You did a decompression show about Keemstar last week, and he wasn't there to defend himself. You did the exact same thing that we do, Phil.
Bingo.
Whoa. You just proved you don't watch my decompression shows. You just proved it. The decompression shows have nothing to do with talking about and ragging on the guest that just appeared. In fact, last week with Keem, I had a whole stream where I said, we are not going to talk bad about this man. Instead, we're just going to talk about the future, building bridges and things like that. We didn't say one negative word about Keem. I didn't accept negative contributions. I told my audience, do not contribute and insult Keem. And they didn't, because that's wrong. That's capitalizing on an already bad situation. Because now I'm going to talk, Craig. Please let me speak, okay?
Go crazy.
After the interview,
What?
I had to
Please let me speak. Like, what the fuck?
So the whole fucking show that I had planned, that was called DSP Asks It. I had guests lined up to be on the show that I was going to interview. It was a big project that I had lined up for my React channel. I had to cancel it because the guest said, well, after the side scroller's appearance, they really dumped on you. It's not the interview we have issue with. It's the fact that they dumped on you. So now literally everyone who saw...
Show me the email. I want to hear the correspondence.
You joined
I want to see
Phil?
the...
Band.
Hey, BNW Night Horse, becoming a member of the Gym Rats. Thank you so much, my dog. I appreciate that. I don't believe you, Phil. As a matter of fact, if you haven't watched my latest video, everybody and their dog now has a reason to not believe you. Besides the fact that, you know, everybody else fucking took you to task with this way and that way and an incident here and an incident there, I just took you to task 8 times out of 8 in my latest video. Okay, so we know you're a lying sack of shit. All right, we know that. So when you say... I got correspondence. We don't have issue with the interview. We have issue with the fact that they were dunking on you. Prove it. And if you can't prove it, I don't believe you.
Saw your interview, thinks you're an asshole. So because of that, we're canceling. So I had to cancel the whole show. My followers came out and said, we didn't mind the interview. I'm not done yet. Let me finish.
Okay.
God.
After the interview, my followers said, we don't care about the interview. We care that they ragged on you after. Now it makes you look like an asshole. Now that
you are an asshole.
That makes us look like an asshole. We all want to be your fans, but how can we do it when the entire interview hates you now, right? And you don't understand. What you thought you were doing was decompression, let's just be honest, but what you did is you gave more avenue for the people who already hated me to hate more. All you did was you gave a public grandstanding spectacle to my detractors.
If you weren't a lying sack of shit, I wouldn't have any ammunition to say you're a lying sack of shit. Do you understand? God.
And the worst part about it, Craig, you publicly monetized it. You monetized bullying.
Okay, yeah. He monetized bullying. Fuck the fact you monetized the death of your friend.
Problem with what you did the day after. You hurt my business. You hurt my followers. You hurt me. You owe me an apology for that. I don't care about you not checking the interview. The email. I care about the fact that you not once, but then again later down the line, monetized hate against me. I literally never monetized hate against you ever.
You told him go fuck yourself on a fucking closeout. You have it up as no, we're field trip. You fucking piece of shit. Oh, Phil.
Phil, you make me angry, Phil.
This is from him. This is from him. Where's your fucking Felt's the Haters bullshit? If I can spell. And apparently I can't. It's like DSP Feltsum or something like that. Is it on the React show maybe? There it is.
Or great stream. Last
this is
night,
a thing.
I was on the Kino Casino show, and it went horrible. Those guys are terrible. They treated me awfully. They asked me all these kind of bait trap questions. They were constantly disrespecting me. Oh wait, that was another show I was on last year, Side Scrollers. This actually was a good show because it was entertaining. Because instead of just asking me a bunch of intrusive, fucked up questions for no good reason, they actually had real conversations with me. They asked me about my takes on stuff. They asked me about other, things in the industry, gaming, right? They asked me about my history as a YouTuber. Of course, they asked me about my detractors and stuff. They asked me about everything. And the thing was, it was a great appearance because not only was it that, but we also went and we watched clips. And I don't know about these people that these guys watch. I know nothing about them, right? But then getting to see the stuff that they watch all the time and everything, it was really neat because I was like, wow, I feel like I'm actually like a part of the show.
Oh,
which
wow.
is all I ever wanted. When I was going to be on the Side Scrollers last year, that's what it was supposed to be. And then they turned it into this fucking three-ring circus detractor sideshow interview so that they could get a ton of money out of my detractors.
Which, by the way, this video is monetized. I'm 90% sure this video is monetized.
They were greedy fucks. If they had just been fair with their intentions, it would have been fine. But instead, they turned it into a way for them.
Oh, that's fine. Mars, we'll go back. We'll go back. I promise. And we'll back it up a few seconds.
It's going to be toxic. And that pisses me off because that was supposed to be an opportunity for me to have an interview where I could clear the air and people were supposed to be objective rather than subjective. And instead, because they put their opinion and say, oh, we don't believe anything Phil said in our interview. So
because you lied! You lied!
Fuck him and let's make a lot of money. Immediately, everyone just says, well, Phil's a scumbag, right?
Because you lied!
Interviewer themselves comes out and says, oh, I don't believe the person we just interviewed. That's, of course, going to have a negative...
Dude, I'm not pouring a double. I'm pouring it until the rim of the glass cannot hold it.
Impact on the person. How the fuck they didn't understand that? That'd be like if Barbara Walters in all of her...
It's passion. It ain't rage, trust me.
Old interviews. She used to get all these exclusive, huge interviews for TV. Imagine Barbara Walters interviews someone who's a hot topic, a world leader, or a celebrity, and then she has this great, supposedly objective interview with hard-hitting questions. At the end of the interview, you're supposed to judge for yourself what you believe or don't believe.
No. It depends on the interviewee, you fuck stick. If Barbara Walters had hand of God knowledge that the person that they were talking to was lying, she would have grilled the ever-living dog shit out of them.
But imagine if, not even 24 hours after the interview, she came on a show the next day and said, man, that guy I interviewed yesterday was a real piece of shit. He answered everything with a huge lie. I don't believe a word he says. So now the entire interview is skewed one way and no one's able to objectively...
You lied! It's the...
decide for themselves what they think because you were the interviewer and you now have a formulated opinion. You can't do that. That's called hack journalism. That's called a targeted attack, a bait and switch.
So is going on a stream and saying, I'm going to give you the honest truth about something and then lying, that's a bait and switch.
That's exactly what happened with me with Side Scrollers last year. And they used that to propel themselves to some kind of popularity. All right. So now that I've actually had a fair chance to appear on a show, I'd like to tell.
Here we go. I've never monetized the hate. I've never monetized the hate. One more time. I, Philip Burdell, have never monetized hate.
Craig and the Side Scrollers, go fuck yourselves, you disingenuous pieces of human fucking shit. I hope you fucking flush yourselves down the toilet and never climb the fuck out of the sewer that you live in with your drama politics show that no one gives two fucks about. All right? Why don't you go fucking suck on Melody Mac or whatever the fuck the new hot topic is today with your bullshit drama? No one gives a fuck about you and you'll never be relevant. Now fucking choke on it.
That's Mr. Fairness right there. Let's back up. Fucking a piece of mother. Oh, hold on. Why are you not letting me back up?
Sure about that, Phil?
Hold on.
You've never once
It's being an asshole to me. I don't know why.
monetized your hate against us? You never talked poorly about side scrollers. Oh. Sure about that, Phil?
Said, we don't care about the interview. We care that they ragged on you after. Now it makes you look like an asshole. Now that makes us look like an asshole. We all want to be your fans, but how can we do it when the entire interview hates you now, right? And you don't understand what you thought you were doing with decompression. Let's just be honest. But what you did is you...
Chad, that is actually hilarious that you say I broke my my keyboard. I didn't break it. The battery went dead. I was like, Jesus Christ, wait a minute. Why is my backlight not on? And straight up, I killed my keyboard. It is dead. Oh, you got me. You got the tater.
Gave more avenue. You
okay,
don't understand.
We're back.
What you thought you were doing was decompression. Let's just be honest. But what you did is you gave more avenue for the people who already hated me to hate more. All you did was you gave a public grandstanding spectacle to my detractors. And the worst part about it, Craig, you publicly monetized it. You monetized bullying. That's the problem with what you did the day after.
Christ.
You hurt my business. You hurt my followers. You hurt me. You owe me an apology for that. I don't care about you not checking the interview. The email. I care about the fact that you, not once, but then again later down the line, monetized hate against me. I literally never monetized hate against you ever. Ever.
You sure about that, Phil? You really sure about that?
You never once monetized your hate against us? You never talked poorly about side scrollers?
Oh, I absolutely talked poorly about you, but I certainly didn't have entire shows based around it, inviting all of your detractors. Because you want to know something, Craig? They contacted me about this show. They said, here's all the dirt on Craig. And you want to know what I told them? This is the truth, Craig. I said, fuck you.
I did at the very beginning, did he not say, this is not to talk about Phil, about his past. It's not to talk about, we're not here to rag on you. We're not here to this. We're not here to that. Right. He said that, right?
Said, I'm not going to do that. I'm better than that. I'm not going to talk about Craig's dirty laundry because that's not what this is about. I could have easily been doing that all along.
This is disingenuous to a very unwelcome degree. Okay, this is a veiled threat, is what this is. This is, if this goes so far south, I can talk about your dirty laundry. That's what it is. It's a threat. It's a wimp threat. I agree, Euphorix, but it is a threat.
Everyone has skeletons in the closet. We all know this, but I'm never going to be like that. I want to build bridges. I don't want to burn them. All right. At the end of this conversation today, I don't want to be at your throat. I don't want you to hate me.
Too late.
I just want us to be at peace. Even if we never speak again, I just want us to be at peace. I'm tired of this internet drama bullshit. But you hurt me bad with your behavior after that interview. And I want you to understand how bad it was for me. I had to hide for a year. And now
you didn't hide. You still streamed. What are you talking about?
To just show you, Craig, how different it could have been. Did you see my appearance on Kino Casino recently and how different that went?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Kino Casino is a show over on Kick. They had me on. We joked about everything. We joked about WWE champions ever. We made a big laugh about it. But they also treated me like a respectful human.
Dude, they fucking sucked up to you. They didn't treat you like a respectful human. As a matter of fact, they placated you. They pandered to you. They treated you like a child. They didn't treat you like a man. A man, if they treated you like a man, they would have fucking grilled your ass. There it is. And there it is, I think there it is. Eternally, Phil wants to be a special boy. Phil wants everybody to treat him like he is the greatest thing ever. And if somebody calls him out on his behavior, if somebody says that you shouldn't have done this or you shouldn't have done that, doesn't matter if it's political, if it's an opinion, if it's whatever, then according to Phil, they're a hater, they're a detractor, they bought into the hate, whatever it is, they didn't treat him with respect. Brother, sometimes the best way to have somebody treat you with respect is to have them punch you in the fucking face.
They didn't monetize it against me. We had fun conversation. We watched video clips. We laughed. You want to know what it was? I was a guest on their show. Like I was supposed to be a guest on your show, but never happened because we did the interview. You want to know what happened? Public opinion has changed, Craig. You may not realize this.
No,
right
it
now,
hasn't. No. You think it's changed. And to the Kino guys, you're making money off them. You are. Eventually, you're gonna become the used fucking no one gives a shit about you. They're gonna go away, Phil. It's gonna take time. Don't lie. I don't like the fact it's gonna take time. I want your consequences now. But eventually, it's gonna happen. And then, you know, when you realize it, you're going to be like, holy shit, I understand what Craig was saying.
People like me for the first time in ages. That's right. Because they gave me a chance. Because they didn't rag on me. They didn't bully me. They were bullying me. But once I personally talked to them nicely and say, hey, just have me as a guest, whoa, what the hell? So everything they say about you, actually isn't true. Well, not all of it. But the thing is, that being treated kindly instead of being bullied and being monetized into bullying led me to a redemption arc where now I'm finally fessing up to all the stuff I've done wrong.
Jesus Christ, MB Loser, what a fucking great analogy. That's exactly it. They are fattening the fucking pig for dinner.
And it's all changing for the better, right? That could have happened with your interview, but that's not what you did.
We gave you an opportunity to fess up during the interview, Phil.
Which I couldn't do because I couldn't prove it during the interview. I had to get the information together, and I was going to do that, and you didn't give me the opportunity.
Well, no. Did you have any of that information available when you talked about this yesterday? All you did was you just talked. That's it. So all you needed to do 18 months ago was just talk, just like you did yesterday on your show.
Wow, it's almost like, yeah, he definitely could have.
No, whoa. Now you're moving the goalpost. So first,
what?
It was the only way anyone was going to believe you is if you sent me all the documentation during the show. Now you're saying I could have just said whatever.
I'll give you this, but I will give you that, right? Documentation would have helped your case, 100%. But with that said, Phil, like just you saying, yeah, I played WWE Champions. Yeah, my name was this, whatever it was, right? And just saying those things, yeah, absolutely. That would have gone so far, right? And I feel like we extended the olive branch many times during that interview, right? And once again, you left that interview feeling good. Your point of contention is that after the show, we spoke honestly about our frustrations. Once again, why were we frustrated, Phil?
Because you lied.
We felt lied to, which was validated yesterday, literally yesterday.
Oh later, God, we're about to hit a bomb. God damn it. Here we go.
Did I do a monetize the hater stream? 100%. Why? Because you were talking shit about me, right? We've never gone out of our way to go off and say, hey, it's time to dump on Phil because it's fun to dump on Phil, right? We dumped because we were pissed at the time. The result of the interview, we felt lied to, once again, validated. And you were talking shit. So naturally it was like, hey, and the idea of going live there was, let's go on Phil's show and hash it out like we're doing now. So look, Phil, I mean this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you were hurt. I'm sorry that your community was hurt. And I'm sorry that you felt that way for a long time. That's why I'm on this show.
Look at that smug fucking face. This I don't like you.
Show. I want to help you close the door with this chapter, right? I'm not your enemy. In fact, I've been your biggest champion. I've gone out of your way, as in that email. I want to help you get to level 2, whatever that looks like.
Here's the problem, Craig. Here's the problem. Your version of helping is not what he wants it to be. He wants your version of helping to be telling everybody what a great guy he is. He wants you to help him change the narrative, even though the narrative is literally his life. And there's no way of changing his life because he refuses to change. So what he wants from you, you can't give. And he resents you for that.
Right? I said that continuously in every single email correspondence we've had. I've said, hey, I want to let you know, let's get together, let's hash this out, let's move forward, right? Every single time, even when it comes to inviting you on the show, our 1-year anniversary. Hey, Phil, come on the show, nothing serious.
Yeah, but Rainy Lemur, instead of soap, can you like fill it with like mechanics bolts?
Let's just come on, it'd be fun, people would have...
In Minecraft.
But on, hey, Phil, do you want Street Fighter 6 is coming out? You want to help hash this out? Let's just hash it out, let's talk it out. It'd be a great way to build a bridge, which once again, that's something that you want to do. Listen, if we want to go with the build a bridge metaphor, I put down lots of wood over the last 18 months trying to build a bridge. And every single time the email wasn't responded to, or maybe didn't check your email. I don't know, right?
Mm-hmm. Didn't check your email. Holy shit. He answers with a fucking kidney shot and an uppercut. Holy fuck.
So, I did check the email. It's just there's no way I'm going to be playing Street Fighter with the guy who doesn't play Street Fighter, where I'm not going to benefit from it whatsoever. You will, because you're going to get another boost from my appearance on your show playing Street Fighter. I'm not going to get a boost from that.
Phil, we could have done it on your channel. That's the thing. You didn't even respond. But isn't that the fun of it? The idea that you play Street Fighter 6, you lay into me for fucking 9 matches, you destroy me, you're the definitive champ, and all of a sudden the king is back.
Nobody cares about that, Craig. No one cares about you playing Street Fighter. What are you talking about?
But they care about us getting together, and Street Fighter is the conduit to do that. That's what I'm getting at. Move past the idea of Street Fighter 6, Phil. It's bigger than Street Fighter 6. The idea was just get together.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, here's the thing. You just apologized to me because I was hurt. I want you to apologize to me because you did it.
No! Fuck you! Fuck you!
You know it was wrong.
I don't think it was wrong because like I said, yesterday, as you said yesterday, you lied to us. Mm-hmm. You lied to us. We felt that lie. We knew it was a lie. Look, was it reactionary? 100%. I'll say yes. It was wrong in that it was reactionary with the monetize the hate stream, right? That was a reactionary thing. Am I proud of it? No, right? And you know what, Phil? I'm going to do you one better. Give me a charity of your choice. Give me a charity of your choice.
No, he can't fuck this up. This is an easy fucking W. He can't fuck this up. You could fuck Google right now, fucking charity cases, like fucking charity. All you got, the Red Cross, the Internet Crimes Against Children, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. I don't know, the kids who don't have Street Fighter 6 charity. I don't know. You can't fuck this up, Bill. You can't. You can't.
I will donate the that day on that stream, we made $633.08. I will donate $633.08 to a charity of your choice.
This is an easy W, dude. This is an easy W.
Craig,
That will help close the book.
If you actually cared about anything that you're saying right now, you already would have donated that money.
I fucking knew
you
it.
can do with it however you want. But the fact is, you have done absolutely nothing in this appearance to show any kind of responsibility or remorse for the things that you did regarding me, my community, or my reputation after the interview.
Dude, Phil Burnell is standing in the tee box, okay? He has a hockey stick as a golf club. 3 yards in front of him is the hole. The hole is 1 mile in diameter, and this motherfucker missed. How did you miss? It was 3 yards. You're holding a hockey stick, and the mile, or the hole, is 1 mile in diameter. To quote Happy Gilmore, you just tap it in.
And you've publicly admitted you didn't check the avenue that you could have gotten actual evidence of what I was going to tell you about the truth. So
I did not check the email.
So I don't really know I can help you anymore at this point. You know, it's like I've been saying to everyone recently. What's happened in the last month and a half is pretty remarkable. All right. Basically, everyone for the last like 10 years who really like messed with me.
Yeah, and the ball is a soccer ball.
And it on me. It's kind of all coming back. Karma, you know. Now, in your case, you're definitely not egregious. Okay, I want you to understand something. After today, I have no grudge against you whatsoever. All right, I'm gonna
well, they have grudge against you. I guarantee you that.
act like none of this ever happened. Really, I mean,
What up, Darwin?
none of this ever happened. We're just gonna move on with our life. You're going in one direction. I'm going in another direction. All right, but you have to understand that, like, when you have a platform, you have a responsibility.
You you high and mighty fucking prick. You high and mighty prick. I hope to Christ you see the video that went live today. I hope you do. So you know that it's out there. That people can, holy shit, 8 times in a row. Then you got it coupled, in fact, with the Burger King on the birthday. Then you got it coupled with the fact that all the other things that just, they can't be explained away, Phil. I hope you know it. And I hope you know, like a felon, a terrible fucking meth dealing, fucking child killing felon. I hope you know at all times there's just this karma behind you coming. And I hope you have to look over your shoulder daily to feel any kind of peace whatsoever, because that's what you fucking deserve.
To be responsible with that platform. If you were going to have the big definitive Dark Side Phil interview, and even if you thought I lied the entire interview, which I did about WWE champions, that's what I lied about, okay? You still have a responsibility after the fact to follow up. That's what you didn't do. You actually didn't do the most important part. What you did was the equivalent of if, let's say, Barbara Walters was going to interview a big prominent person.
We're back to Barbara Walters.
Barbara Walters was interviewing Donald Trump, okay? And she does an interview with Donald Trump, and she hits him with all the hard-hitting questions, and he answers with bluster and everything. And a lot of people don't believe Donald Trump or whatever. The next day, she goes on a public appearance where she literally says, I don't believe a word Donald Trump said. He's an asshole. He's a piece of shit. I don't like his hair. I don't like this.
Didn't she do that with O.J. Simpson?
And then as she was doing it, all the sponsors of Democratic causes are sending money to the show because, oh, this is great. She's ragging on Donald Trump, who we don't like. That's
CNN. What are you?
Literally what you did.
And the opposite is Fox News. What are you?
That's not integrity. That's bullying for profit. All right. And the fact that you can't admit that you did this, you say you're sorry it hurt me, but you're not sorry you did it. That just it speaks to your character. I didn't have to do anything. You literally just did it to yourself on the show. And that's the thing. I didn't have to monetize hate against you at all. You did it to yourself. And I'm not going to monetize hate against you ever. It's not going to happen. There's not going to be a decompression stream after this where we shit on
I have to prove my innocence. It's your responsibility, though.
On you at all, because I don't have anything else to say once you're off this show. It's done. You did it yourself, my friend.
Just to be clear, so when Barbara Walters, who's dead, interviews Donald Trump, I think whatever. When
she passed away. Rest in peace.
Okay.
She was a great interview.
So she has this interview with Donald Trump. Is she not allowed to talk about it afterwards?
Oh, she could talk about it, but she's not allowed to monetize hatred toward the person she just interviewed. And here's why. Here's why. No, let me clarify why. Because if you're the interviewer, you're supposed to be fair and impartial, correct? During the interview.
Yeah, I'm not going to have a decompression stream. There was a decompression stream.
During the interview. You were during the interview.
Okay.
But then, if that interviewer immediately discredits the person they just interviewed, there's not one fucking person who's going to go back and watch the interview with a fair take and a subjective glance at it and say, okay, so I will judge for myself if he told the truth, okay? No one who watched the interview gave me that shot because you literally after the interview said, he's a bold-faced piece of shit liar. Let's laugh at him with his detractors. Ha 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 ha.
You were a bold-faced piece of shit liar. This is a verifiable fact now, Phil.
Okay, so your interview intention originally was meant to be fair and balanced, and it became a hit piece because of what you did after. And I don't think you've ever really consciously known that, but it is.
But he's supposed to, but have you consciously known you lied to them, right?
It's a giant hit piece against me, and it always will be.
Phil, you did it to yourself, man. You had an opportunity with all this. If it's a hit piece, it's your words. Your words.
I was going to send you everything.
I was going to send you, but you lied.
You asked for.
You had a chance to talk.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. You said, with your own words, you thought it was a very fair interview, right?
Yes.
If people look back on that interview, right, and they are upset about the interview, it's because of the response that you gave.
Bingo.
Nobody's going back and watching the monetize the hate stream, or no one's going back and watching the decompression stream. What they're watching is the DSP interview. And if they're upset about something that happened, or if they have if they think a certain way about you or me or Adam because of that stream, it's based off.
No, I did not just punch myself. Although that might be fun.
The conversation that we had then, and not based around anything that happened afterwards, right? That's the main point of contact that people are watching. So look.
Oh, hi, Kilo.
You can try to put the noose around my neck all you want, right? And that's fine. Go ahead. If that's what makes you feel better, that's fine. But ultimately, Phil, it's your words. It was your lies that you told that led to the ultimate distrust with this stuff, Phil. And look, I'm sorry, man. Like, I hope that you can move past this. I hope that we have an opportunity to work together again in the future. I do. I genuinely do. Because I do think, at your core, I do think that you are a good guy who just wants to play games and make positive content, right?
I think he's a guy who wants to play games and make content. I don't know about good.
And you know what? I think that's extremely admirable. But you can't be upset when we talk about something and somebody super chats about it, right? I'm sorry that happened. And I'm sorry that your detractors gave us money, right? But you know what? It's going to happen again. It happened today. Somebody super chatted $2, saying, hey, did you hear about this? Should I get that $1.40 back? Right? Like, I don't know how to handle that, Phil. And I'm not going to apologize for people who gave us money because they felt we either did a good job or we felt like we missed something, or did you...
There you go. And this is key. This is key. Oh, they were my detractors just came and gave you money. This is the more apropos analogy of a tip, right? They put on a piece, they put on a performance, whatever you want to call it. At the interview, if it was a performance, they were just pretending to be nice to Phil, whatever you want to call it. But they put on their performance. They provided their service. The super chat was the tip. It was you guys did such a good job. Here's a $5. You guys did such a great job. I want to tell you how great a job you did. Or perhaps, as he said, they put a lot of work into it. So here's a 2, here's a 1, and I'll tell you what I wish you would have asked him about, right? So I can get my voice out there and get it heard. It's the more appropriate analogy versus just pay me because I exist.
Did you hear about this? I'm not going to apologize for that. I told you I will gladly give that money to a charity, right? And I'll
wait. There's a caption under Phil in the interview.
Give it to a charity in your name, right?
Great.
But if you don't want that, that's fine, and that's totally okay.
I'm speechless. You actually think that giving that money to a charity a year and a half later is going to somehow make you look good or something? Like, what are you talking about?
No. I hope that I could care less. What I care about is helping you move on, because you clearly are clinging onto this, right? And like I said, I'm sorry that this happened, right? But I'm not sorry for the words that you said, right? Once again, if somebody feels a certain way about you, it's based off your actions, right?
Yeah.
I'm live 2 hours a day, 5 days a week. People see me, they know me by now, right? I've been doing this for almost 20 years. So people have a pretty good idea of me and my character. And for you to attack my character, I mean this with all due respect, Phil. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah! I knew it was coming, but I still wanted to hear it.
Because you don't know. I've gone out of my way, Phil, to treat you with respect via email the entire time. I've gone out of my way to treat you with respect and be courteous to you continuously. And I'm sorry that you're upset that I didn't check my email for 23 hours. I'm sorry for that. And I'm sorry that I was pissed that you were talking shit about me, right? But I hope we can move past this. I really do. And I hope that this helps you turn the page. Will it do it? Probably not. But one thing that I do really hope is I hope that people don't send you super chats in regards to me. But no, I hope people send you lots of money in regards to me. I'll be the first one talking about myself, and I'll send you a super chat momentarily here in just a few minutes.
I don't want you to send me any super chat, Craig.
But I want to.
Well, I can't stop you if you really have to do it. I mean, I can't stop you from doing it. I don't want any money from you. I don't want anything from you. Really, at this point, like, you literally in a situation here where we were being completely cordial, you just told me to go fuck myself.
Yes, because brother, my brother in Christ. And I've said this, I have seen this part. I have seen this part especially. I'm trying to think of the right words, because I don't want to get, this hits me in a special way, and I don't want to say the wrong thing, and I don't want to get too upset. From my perspective, a man, especially with my background, we have nothing else but our honesty, our integrity, our morals. Those are individually defined, right? But we'll just call it integrity. We'll call it integrity, okay? A man's integrity is literally all he has. If you put a police officer up next to somebody who, like I said, is dealing meth, and the guy who was accused of dealing meth says, I didn't deal meth, and the officer says, I caught him dealing meth, who are you supposed to believe without any evidence being shown? Typically, most people, depending on their circumstances and their interactions with the police, will say, hey, I believe the police officer based on the fact that police officers are supposed to have high amounts of integrity. Now, when I was in law enforcement, that stuck with me very much so. Okay. And I was anal retentive in my reports, in my execution of search warrants, which is a violation of someone's liberty. It's a legal violation of their liberty, but it's a violation. I made sure every T was crossed, every I was dotted, because I knew what I was doing. Every time I testified, I never said something that I didn't know to be absolutely true, because I knew that if they had one thing that they could say, your integrity is in question, not only my career, just me being as a fucking man, that's fucking, it can fucking end you. And you just spent however long telling Craig that he was being disingenuous, that all attacks against integrity, all of them. And then you think that he's just going to be like, yeah, this was a whole lot of fun for me. What are you smoking? What man would want to be blasted, have their integrity questioned, have their fucking honesty questioned, being told, oh yeah, you did this because of this, and this reason? You need to show facts. You need to show fucking proof of this. And your feelings of, you have to look at it from my perspective, is not an integral attack. It is a perception, but you're telling the entire internet that he's a piece of shit, he can get flushed down the toilet, and you hope you never crawl back out, blah, 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 on the basis of, I didn't like that they talked about me, when you lied to them. Oh my God.
Publicly, on the stream. You realize that, right?
Why?
I didn't do it. You did.
Why? Because you attacked my
No, not why. You did it. We were being cordial. I just had an entire show with Keem last week.
You can be cordial and tell somebody to go fuck yourself at the same time.
And I have way more gripes with Keem than I have with you, and that never happened.
Did you attack Keem's character?
Oh, yeah, of course
No,
I did.
I don't think he did at all.
And he went back at me, and we went back and forth, and we hashed it out. Yeah.
Listen, then Keem should have told you to go fuck yourself.
All right, there you go. Folks, there you have it. There you have it. Night and day. I mean, you can't, that's all. I mean, really, honestly. But we're over. I'm sorry. I'll apologize for two things. I'll apologize, number one, that I did lie to you during the interview.
Which
that was wrong.
To everything we're talking about.
That was wrong. And number two,
you notice he skipped that part. He skipped that part, which led to everything that we're talking about. Yeah, I'll apologize for that. Yeah. Let's gloss over that, though. Let's gloss over that.
I apologize to the public that I lied for so many years, but I already did that last night on my own show, so they already know about that. All right? And I'll apologize to you now because we're taking too much of your time, and I know you got to get going. All right?
So let me close with this.
You close, and then I'll close, and we'll be good. You close first.
I want you to really think about your actions here, right? Think about this logically. Please do. Why were we pissed the next day? Why? I'm asking you. Why were we pissed?
Oh, you want me to answer?
Yeah.
Duh.
Well, it sounds to me like you wanted me to come clean on your show and get a really great piece of content out of it because it was going to be the definitive time when DSP admits to everything that everyone's been saying that he's been doing for so long.
How about because you came on the show under the under the notion that you were going to be honest, and then you lied to people, Phil?
And when I didn't do that, you basically had a nothing burger of an interview. 5 hours of a nothing burger of an interview. But it was good for my detractors. They wanted to crap on me, so it was a good piece for them, but you didn't have anything for anyone else. So it didn't give you what you were looking for in the product. That was the problem. You were really hoping you were going to get the big confession. That's why you kept putting me on the spot about send me the screenshot, when we had never discussed that before the interview. You didn't get it. You got upset about it. And that's why you didn't check your email, because you couldn't get the moment anymore in the interview. You thought you had wasted 5 hours of your time. And what you said was, well, now I'm going to get him back for that tomorrow. I'll make that money in this nice destruction show that we'll do on Friday. That's actually what happened.
You're wrong about all that.
Okay,
right?
fair enough. But you asked me for my opinion, so there you go.
Sure. And that also tells me where your head's at. We were mad because we were lied to.
It really is that simple, Phil. It really is that simple.
Had you not lied, none of this would have happened. If you were just clear and honest with us, like you've been with like you were yesterday, everything, none of this would happen. We could have moved on. It would have been like, yeah, do we think it's full of shit? That's fine. And would the Friday stream have happened the way it did? Probably not, right?
Because there was no deception.
Would the monetize the hater stream have happened? Probably not. Because if you just were honest from the start, none of this would have happened. So you can point the finger at me all day long. But at the end of the day, Phil, what's the old saying? You still got 3 more pointing back, right? Back at you. So look, I'll take my responsibility. I hope you look within yourself and you take some responsibility in this as well, right? And that's fine. I do hope that we can eventually work together in the future in some way, shape, or form. Maybe you come on Side Scores and we do a regular show. If you don't want to do with a politics-driven show that isn't whatever you said, right? You were extremely nice with your words, and by nice I'm being sarcastic right now. And when you told us to go fuck ourselves and all that stuff, so I would like to give you a fair shake someday on Side Scrollers if you're open to it. Like I said, I want to make sure that you and everybody else knows that I am open to working with you in some way, shape, or form. But I hope more than anything, I hope you're honest, not just with your audience, but with yourself about the situation. I appreciate your time today, Phil. I got some dad duties I got to get done. Thank you guys very much for your time.
All right, now hold on. Before you go, let me say my piece too. All right,
Sure.
it'll be quick, I promise.
Yeah.
This is it. This is the end. There's no more feud between you and me. Do you agree? That's it. We're done. We can stop going at each other's throats.
Phil, I haven't had a feud with you for 18 months, man.
That's fine. Okay, whatever you say. Monetize the haters, but you don't have a feud with me. You want me to play Street Fighter with you. You don't have a feud with me. You want me back as a guest on your anniversatry show because you know it's going to bring you hype and attention from my detractors, but you don't have a feud with me. Okay? Well, okay, fair enough. You don't have a feud, but we're agreeing to this now. It's over, right? We're done. We're good. Okay. So, and you were asking me now, a year and a half later, will I be a guest on your show, which was what originally was agreed to. Correct. Like that's what you're saying. It was originally that was the agreement. We were going to do the interview. And
Yeah,
then after that,
I see it, TJ.
To be a regular guest on your show, like everyone else had been. Correct.
Right.
That was the agreement.
And after the interview, I sent you that email saying like we were just disappointed, right? And the offer wasn't there anymore after the interview because we felt lied to.
Okay. So now
With that said, I hope we can move past it.
that's what I'm saying. Now that we've hashed it all out, right? We're all good. You're saying you're extending that olive branch, and you're saying that that opportunity is there again, possibly not a lock-in, but it's possible that I could be on your show.
Sure.
Okay. I'm not interested. Go fuck yourself.
Well, he cut it off before the go fuck yourself. That's legendary. Secondarily, I'm not surprised in the least that he ends it that way. Because he is that type of petty. He is the type of petty that, oh yeah, I'm going to slam the receiver and I got you. I mean, it's Phil. What is there to say? Besides, yeah, that tracks that he will be a piece of shit. But, yeah, hung up on him.
All right, guys. So that is the appearance of Stuttering Craig on the Level
Yeah, bitch move. Straight up.
1 podcast. I hope that you all enjoyed it very, very much. It was a good one, right? I hope that, all right.
And there's the fake laugh.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to...
Oh, no. Phil hung up, but he hung up early. He was trying to say, I'm not interested. Go fuck yourself, end. And he said, oh, okay, well, I'm not in, and fucking cut it off there. And then he act.
Shut the stream down. And I'm going to do a decompression stream.
And of course he is.
Right now. But I need to shut everything down because I can't appear on camera right now because my camera cannot work in this video and on the stream as well as in OBS. Like Discord has an issue there. So all I have to do, I have to shut everything down.
Is we're going to just do this. That's what we have to do.
Wait came in with the $5 super chat. Says, I must be a monetized hater. Thanks, Wait. Genoy came in, says, you said what every detractor has wanted to say for years in a calm, rational manner. Thank you. Thanks, Genoy. Appreciate that.
He got a lot of money on this, didn't he?
Darth Spaghetti.
Darth Spaghetti.
Says, Man, child,
Phil.
Thank you for that. Appreciate that. PC. Thank you, minutes.
I'm going to try and get to the actual comments here. I mean, I normally... Holy shit.
Sat through one. You left him. And...
Good God.
Good
God.
Go ahead. Battle the Ninja does nonstop talking crap about say after
God almighty.
Monetize the hater stream. It's so hard he's hockey. Says truth. Amazing interview. And then says W's in the I don't even know would have donated that to Corey. Dang. At the minute is maybe exposed Phil. Phil talk, apologize for your words.
It's the whole stream. The entire stream is just super chats. That's all it is. Oh my God, it is. Almost.
Looking to, whatever, trash you. Okay, that's fine, right? But why would he lie? Why would he be so open about that literally the day before?
Oh yeah. By the way, this isn't me this isn't me like giving hate for the fact that he making money. Good on him, man. Fucking killed it. Good for him.
Grumpy came in and says, would you contact Keem to go on Locale Live and get his side of what happened with him and Phil and talk to him about it, or call him on there? I don't know. I do not live in
Hey, Mecky Ferguson just subbed. Thank you so much.
this locale space. I do not, right? We have dipped our toes in it once with our interview from Phil. They're their own thing. I'm happy for them. I want Locale Live to be successful because, once again, everybody's successful when there's shows like that.
Yeah, and it may be, Brian, it may be the only reason that he did it. But like I've said in the past, I'd be willing to be interviewed by Phil in terms of explaining where a detractor is coming from, right? And not even rage at him. Like knowing, kind of going into it knowing this man is going to try and antagonize you. But I've been cross-examined, called a pedophile and a racist in open court. Okay, and if I can deal with that, I can deal with direct examination from Phil. Okay, the passion is a vent source for me, right? So when I get passionate here, when I'm like screaming at the or at the mic or whatever, actually I try and scream away from the mic just so I'm not blowing out your ears. That is passion. That's me. That is my version of de-stressing. Yeah, Phil does specifically anger me. I've had a defense attorney who wanted to be cordial with me, constantly wanted to be cordial with me after implying that I arrested a pedophile for their race, and that I did shoddy police work, and that I intentionally lied in my narrative affidavits, and that I coerced that person into a confession after like doing none of that, like objectively stated, you could look at the interview and I was nothing but kind. Okay. So I've been through that. I could deal with Phil. Now, granted, at the lunch after that, I was screaming with my coworkers as what the fuck was this bitch's problem, blah, 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 blah. But yeah. So reframing the argument is definitely a style of what he does. That is something that is actually very common in cross-examination. You said this, could it mean this type of things? And the only saving grace between a courtroom and Phil is that in a courtroom, I have a prosecutor who can pick up what is being asked and they can object to asked and answered. So, objection, asked and answered, sustained. That's the end of the question. They can't go back, right? So I only have to deal with it a few times. So that's a saving grace of courtroom testimony. Phil would be much more difficult. And yes, he builds up straw men. Straw men are easy to take apart if you know how to argue against them. But yeah, and I know they're just doing their jobs for most of the defenders. I agree. Until after in court, the prosecutor who wanted to be cordial was like, I'll still talk with you and this, that, and the other. It's just, you're a racist, right? And it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, lady. No, I don't know I'm a racist. What the actual fuck? Like, she thought it wasn't an insult to say that. I don't know why. But comes to find out she was from a town many, many miles away. And apparently that's just how they think. Greg of the Lake, thank you for the 5. I just started a new job after 4 months at home. My family and friends give me love and support. Your internet crazies kept me laughing when I needed it. Hey, man, that's what it's all about for me. I'm trying to make this more fun, the streams especially, and I'm trying to make
obviously these super chats are great, but remember, you don't matter unless you tip.
Again, thank you again, Greg. But I'm trying to do different things with the streams to make people happy, to branch out, so to speak. But yeah, I most of the time, public defenders, even not public defenders, they are just doing their job. This one personally just thought I was a racist for some reason. Why she felt comfortable at the time calling me a racist, I don't know why she felt comfortable doing that. It was not the typical racial argument that you're expecting it would be. But that's you know, it is what it is. Anyway.
But I really, with all due respect to Keem, I think Keem is a brilliant business person.
And yes, congrats on the new job, by the way.
I very, very much doubt going on there would do a whole lot for us, because I contrary to, I don't like to be around drama. We are not a drama channel. We are not. We talk about things in gaming, entertainment, culture, and this DSP thing has continued to go along the way. And like I said, I'm pretty much done with it. So hope that goes with the detractor right again. Dean Richard says,
not to go too much into it, it was a CSAM case, and the offender was Hispanic. And I am from a very right-wing leaning area. And so her emphatic belief was, because the way that we were doing it is there is a monitor of what is called peer-to-peer traffic. We can monitor hash values that go against that. And one of the things we do is we will monitor hash traffic. So if using, say, like, and this is old school shit. So Emule, LimeWire, that type of shit. When you say I have a file available, you're broadcasting the hash, right? And we have a control of those hashes, which we know to be CSAM. And so when you broadcast it, it tells us, and that's public domain. We can monitor that without a search warrant. It tells us this person has this. Now, what we typically do is if somebody has one file, we look at it and go, nah, could they have accidentally downloaded something? And we kind of leave it alone. This guy had 10. And so we executed a search warrant on it. So we got asked what our process was in open court. And I said, look, this is how it was. You know, we monitor this. We're looking for high traffic or mid traffic. We're not looking for, you know, a one-off here and a one-off there. And they said, okay, well, how many one-offs do you think? What are you talking about? I was like, you know, last time I looked, we had like 5 one-offs, 1 or 2 files. He said, but my client, how many did he have? And it was like something like 10 or 12. I said, 10 or 12. And he's Hispanic. And it's a good case. There's no way to argue it, really. And her only argument was, the only reason you went after my client is because he was Hispanic. I had no idea he was Hispanic. It was a fucking IP address. But she ran with this and ran with it hard. And I have no idea why. And that's what's great about being a defense attorney. You can just levy attacks and see if they stick. So, yeah, it was fucked up.
Can I order a monetize the hate shirt, please? No. DJ Bruno says, Phil couldn't name a charity to donate since he sees himself as a charity. It's probably the only one he knows, Force DSP. AC
Bloodbath Beyond. I should just stop being so racist. Problem solved.
Says YouTube is being weird with supers. I haven't seen the interview yet. I hope you have a good day, Craig. Hopefully you and Adam Kluger will be on stream together again in the future. I would love that. That'd be great. Let me close with this. Like I said, I do legitimately have a lot to do, and I need to be there. I need to be moving in like 2 minutes, right? We're closing in on the top of the hour. And I very much mean this. Was Phil snarky to me today? Yes. Was I snarky to Phil today? Yes. Did he make mistakes? Yes. Did I make mistakes? I'm sure I did. Have we made mistakes over the last 18 months? I'm sure of it, right? I went on today's show with Phil to help him close the chapter of the book that he very much clearly holds on to. I can't be more clear about this. I want him to be successful.
I wouldn't be able to say this. I would be able to, but not be able to. I wouldn't be able to say I want him to be successful in his current venture. I want him to be successful in something that provides, you know, for the general populace.
But he has to want himself to be successful. He has to get out of his own way. And I don't know if Phil can do that.
No, he can't.
I legitimately meant that it would be fun to have him on the show. I mean that.
Is he? I don't see Craig as a tall dude. What is he? 6'6"? I'm 6'2".
It would be fun to have him on the show one day. He obviously doesn't want that. That's fine. It's over. It's done. I'm fine with closing this chapter of the Side Strollers book. Now, ultimately, what I think has happened is Phil opened up more wounds, and now he thinks I'm a piece of shit or whatever, and that's fine, right? And I'm sorry that he
5'12". Nugs, fuck you.
feels that way, right? But I think Phil needs to look internally, right?
Well, then I'm 5'14".
Like I said, I will not. I'm sorry that it hurt Phil's feelings. I'm not sorry that I did those
okay,
things, right?
I see.
Because those were reactions, and were they reactionary? Yeah, like the original monetize the hate stream, right? Which, by the way, this is not a monetize the hate stream. I refuse to accept your super chats and direct donations.
I do not refuse to accept your super.
But it started with the feeling of just disillusion from finishing up that interview, and maybe I can get Adam on and we can talk about this. I know, like I said, he's busy with a newborn and stuff, and I totally get that. But I think I'll tell you this. I think if Adam was to go on Phil's channel
He would crucify him.
Phil would not live. Because Adam would be way more upfront and curt than I was today. I had no problem with anything that Phil was saying until he went after my character, which he admittedly earlier in the show knew that I'm a good dude, knew that I look out for people, knew that I take care of people. And as soon as you start talking shit about that, that's where the niceness ends.
Straight up, man. Straight up.
Right. So with that said, Nikki came in.
See, I think it's that it doesn't look like it. Is Craig Brunette? He looks like he has black or brown hair. I actually don't know if I've seen him without the hat.
Says you made DSP rage quit Concord, Craig. I did. Oh, Nikki, that's ridiculous. All right. I gotta go. I got daddy duties. I do need to get done. I appreciate y'all's definitely not your support. I'm sure clips of this.
Oh, Brown. Okay. I was going to say that given his Dead Space thing, he doesn't like the fact that Craig has the Aryan complexion.
This will be taken and stuff. But like I said, I want to close with this. If you're new, look, we're done with Phil, right? Until Phil comes in and he apologizes for acting so mature today and does that, I really don't have a whole lot of interest in talking with him. When I said go fuck yourself, Phil, I meant it, right?
Because, damn right.
Because he's doing this to himself. And I really don't know what else to say about that. But we have turned the page with Phil. I hope that if you watch our show, you come back and watch. If you're looking for drama, this is not the place for it. We will be talking about all this stuff on a day-to-day basis. I hope you subscribe and you.
All right, so we're getting to the subscription stuff. We got a minute and 18. There's probably not much more gold dust here. But you know what? Where we do have gold dust, ladies and gentlemen, especially if you've watched my video for today, DSP isn't lying about the bank leaks, and WWE Champions proves it. This one is going to be pause heavy, and we're going deep. We're going super fucking deep. So if that's not your style of fucking candy or whatever, you may want to bail. Now, I'm out of water, but I'm going to go ahead and maintain for the time being as we push through this. But if I start drying out, I may have to put it on pause and go get the yes, water. Yes, water. No bourbon. No, Greg, no. No, I need the spritzer bottle. I need the spritzer bottle. No, that's a bad Greg of the Lake. That's a bad Greg.
But now, bourbon.
Soundboard, God damn it.
With these bank leaks, all right? So I'm going to tell you what really happened.
I can't wait.
Then I'm going to tell you what I think is going.
First of all, does anybody here? There's 150 of you on here. If you watch my streams, you've probably seen the video. Does anybody here not seen the video? But before I absolutely just bust this motherfucker open from fucking forehead to taint. Just to be sure. I can recap it. We don't got to watch it, but I can recap it really fast if I need to. I'm not seeing I haven't seen it in the chat, so we're good. That's right, 8 haircuts. All right. So then we're good. We're good.
Going on with this.
Thank you guys.
Right?
I appreciate it.
And then we'll go from there. Now, I just want to say this ahead of time. All right. I've already publicly admitted to all of you in this very react that I played WWE Champions, that I spent quite a lot of money on that game.
Quantify it. You need to quantify it.
Right. I admitted this publicly.
Quantify it.
Thousands of dollars. I'll admit it. I played thousands.
No, that thousands does not quantify. You are accused of hundreds of thousands.
Thousands of dollars on WWE Champions, even on previous.
He needs those haircuts. He really, really does.
Previous games, mobile games. I did that too. I've already publicly admitted all of this, correct? And I told you I sold the account off after, shit, I don't
somewhere between $1,000 and $6 million, Your Honor.
remember exactly when. I don't remember the timeline. I told you I tried to change my name a couple times. I couldn't get into a faction. I kept getting harassed by the detractors. I gave up, and then finally I sold it off. So I don't actually know when that was, honestly. I don't remember the time frame.
Bullshit. Out and out bullshit. Let's get this down right now. Phil does not delete shit. Phil does not get rid of shit. Phil does not. So what? Occam's razor. We're going to be using Occam's razor a lot. Okay. What makes more sense? Okay. Phil sold the account, but has no record of it via text, via email, via handwritten correspondence of the transaction, to include the sale value, which would have been deposited into an account. Or Phil's lying. I'll let you do the math.
But then after that, I started playing it again on a private account, which I have now on my phone, which is not an iPhone anymore, so everything's new. All right, there you go. So there you go. I've admitted to all of that yesterday. So here's the thing. If all that I've already admitted to, why would I lie about the bank leaks?
Why would I lie? Massive red flag, enormous red flag. Again, if you state something and it can stand on its own merit, it stands on its own merit. To say things like, I have no reason, why would I lie? It doesn't benefit me, blah, blah, blah. These qualifying statements are they're nothing burgers. They're just, please believe me, daddy. That's all it is. And so this statement of, why would I lie to you guys? Less than zero merit. So what do we have thus far? We have an Occam's razor test. I'm going to say he failed. Okay. You guys can have your own opinion. I'm going to say Occam's razor cuts away the, I don't have any evidence of the transaction, being that he honestly doesn't have. I'm saying that cuts it away, and that Bill is lying is the logical choice. That's one. Second, first claim is, why would I lie? There's a ton of reasons. As a matter of fact, I could go ahead and give you a fuck ton of them. Let's summarize. You would likely lose support. So people who thought they were giving you money during your peak times of crisis would realize that you were actually using that money, which you begged and pleaded and cajoled and insulted people for, that you used it for WWE champions, and you think that you would lose that support. It would negatively impact your image. Okay. It would show that you have a gambling addiction, which you don't want to admit. It would confirm that you have addictive tendencies, which we already know because you've said you're an alcoholic, but you don't want to admit. So 4 reasons right there. You asked why you would lie? 4 reasons.
At all. This kind of almost lines up with that story, does it not? So if I said that one was true, there's no risk at me saying this is also true.
Yes, there is. There are at least 4 reasons of risk. I've already gone ahead and told you what they are.
This is a horrible federal crime that happened to me, correct? But I'm going to tell you right now, this isn't true. Okay, here's what actually happened. One day.
What next time? Just start it off with once upon a time, since we're talking fairy tales.
I wake up in the morning and I look in my email and I got a notification.
From?
And the notification is, your account has been overdrawn.
That has to be a bank account. Okay.
Now, to my knowledge, I don't even have any money.
Hey! Vega has been a member for 3 months for some reason. No idea why. He has never had a good image. Bro doesn't even lift with his noodle arms. Got rid of yee ass haircut looking ass. Vega, thank you for being a member for 3 months. Greatly appreciated, brother. Oh, hell.
Money coming out of my bank account. All right? So
okay.
This is not.
All right, so we have money coming out of our bank account. First question, what does that have to do with bank leaks? I'm actually curious. What does that have to do with bank leaks? Somebody's trying to take money out of my account. That is not bank leaks. Fuck it, let's go.
Not good. I'm like, what?
Yeah, exactly, Dist Optimus. 15 seconds in, completely different argument.
What is going on? So I look at my bank account and I see not one, but multiple payments are being withdrawn from my bank account, okay? From accounts that are legit accounts that I have, all right?
Okay, so this is fraud. Yeah, this is identity theft, straight up. Where's the police report? And if you are not familiar with that stream, I fucking crucified his ass twice on that.
Have these accounts. They're real accounts. It's not like someone found a way in there and stole the money. These are real accounts that have authorization that, they can take money out of my bank account every month for various purposes.
Oh, okay. So they paid his creditors. Okay. So the allegation is they illegally accessed the account, but rather than remove money from the account, they paid money to his credit, which is still a crime. It's not a federal crime. It is a computer crime. It was probably to state and local jurisdiction. It may be a federal crime, but they probably won't pick it up unless it's millions and millions of dollars. So we'll call it a state and local crime.
But out of nowhere, they are taking giant chunks of my money out of my bank account without my authorization.
Now, this might be true, okay? Because if you listen to the call, it's the first transaction, so you don't have to listen to very long. It actually doesn't start September 17th. It starts September 18th, but it's not a transaction. It's a hold. And it says there has been a hold placed on the account in the amount of $888,888.88, which might have occurred due to fraudulent activity. Okay. Very likely that what he is saying in terms of, the identity theft and people paying, this could very well be true. It has literally nothing to do with the bank leaks, but it could be true. You are the poster child of a textbook definition of what humanity has created as an offshoot of something meaningful. Rocklow, that sentence straight up is Spaceballs. I am your father's sister's brother's mother's sister's former roommate. What the hell does that make us? Absolutely nothing.
So just imagine this hypothetical, because this is not actually what it was. But let's say there's a utility you have every month, and you
Runamoyne, I don't know. I thought the lowers they flagged all the access by phone of suspicion, and then the bank placed that hold on. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know. But I'm going to give him credence when I can. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, even though he doesn't, know it. He doesn't earn it. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt when I can.
pay a certain amount every month. It's on auto pay. All of a sudden, that utility company takes $4,000 out of your bank account without your authorization. What the what's going on, right?
Agreed. That's bad. That has nothing to do with bank leaks, but okay.
So, whoa. And it wasn't one, it was multiple companies. And it all hit at once. So this was all done like on the same day.
Okay.
And I'm like, how is this possible? All right. So basically, I contacted everyone. I contacted the companies. I contacted my bank account. I contacted everything.
You did what everybody would do. Gotcha.
Come to find out, someone had socially engineered a couple companies, which I had accounts with.
Okay, they socially engineered access to your accounts. Okay, so we're talking about let's split the entities, right? Right now we're talking about a bank leak. So that is the entity of Bank of America providing bank leaks or providing the banking information. We're just going to say the power company and we're going to say the gas company, right? Somebody had socially engineered his accounts in the power company, the gas company, both of which are not Bank of America. They accessed those accounts and rendered payments to those accounts, which was attached to Bank of America. So the point of failure at this moment is not Bank of America. It's the power company and the gas company. Okay, so Bank of America is intact right now. At least according to my logic. If my logic goes off here, someone let me know.
All right. The only real reason, likely, that people knew I had these accounts is either number one, because I'd already previously been doxxed, so everyone knew where I lived.
Yeah.
You kind of know
okay,
where
fine.
I am. You'll know, oh, this is a company that filmed me have an account.
But this has no merit. This has nothing to do with this.
I almost suspect maybe perhaps some of it might have come out during the bankruptcy. I don't know. Like, it could have been information that was published in the bankruptcy documents.
But irrespective, it's not Bank of America.
I can't confirm or deny that. It's just a guess. Like, how would you know that I have accounts with certain companies unless, it was published in the bankruptcy, right?
No, I'm wondering if they didn't render the payment because it would allow prepayments. Like, you could, even if you didn't owe money, you could put $4,000 to your power company and they would just like take it off. I'm wondering.
So anyway, all this money is coming out and going to these things without my authorization. And I'm like, what the hell? So I'm overdrawn because two payments I don't owe. I don't owe these payments to these companies yet, but they're just taking all my money.
Okay, this has nothing to do with bank leaks. Still, please continue.
So I talked to the companies, and essentially what they say to me is, so you're telling us you didn't call in and you didn't have this big conversation about this and that with the person on the line and tell them all this basic authorization information.
Whoa, hold up.
No, not at all. Wasn't me.
Zerglings, beware.
So what happened was with the information that's been doxed about me. So you're talking about my name, my phone numbers, not one, two phone numbers that have been doxed before. My address, right? Basic info about me.
So you've been doxed and you don't have 2FA on your shit, my dog?
These people were able to call in and actually impersonate me with these companies and socially engineer. It's not like, oh, they fooled an automated system. They socially engineered people on the phone to foolishly let these people have access to my account and make payments.
They didn't socially engineer the people on the phone. The people on the phone asked them standard challenge questions and they had the answers because you don't have anything in place to prevent that from happening. You absolute fucking moron.
Okay. Now, I actually have no idea if they had access to the accounts themselves or if they just had some dummy do a payment over the phone. Okay. But they did it regardless. So, number one, all right.
Okay. That's the end of the story? That has nothing to do with the bank leaks.
One of the companies I refused to do business with further. Their behavior was actually completely unsatisfactory in the matter. Okay, so that's not gas, electric, or water. So that is God knows what. I considered suing them, but I just didn't have the money to do it. So what a surprise! Just let it go. Guys, Phil didn't have the money. Who would have thought? So, all right. The other company was very, very good working with me about it, and basically we have now stuff in place. All the companies I work with, I have security.
Yeah, you have 2FA and code words. I get you. Let's
codes. I have 2-factor authorizations. Every company, so that way no one could just impersonate me and try to fuck around with my stuff, right? I mean, that's
right. But again, we're talking about entities outside of Bank of America.
pretty messed up that they could do that. So I had to put all this extra levels of security on top of everything. All right. Now, in the meantime, while all this was happening, I did call my bank account, company, my bank, and I explained, and they said, listen, you have everything on like auto. You need to basically get a new account because you have no idea. Maybe they're going to get access to other accounts you don't suspect, and they're going to try to take more money. So what they do is they just flag the account and shut it down. So
am I high? Is somebody just pumping reefer into my fucking house? What does this have to do with the bank leaks at all? He shut down an account? Okay.
So my bank account got flagged and shut down. And what ended up happening was I had no access to any money for a while. All right. And now I have all these things set up that are auto pay, my mortgage, my car, my back taxes with the government.
Okay. And
my tax attorney and other attorneys who I'm paying monthly. I'm doing all this stuff, right?
Okay, so literally all the transactions that are in the bank leaks, which basically show that they're yours because it breaks apart that you have a tax attorney, that you have an accountant, that you're paying HOA fees, that you're paying mortgage, that you're paying a car payment, all the things that basically show that these fuckers are yours. Okay.
And now I can't pay them because all my account has no money. It's frozen. I have no way to pay them anything. You can't send the IRS a PayPal, just so you know. It's not possible. You have to have a bank account to do it.
Anybody who has seen this, we're 7 minutes into a 20-minute video. He hasn't addressed the bank leaks at all.
So I'm screwed. And basically everything happens here. And I'm like, well, I'm going to have to just start from scratch. And I did.
Okay.
So I actually had to make a whole new bank account. I had to, basically work with these companies to get everything reestablished. And it screwed me over for a while. It actually screwed me over for several months.
Okay.
Where I was all messed up money-wise. And I talked about it publicly on my stream. So what June is doing, he's taking these clips that my detractors assume were referencing these bank leaks.
No, these have nothing to do with that.
And he's saying, there's your evidence. He's talking about it. No, it had nothing to do with these bank leaks at all. All right. So when people started talking to me about these bank leaks, I tried to look into them, but the only place that had information about them was Kiwi Farms. So at first I was very apprehensive about going over to Kiwi Farms to look at them, but eventually I did give it a gander. And from what I'm to understand, because by the time I got over there, excuse me, basically you didn't have access to any of the stuff that they were saying was the corroborating evidence, all right? Because let me put it in perspective.
Dude, the corroborating evidence is your own fucking streams, which, by the way, I did not expect. I was going to actually take screen grabs of like the picture before and then the picture after the date. That was going to be my smoking gun. And then I remembered Pig Pig Go. And I was like, this motherfucker couldn't have been stupid enough on every occasion to mention a haircut the day before or haircut the day after. And imagine my fucking surprise when all 8, he just solidifies it.
If this is real, all right, which I'm telling you it's not, you can judge for yourself what you think.
We have.
If this is real, someone had to find a way to basically impersonate me.
They needed your account number, which, as I understand, was his name, Boof. Boof went on the dark web with your social from your docs and managed to grab that. I think he had to pay for it, but he managed to grab your bank account number. That's what he got.
Like I said, reverse engineer the account however they did it. They literally committed a federal crime every time they access the account because that's fraud. You're pretending.
He didn't access the account. He accessed the transaction history. It's likely phone, something to do with phone trespass, criminal trespass, phone trespass, maybe computer crime. Okay, in my jurisdiction where I would be. Not a federal crime that I'm aware of, but it could be. It could be.
You're me. You shouldn't have access to the data, right? And then they did it repeatedly over and over to keep getting transaction history.
That's not true. What happens is the guy calls in once, and after 10 transactions, it says, please say hear more or do this. And he just keeps saying hear more over and over and over and over again. What up, Dips? How you doing? And hey, Heather P, how you doing? And yeah, I am Sofa King. We Todd Ed.
So if he said, what did TJ Gamebox say? They did it increments of 10. They did like 500 times.
Right. It would read it. No, it would read it 10 times. It would read 10, and then it would say, do you want more? Yes. Another 10. Do you want more? Yes. No, another 10.
So they could.
Which, by the way, I've transcribed the whole thing. I can actually copy and paste the entire fucking thing if necessary. Oh, and not to flex, I am going to flex a little bit here, right? The whole reason I actually listened to the transactions with the exception of the microtransactions, and I visually verified those, is because this motherfucker right here at one point said, "Did you analyze them?" Yes, I did.
Committed 500 federal crimes. No exaggeration. To get this data, okay? That's pretty crazy. Now, from what I understand, this spreadsheet was made because I guess people were saying there was a call-in system. So they were calling into a bank, they were putting in some kind of a security code.
Your account number.
And it was giving them access to the account, and then they would just sit there for hours on end listening to transactions, typing it into a spreadsheet. And that's how they came up with this data, okay?
Data, ta, 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 ta. Hey, kind of Sav, we got a fucking detractor celebrity in here, children. Everybody be nice.
Fair enough.
Don't run her off.
If you believe that. But the bottom line is it's not verifiable, right? At all. There's no way to verify that this is real because they were supposedly doing a phone system and it doesn't work anymore. Like, right?
Now, to that, it's something I do need to check. I know Boof still has it out there. It says call into this number. I want to call into it and see if it is still Bank of America, because you have to, this is something I didn't bring up in the video. And again, Occam's razor. If these are fraudulent, right, that means the logs, what we have here, was injected into Bank of America's system, which means a hack of Bank of America had to happen. Which, brothers and sisters in Christ, I know we got some good people. I know we got some hacker McGee's out there. I don't know many people who are going to risk like their entire life to inject 1,650 transactions into a fucking Bank of America system. I don't know. I'm probably stupid.
Right now, you can't just call and get the data. By the way, if you did, it would be a federal crime. But if anyone wanted to, you can't just call and get the data. It doesn't exist anymore. It's
But does the phone number exist? That's the question. And that's what I still have to check.
gone. All right? So you're taking the word of someone who supposedly committed 500 federal crimes.
This has absolutely nothing to do with the validity of the evidence. Okay. If you have meth head McGee with no teeth, that smells of cat piss and heat, and battery acid, right, show up and give you a flash drive that shows you your next door neighbor takes kids in the backyard and does terrible things with them, I don't really care that it came from meth head McGee. I'm caring about the evidence at hand, and I'm going to go give it to the cops.
That this data is correct, and you're going to submit this on the internet as if it's believable evidence of anything. All right? I want you to think about how insane that is. I just believe it because we just believe that everything that's with Phil is bad.
Oh, no, we don't. As a matter of fact, I gave you the benefit of the doubt, my dog. As a matter of fact, I tried to prove your side of it as best I could.
So obviously this is real, correct? Now, again, here's the thing. If it's real, why wouldn't I admit it? I've
We've already been through this. There are at least 4 reasons.
already admitted to you. I played WWE Champions. I spent a ton of money on it. There's no reason for me to deny it. That's the most damning thing in these bank leagues is all of this spending, right, on a mobile game. But
Yes, that is exactly correct. The mobile game is absolutely, the liquor is absolutely damning.
I'm going to tell you this because I've already talked about it the other day, and people listened on that stream, but now that I'm doing the big documentary react, allow me to explain to you why this makes absolutely no sense. I went through some of it, all right? I did, I'll admit it, because I wanted to see why would people think that this is me.
I've got 8 reasons. Ayo!
Okay? So, first of all, there's a million of these iTunes transactions, okay? And the reason that this is very suspect, all right, that you would think that this is real, all along the narrative of my detractors has been, well, Phil gets all these tips in every day, right? And then he immediately goes and he blows all that money on WWE champions.
Well, not all of it, but a vast amount. $44,000. No, 44,000 was the grand total. 32? $32,000. $32,000.
Okay? Well, my tips are in my PayPal account, which means if I was making these transactions in WWE champions from the PayPal.
Okay, now we're getting into minutia. Okay, at this point, I don't care. It's microtransactions. Okay, so I'm gonna change my argument. The argument of microtransactions to WWE champions has always been the purported, this is where we think the money is going. Honestly, I don't care where the money is going, with one exception. I want it to go to bills. I want it to go to his taxes. I want it to go to where he said and why he's been begging to happen. Okay. You can't convince me, even if you say PayPal, which he said, you can't pay the federal government via PayPal. So that takes that out. But even if you could convince me that $12,000 of PayPal transactions did go to back taxes, mortgage, whatever, there is no way you're going to convince me $32,000 of Apple iTunes transactions went to something like your mortgage, or whatever, especially when they line up with the $16.50, what is it, $16.51? $11.95. You can't afford $11.95? So, yeah, and again, just optimist. I know you can buy it through PayPal. What he's about to go into is a minutia argument that has no bearing on the overall argument, which is you have a gambling problem, or you at least have a spending problem, and your money is going to a location that is not where you were saying it was going to go. So,
PayPal account, it would say PayPal transaction through my PayPal. It wouldn't show on my bank statement at all. It wouldn't show up at all. It would be all through PayPal. All right. So number one,
what's up, Curious Page?
Blown apart, because if you listen to what the detractors are saying, it couldn't even happen. All right. So you say, well, forget all that. Maybe you did pay out of your bank account. Maybe you didn't have any money in your PayPal or whatever. All right. So now we're gonna change the narrative, but that's okay. Let's let them change the narrative. Okay. This is Apple iTunes, right? Each transaction.
$32,000. I want to stress this. 18 months, $32,000. Let that sink in.
Microtransaction. So here's the deal. If these are WWE Champions transactions that say Apple iTunes on them, okay, I'm here to tell you as a player of WWE Champions.
We're into the minutia. We're into the fucking pedantic fucking, it wouldn't make sense arguments.
That doesn't jive. And here's why. Increasingly more over the years, WWE champions as well as
over the years. This is 2 years ago, my dog. What about then?
Mobile games have tried to get people to.
Oh, sorry, not 2 years ago. 4 years, 3 and 4 years ago now. Sorry.
Spend less in their store in the game and more in third-party websites. I showed you this when I was playing WWE Champions last week, right here on one of my streams. Well, actually, it was on DSP Gaming, but I showed you the web store. And I said, you see in the web store that all.
Why do you know this well, my dog?
All of this looks like it's a better value, because it is. They actually sell better packs and better value packs on the web store than they do in the game itself. Why? Because when you buy something through the game, through iTunes or through the Google store, whatever it could be, they make less money.
Just Optimus, fuck the JPEGs. On Apple, this could be he has the most robust fucking iTunes fucking media account because he buys every album and special edition album ever. You know, that's still shit spending.
Because Apple, Google takes a cut of each transaction, you see? They don't want you to spend money through the game because then they lose out on money. But if you go to their third-party website and spend money, they get all that money. It goes directly to their pockets. Do you see? So.
Do you see? Do you see? Do you see? Do you see? Arguments stand on their own. You don't need to confirm people are believing if it's honesty.
It makes absolutely no sense that if someone was mass spending in a game like WWE Champions, that they would ever be mass spending through the store itself, and it would say Apple iTunes transaction. You would literally be shooting yourself in the foot every time because you're spending more and getting less.
Great. So then what did you spend? $479.47 on April 2nd of 2020 for Apple iTunes.
The better values are on their website. Why would you do this? Why would someone go and spend all this money through the store unless they're ignorant? But the argument is, I constantly play the game. I spend so much on it. I know everything about it. How could I be so ignorant as to mass spend all of this?
Dude, you are just that dumb. Have you considered that?
Through the game like that. And basically pissing away all the extra value I would have been got if I bought it through the web store. All right? So number one, the PayPal thing is debunked. Number two, the whole idea that these are WWE Champions transactions is already debunked. Okay? You can analyze this even further. Like one day, it claims there's like 3 or 4 DoorDash transactions.
Here we go.
One day. In my home, there's 2 people, myself and my wife.
All right, let's get through this right now. Phil, I understand you don't monitor your bank account because if you did, at some point you would go, holy shit, I spent $32,000 on Apple iTunes. So I understand you're dumb as a brick and objectively speaking, stupid. But transactions are not instantaneous. As a matter of fact, there's typically between a 1 and 3 business day delay. So, for instance, if I spend on Fridays, which is what I normally do, I get my hair cut on a Friday, that doesn't clear until Monday, okay? So if, for the sake of argument, I ordered DoorDash on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, twice even, so there's 6 orders out there, I would likely see all 6 clear on Monday, okay? It doesn't mean I ordered 6 times on Monday. It means that those transactions cleared on Monday. So we're into the minutia again. You don't understand how the banking industry works. You are objectively stupid. Please continue.
Why would we have ordered DoorDash like 4 times in one day? Do you think we eat 4 meals in a day? All right. Some of these things that they actually pulled out of this.
Yeah, then there's also the aspect of their relationship. She's a big girl.
Detractors, that is, and analyzed, right? One of the things that they said, look at all the money he spent at the pet store. Okay. How does that even make sense?
I don't care about the pet store. You win. Just the pet store transactions are fraudulent, children.
I have one cat. His name is Jasper. You guys have seen him. He's on the streams all the time. I have one kitty, right?
God damn it.
So, if that's the case, why would I have spent insane amounts of money at the pet store the way that they're claiming I did? What did I...
Who the fuck knows? Who knows why you would spend that amount? Here you go, Phil. Explain why you got your hair cut at the exact same time that there are fucking beauty transactions on here. Just explain that. 8 out of 8. Explain that one for me, please.
Did I buy him? 10 cat trees, 42 cat beds, 700 toys? Like, what are you talking about? If you actually analyze this, it looks like this.
Legend has it they sell iTunes gift cards at pet stores.
This is someone who has a bunch of pets, who has a family, who is doing family spending, and someone in the house is spending a ton of money through iTunes on something, and you don't know what, right? It doesn't look like me. The stuff doesn't even corroborate. And the thing is, you can argue again. It's all circumstantial. You're correct. This entire thing is circumstantial. There's no way you could ever prove that this is real because it's a federal crime. It's literally not evidence of anything because the person who...
Okay, first, let's get this out of the way as well. I've been engaged in a conversation, I won't say debate, conversation on my Discord in criminal court. Illegally obtained evidence is 100% admissible if it is not the governing agency or a police agency, an enforcement agency that obtained the illegal data. Now, whether or not that can be done in civil court is a matter of some debate. Meth Bear's on the line, so perhaps he will chime in and say yay, nay on that one. We are not in criminal, nor are we in civil court. We are in the court of public opinion. And you, Phil, are dying on the stand right now.
Apparently got the information, if it really is real, committed 500 federal crimes to get it, and now there's no evidence left that it ever existed because it was through a phone system that doesn't work anymore. So how is the bank leaks a big thing? Honestly, like when you start actually looking at it and you analyze it, it makes no...
Brother, I will destroy you with all we got to do. We just need to sit down. This was a cursory glance, and it was the first investigative avenue I had. I scrolled down because I organized it by the transaction, not transaction type, but like where it was spent. And instead of classifying it as haircuts, they classified it as beauty. So it was like the first thing after Apple iTunes. And I was like, beauty, haircut. I wonder. So I still have from A to B. I have from B to Z that I haven't analyzed yet.
No sense. And there's actually idiots in my chat right now saying, bro, come clean. Come clean to what? I already came clean. I played WWE Champions. I have played it. I spent lots of money on it in the past.
Hey, Meth Bear, thank you for coming out there and letting me know. Illegally obtained evidence is admissible in civil court as long as the party submitting the evidence was not involved in the theft. Thank you very much, my dude.
That doesn't mean that every single thing in this documentary is real. All right?
No. We're not saying everything in the documentary is real. We're saying this is.
I have literally nothing to lose to tell you that this is real or fake. Do you understand? Like, I literally have nothing at all to lose.
I've given you 4 things you would lose.
At all. I would tell you if it was real. I'm telling you right now, it's not. This is not the situation that I went through. I went through a really bad situation with social engineering. I got all my payments and all my accounts were screwed up. I had to get a whole new bank account. It has nothing to do with this whatsoever.
Yeah. By the way, I'm still waiting. Where's the police report on that? Oh, shit. You didn't make one. Because if you did, I would have it by now.
All right. So this is the crazy thing because they actually found a way to do it so that no one can corroborate it. No one can back it up.
I corroborated it and I backed it up. Fuck you.
But everyone believes it anyway. I don't even know what else to say. I really don't even know what else to say. And what's funny is now you get a person, well, if you've already admitted to lying, well, how do you know we're not lying now? So then why are you here? You're watching me react to my own documentary. If you think every word coming out of my mouth is a lie, why are you here?
To watch you lie.
That's a moot point. You're literally wasting your time, your breath saying that. If you already don't believe me, then it doesn't matter what I say. You'll never believe me, so fuck off, right? Like, what a dumb thing to say in my chat.
Giggle, power sip, enjoy your gin.
And of course, when I when I logically attack these things, then they degrade to insults. People are insulting my wife now in chat and everything. You know what I'm saying?
Brother. Please see my video. Sweet baby Jesus in your tiny swaddling clothes. Please let this fucking dumbass see my video.
Like, that's ridiculous. Okay, so goodbye. And that's what I mean. When the arguments get blown apart, okay? When the arguments get blown apart, all of a sudden, it's back to the drawing board. Let's go to insults. Let's move the goalpost, talk about a different subject.
Dude, I haven't moved the goalposts. My goalposts are firmly set. They're disprove what I have provided.
Can't handle it. Just like my other detractors, like Duty and all this. When they get exposed for being so fucking full of it, they can't handle it. They crumble. They fall. They felt themselves. So there you go. Oops, I have nothing to say. Let's go ahead and start insulting Phil, right?
I mean, I'm going to insult you because you piss me off. Let's be clear, okay? I'm going to call you stupid because that is an objective fact. You did not know. You're a streamer. You didn't know how to set up your fucking Windows network. That is not, that. There is no subjectivity there. That you are objectively stupid, okay? So the insults that I throw your way, some of them are personal attacks, yes. But brother, you frustrate the shit out of me, okay? Like, you constantly lie. Okay, you purport yourself as like some superior being. Like, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, are we done with the bank leaks now? I hope we are. The non-existent, fabricated, complete nonsensical bank leaks that aren't real. I really had enough of that.
I bet you have.
Don't have to believe me. Honestly, I don't care if you do. Because if I've already told you the thing that's the most...
Did he skip it? Oh, so oh my God. I'm going to watch everything. I'm going to watch every second of this skip bank leaks.
Damning thing and admitted to it. I don't care if you believe me about that one at all. It's so stupid. It doesn't even make a difference, right?
Which, by the way, when somebody says don't do this, that's what you should really do. So you're searching a house. Please don't search the living room. Hey, guess what?
Okay. Hellrider here with a super chat. The blood ritual is complete. The end approaches. This is Hellrider comes in here and says, well, not even just in here, but in my other chats, he comes in and says these things that are like fantasy stuff. Thank you, Hellrider. I appreciate that very much. Unless you know that there's a blood ritual going on outside my house, please let me know. I'd like to go out there and stop that immediately. Please, I have enough stuff going on in my life. I don't need like blood sacrifices outside, demons coming out of the street. Okay. Okay. So guys, now we're heading into essentially what is the home stretch. All right. I know there's a topic that's going to be tackled right now. VTuber destruction after that. Wants a good image, doesn't get it. The side scrollers, which I'll have a good amount to say simply because so much happened today in regards to that. All right. Literally so much happened in regards to that today. There's a lot to say. All right. But I will say this. Please, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, first of all, give it a like. We have...
He didn't report shit to the police. Do you know this, Ark? Because I'll recap it really fast if you don't know.
Oh, 850 viewers and climbing, actually. It keeps going up. We have 241 likes. Let's get that to 300 likes, right? If you're here and you're enjoying...
And by the way, thank you for the Canadian, too.
Join the React. Please get that to 300 likes tonight. I would really appreciate that, all right? In regards to Super Chats, we're decent. We got a lot of gifted members tonight. Thank you for that.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm seeing it in chat, so now I have to.
Blood for the blood god!
Right now, the real goal is to hit that King's Tips goal and keep that King's...
Oh, look at that. He's begging. Who would have thought?
Keep going to 37. Let's keep the momentum going and crush it. We only have $30, but the night's not over. Last night, a lot of people actually...
Oh, okay. You know he didn't, but he insists he did. Yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. Then you're up to speed.
Contributed at the last minute. I don't know if that's what you guys are doing tonight or not. I don't know. But let's keep it going, shall we? All right.
I got the drip going. I got the drip going. I got the drip going.
Alrighty. So thanks. Big ups to Snort, by the way. Snort Hogan for that one. The last two I have for this is DSP Unrecorded thinks his crappy setup is the best. I think I'm going to skip that one in favor of I have not looked at it. I have not reacted to it. DSP is down from the rafters. Unless there's, of course, something in there that is, that I have absolutely missed and I don't remember. By the way, I'm actually going to unlock, I don't know how much hate towards me by answering Catfish here real quick.
I am the pinnacle of male fitness. I can stand up from a chair.
Thank you again, Kind of Sam, for the Canadian too. I'm going to answer Catfish real quick here. Bro side, Phil, what is my favorite 40K faction? I'm about to, well, let me step back. I have played, I think it's officially a 40K game. I'm in the middle of it still. Bolt Gun. That is my first game I've ever played of 40K. My next one is going to be the one that's upcoming. So I'm just getting into the lore. I actually don't know the factions. So I've got learning to do. I know you all probably hate me now, you 40K lovers out there, but I swear it interests me. It's another series of lore that I have to get into, and we'll see. You want to side with Tyrannid? They're the good guy. Yeah. No. I've seen Russian Badger. Aren't those things the big meaty clawy boys? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. Snort. Tell drip. Snort. I got the drip. Go.
Okay, Vest. All right, he's on to the Vest streak. So now we're done with that.
Boy.
So now it's time for me to respond to the entire thing, okay? And this will be the end of tonight, actually. I think this will be good to end the stream tonight. And
yeah, so this is, I skipped the, thinks my crappy setup is his crappy setup, not my setup's fucking atrocious. But thinks his crappy setup is the best. He's skipped that one. We're on to DSP is down from the rafters.
then we'll continue with the Vest streak tomorrow to finish it, okay? So, here, let's go back. I'm gonna go back to the ring. The ring was epic that he started with.
All right, Heather P. Good to see you. Much love. Okay, honest question. What the fuck is up with his hair? It has been bothering me more and more and more these days. Like, there are fades where there should not be a fade.
What the hell?
And that slope, though.
I can't. Oh, come on. Oh, there we go. All right.
What the fuck was that?
I was going to do, should I do from here or should I do full screen? All right. So here's the deal. I'll just do a full screen. Fuck this. Okay. All right. So here's the thing. I'm about to tell you the actual.
Hey, is this T-pose? Yay, T-pose.
Truth. However, there are still people who aren't going to believe it. There's still people who will never be satisfied no matter what I tell you. All right. They're going to.
Okay, brother. You're about to tell us how you've lied to us. And you're starting off with, there are people who aren't going to believe me. Do you have any idea why, Giggles? I'm curious.
I lied. They're going to say this is bullshit, right? And so this is only for those who actually are capable
of believing my lies,
of like rational thought and considering the truth and things like that. Okay. All right. You already know I have a history of spending money on mobile games. I've already admitted it. Okay.
I actually don't remember this admission. I know that earlier he said, I've already admitted to spending thousands of dollars. Did I miss that stream? Because I don't remember that.
Everything that I said in that segment on stream was a lie. Literally every time someone asked me about WWE champions, I lied. Every single fucking time. Because to me, my personal spending, things I was doing off stream, was no one's business.
Yes, it is. When you're begging the way you were begging, you make it our business.
Okay? And every time someone brought it up, I'm like, this is so stupid. This is dumb. You know what I'm saying? And I just lied to get it out of the way. And I tried so hard for so long to lie about it, to get people to just...
But in the end, it didn't even matter.
Forget about it. But I forgot. Well, not really forgot, but I definitely underestimated the anal nature of these people who stalk me. All right? A couple things they outright got me on, like, for example, the Discord thing. I had no idea about any of that. I was incredibly ignorant, okay, of all of it. I didn't know any of that shit. So I have...
Well, that he had a secret Discord? He didn't know he had a secret Discord? Am I... What? Somebody make it... Make the bad man stop, please.
Make the bad man stop.
I had no clue that they could, like, track a Discord versus, like, numbers on your name and shit like that.
Oh! Yeah, bud. Yeah.
So, you know, for me, here's the thing. Do you really... If you're a person who's coming to my stream, and you just want to watch the content and...
Dude, you're talking... No. You're talking Fantasyland. You'll never have this.
Have fun. Do you want to hear about this shit?
Yes!
My fans did not care about me playing WWE Champions. My fans did not care about any of that shit, all right? When I was doing a fundraiser...
Brother. We know, I'm just going to say first name, for instance, like Kevin, we know he's not all there, okay? There is a deficiency. It is more than apparent, okay? And maybe he's a really cool guy. As a matter of fact, I'm willing to bet with how hard and how he fights for you, how loyal he is to you, he's probably an okay guy. The problem is you lie about how much money you need and how much problems you have and all this crap. And you're taking advantage of people, which is fucking terrible. And you expect people to just be okay with it because reasons. And I don't know why you expect us to be okay with that.
For a week to pay taxes. Yeah, that's literally what it was. Yeah, there was some misspeaking and things over time about exactly directly where the money was going. But it was because I was kind of desperate for that week, you know. But the WWE Champions thing, 100%. Again, I just always lied about it because I thought it wasn't important. It was just something that my detractors were trying to do. Because again, they tried to get me time and time again over the years. So many times for stupid shit. That wasn't true.
And once again, God damn it, what is going on with my keyboard? It's being a detractor today. Filbert basically is again admitting here he will lie opportunistically. Oh, I just didn't think anybody would care. I just didn't this. Oh, I just didn't that. Yeah. So I lie. Again, Phil, I lie opportunistically. Now, we know he did it with John and Howard. We know he's done it with WWE champions. We know he's done it with Discord. Here are 3 documented examples of it. We know he did it to the side scrolls. 4 documented examples. But now he wants us to believe he's telling the truth. Okay.
He found one stupid little thing that they got me on, right? So I'm going to tell you the truth now. But again, many of you are not going to believe it. I can't make you believe it. And I'm going to open up for the first time about this topic ever right now here tonight. And some of you, if this is it for you and you can't take it and you want to leave and you're not going to come back, I can't stop you.
I hope they did.
All right, I can't. But for those who've been here,
thanks, Coyote Bricks,
this journey with me, like 16 years as a content creator, this crazy month I just had of resurgence, you know, I would hope that the things that people have been saying to me are true. That you don't care about my past and the shit that I was doing, you know, that was stupid and bad. Because I admit it was stupid and bad, okay?
That's fine. I'm going to say this now. With the Renaissance arc and all the Kino guys that have been giving him money, I think I said this earlier in the stream. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about the Kino guys giving you money. I don't know anything about them. If any of them are mentally deficient for some reason, like legitimately mentally deficient, I do not mean that as a personal attack. I mean that as a scientific like observation. I would hope that you would not encourage them to give you money. But assuming all other things being equal, all the Kino boys are of sound mind and they give you money of their own free will. I have no issue with that. If you want me to stop detracting, which I don't think you actually know who the fuck I am, but that's okay. If you want me to stop detracting, one, admit that you still have the WWE Champions account down from the rafters. Two, itemize how much you've spent on that account if possible. Okay? Give me a ballpark estimate, and I mean down to at least the thousands. Okay? So if you were to say somewhere between 100 and if you were to say somewhere between 200 and 250,000, I might take that, depending, but I would prefer something more along the lines of between 240 and 250,000. Okay. Once you confess to spending that amount of money that you could have bought a dishwasher, bought a fucking garbage disposal, fixed your shower, fixed your toilet, fixed your bathroom, fixed everything in your house, and that you have an addiction, I'll leave you alone. That's it. That's all you got to do, bud.
All right, so, are you ready? Admission number one. Yes, the They Call Me DSP account in WWE Champions is my account, okay? That's admission number one. It is. It always was, okay? Now,
I haven't got to use this one very often, so.
I am shocked. Shocked. Well, not that shocked.
Stupid of me to name it They Call Me DSP. You might say, why was he so dumb to name that account that? Because when I opened it in 2017 when the game launched, I didn't think anyone was going to ever give a fuck about my mobile game spending. I had already played games such as Dragon Ball Z Dokkan Battle, Supercard, WWE Supercard, and others as well. And like for me, it was like, who cares?
You know, in all honesty, I don't remember how the hypothesis that he played this game and all the money was going to the mobile game happened. I know how the confirmation is done. I know the mathematics behind that. And it, by the way, that's, if you haven't seen that video, go watch it. That is fucking brilliant. The way, is it TJ Gamebox breaks that down, or is it Piece of Piece? Doesn't matter. Either way, big ups to both of them, because what they can do, those dudes have missed a calling as criminal investigators. I think one of them's a doctor, so obviously he's making more money than a cop would. But they missed a calling, man. Them dudes got some brain power on them.
Like, who'd ever give a shit? I'd already publicly posted and talked about playing those games, spending money on them and shit, right? So I never in my wildest dreams thought that it would ever blow up in the way that it did. Okay, fair enough. So what ended up happening was the game came out, 2017, and I barely played it that hardcore, like the first year or so, I would say. It wasn't until the second year where the game actually got like redesigned to be more serious of a game. And so then it kind of warranted more time, more spending, etc. Well, I played it for what? It came out in 2017. So I'd say I played it for like 2.5 years. And I think about year 1 or 2, like a year in, 2 years in, it got, to the point where everyone wanted to form guilds and factions because big events were being based in the game.
Right. So tell me he confesses to the Line app. That'd be great.
Around that. So that's when I joined my first faction. And I was, playing along with the faction at the time. I was low. I wasn't, I didn't have a good account or anything. They were teaching me along the way on how to
spend money,
to play the game and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And basically, I don't remember. The time frame is going to be completely wrong in my head. I can't tell you times of anything because I don't know because I never tracked it.
Okay, so Phil, that's gin. You probably ought to stop drinking that. And trust me, brother, I get you. I like to let one off, and let me tell you, there are times it's not okay to be drinking gin and bourbon.
Eventually, after being with this group for a while, I became one of the leaders of the faction. Okay, so and then I was with them probably a year more. Okay, and so of course there's going to be there was Discord, chats and things like that. There never was an issue with any of this, never. And then all of a sudden, somehow, someone had discovered that there was a WWE champion's name name of my name. And guess what it is someone who had played the game, knew how the accounts worked or whatever, and they did money. He spent thousands of dollars on the game, right? Based on some calculation that they had made.
If you don't know the calculation, you got to go watch it. I don't have it linked, but you've got to go watch it. It is, if math tickles you at all, improving shit, or like for instance, for me, long guns, long range shooting, sniping is weaponized math. If you don't know that, which is why math can be so fucking cool. These guys you have to go watch it. If at all you're interested in it.
I'll be honest with you, I don't even know what it is because I don't watch my detractor shit. Okay? And I'm not here to tell you I didn't
Greg of the Lake, I will hurt you. I want you to know that in Minecraft.
Spend money on the game. I absolutely have spent money on WWE champions. Okay? A good amount of money on WWE champions over the years. I'm here to fess on this, right? This is the big moment, correct? What ended up happening was,
I'll have to try and find it.
Basically,
Mama.
My detractors, seeing that there was this name that said they call me DSP and had spent money in the game, went on this insane stalker spree, basically trying to get me banned from the game.
So, just to change the let me translate that. My detractors thought it was fucked up that I was spending a ridiculous amount of money on this game, and that's why they're terrible for tattling that I've been spending this money and trying to let people know that I was spending too much money. The fact I was spending too much money, that doesn't matter, but it's them damn dirty detractors that are telling people that I'm spending this money as I take it away from mentally handicapped people, elderly people, causing one guy to go into bankruptcy. It's the damn dirty detractors' fault.
All right. What they found is that obviously the makers of the game don't care that I have haters online. They don't give two fucks. So they attempt to get
no
one cares,
that's
right?
money, baby.
So the end
They
of
don't care.
Is they started actually sending in clandestine people into the servers, like the Discord chat of the clan that I was in, the faction I was in, to join and then start tracking conversations.
Yeah, gay ops, man. Yeah.
Trying to get all this information. Eventually what happened was, I guess, a detractor literally made shit up. They had made a fake Discord conversation between me and the actual guy who founded this faction I was in, that it was some weird, I can't remember what it was, but basically it was like a fake conversation between me and this person. Saying
fake conversation.
That, he had agreed to do all kinds of favors and shit if I kept spending money on the game. It was a weird conversation, right? But basically, they doxed the guy.
Yeah, what's up,
They
Rebsy?
put it on Kiwi Farm. All right? So because the guy had gotten doxed, now it escalated. It's not just, they're trying to talk to the company to get my account, kicked. They're not just having trolls join the server. They had doxed the leader of the faction I was in. And he confronted me about it. I'm like, dude, I have nothing to do with this. It's messed up that it happened. I'm really sorry, but obviously I can't control these people for what they're doing or whatever.
Yeah, I'd love to see if that had the same last four numbers on his Discord account.
And all along, I'm denying to the faction that I'm this streamer. I'm like, no, I'm not that streamer. That's not.
I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct, legally. Everything was right. And now I get fucked.
I mean, okay. Well, what ended up happening was, even though I had been in that faction for 1 or 2 years, I don't remember the time frame again. I don't have that data. They kicked me from the faction. Okay, they outright just kicked me from the faction and said, "Fuck you, get out." Okay, so after kicking me from the faction,
that thumping is his tail, by the way. Just so you know.
Now I'd already invested 2 years into the game, and I didn't want all that time investment and money investment to go to waste. So I went around looking for other factions.
I didn't want that time and money investment to waste. It's game. It's a match 3 game. There's no value.
Actions, and that's when you can see this TJ Gamebox or whatever, who says that I joined his faction.
Big ups.
Right? And then all of a sudden my trolls were following me around from faction to faction, joining the faction as well, just to track, information, to see how much money was being spent, to basically dox the other people in the faction. Okay? So I probably joined and got kicked out of 2-3 different factions as a result of it. Okay?
Yay.
Now, basically, after all that happening, I was fed up. And I was like, I wonder, is there a way around this? Is there a way that I could just protect my identity?
To be clear, there's only ever been, that I am aware of, one name change done by the Scopely boys. Not only the name change, but to an illegal or not conformed name in WWE Champions history. And you're looking at him now. How much money did this motherfucker have to spend to get that type of special treatment?
In the game? Well, the game doesn't let you change your name. All right. So I did actually at one point.
Oh, there's been 2? Okay.
I reached out to the people who ran the game and I said, is there a way we could change my name so that no one would know that I'm this person? and then they stop harassing everyone around me. Because listen, I want to keep playing your game. I've been
look at this vast pile of money I have, Scopely.
invested time and money into it, but I can't. Everywhere I go, these people are harassing and doxing everywhere I'm involved in. So,
it was the gun show and then to Down from the Rafters. Okay.
So the company, who owns the game, who makes the game,
Scopely, come on, say their name.
said, yeah, we can see if we can change your name or whatever. Okay. So I can't remember the exact specifics of how it all went down. All right. But to make a long story short,
too late.
They are so dumb. All right. I explained to them, the timing of everything. Like, here's how you do it. What I will do is I will quit a faction that I'm in. All right. You change my name.
He's asked for a favor from a company. The company is going to execute this favor that they've never done for anyone else. They're dumb. How have you not, I don't know. How are you alive, my guy? How do you know to eat on a daily basis? How do you? Because honestly, what you're talking about here is stupidity to the level of you sitting down in front of a plate that has food on it and going, how do I eat this? We use the fork. What's a fork? You can't be this dumb.
When I'm out of a faction. Now there's no way to track me because no one knows where I am. Then I could join a new faction. Okay? Great. They idiotically changed my name before the time we had agreed to, so everyone saw the name change. I was still in the faction. People were still tracking the account and they saw the name change. They fucked it up. All right? So at this point now, it's like, there's no way at all that I'm going to be able to play this game because everywhere I go and everything I do, these people are going to be tracking it or whatever. So after a series of months kind of laying low, I think like a month or two, I didn't even have a faction. And then I tried to join a couple other factions and they kept following me around these factions to harass and troll and shit like that. Eventually I just gave up and I said, I'm never gonna be able to play this game ever again. But I've got a lot of shit invested in this game. Okay. Now I'm gonna leave it at that for now. We're gonna go back to there. All right. Some of the things that my detractors have said over the years are outright lies. For example, that whole story about the Line app. Okay. That's false. Once I did register for Line app. Okay. It had nothing to do with WWE champions at all. All right. It actually had to do with, and why would I lie? Right now I'm already.
Wow. I want to say we've already talked about this.
I'm literally already telling you this. So why would I lie about this part? Okay.
Yeah,
I never
why?
used Line app to play WWE champions. The Line app account was because I had a potential sponsorship opportunity lined up.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, I found out when I started to research it, it was a scam. It was like a scam company who was going to fuck me basically somehow. But they wanted to communicate via Line app. Now,
sorry, I didn't get there in time. They wanted to fuck me.
I actually don't know if it was a detractor or something. I have no clue. All right. But yeah, it was fucked. It was really fucked. And basically the Line app thing's bullshit. Okay, the Line app thing's complete bullshit. On top of that, a lot of the shit that was said about WWE champions was outright lies. Okay, so for example, my detractors would go out and be like, Phil spent $2,000, $3,000 in a weekend or whatever on WWE.
Yep, and it's actually pretty easy to see that. But go on.
WWE champions. It's completely wrong. They have no idea what they're talking about. Either they don't know how the game works, or they're purposefully overinflating numbers.
No. They use the minimum. He uses the absolute minimum. It's the law of minimums, right? So, for instance, if you have a distance of time, this is not pacing, but marking. God knows that's not the right. It may just be called timing, but it's a methodology of getting speed. What you do is you have a control location, you have a control end, start to end. And when a car passes the control, you start the clock. This means no radar. When it gets to the end, you stop the clock. Now, between the start and the end, the guy could have accelerated 20 miles an hour and then slowed down 15 miles an hour. But when he gets to the end, that is a value. The value is the absolute minimum average speed the person needs to have gone to cover that distance in that amount of time. Now, let's say for the sake of argument, that math comes out to be 65 miles an hour, and the speed limit is 45 miles an hour. Boom, you can write him a ticket for 20 miles an hour over. He very easily could have been doing 85 at one point and then slowed way down. So you use the lowest amount, and that's what they do, if I'm not mistaken.
There were weekends, this is back then, we're talking years ago, where I spent a couple $100s in a weekend on a game. Admit that. They would say I spent $1,200. Where are you getting that information from, right?
Well, $200 to $1,200 is a pretty big thing, but still, $200 on a fucking mobile game?
Again, they could be grossly exaggerating on purpose because they know there's no real way to verify this. If I say something, I'm publicly exposing myself, right? So it's bullshit. Every time they say that, he spent this on the game, he spent that on the game, it's always wrong. In fact, what I can tell you is that in regards to the game, there are always ways to like score points in an event that's not spending. And a lot of the times what it is based on previous spending.
Oh, I have that one from Vega, but I haven't added it to the board yet.
So let's say last month you spent some money and you got one of the good characters, the new character, you could use them in the next month, right? To score in that event. But they're saying, oh, the only way that we know how much he spent is because it's based on like coin pulls. So he must have pulled this many coins or this many loot pulls to get this many points in the event. That's not how the game works. But they claim it is. But that's not how the game works at all. So
then perhaps you can break it down and show us how it does work.
they grossly have always over-exaggerated the spending that I've done in the game. Okay? Now, here's the part. Up to now, all right, all this kind of makes sense, right? Because
no.
It's kind of what my detractors have always said, all right? Now I'm going to tell you the part of the story absolutely nobody fucking knows whatsoever, all right?
Magically, I can't... I sold the account, and I haven't had it for God knows how long.
As of today,
God damn it.
I don't have any control or ownership of that account anymore. All right? I sold it. At the times when I was like desperate for money and shit was going down, I sold the account. All right?
For how much?
Right? You might say, well, how is that possible? Right? Well, you may not think it's possible because technically you shouldn't be able to sell an account, but I actually just alluded to this on a stream the other day, and I was wondering if anyone was going to pick up on this. But no one seems to have picked up on it, okay? So the reason—
Oh my God, tell us how smart you are, Phil. Come on, let's go.
I knew you could sell an account was because when I was really, on the original account, before I'd even changed my name, all right, there was another group in the game, and they were called, like, The Haven, all right? And they were one of the top factions in the game. And one of the leaders of The Haven was retiring from the game after, like, 2-3 years of playing it. And they announced this publicly,
Yeah. Turns out that the leader of this game is going to go through a divorce if he spends any more fucking money, so he's getting rid of the account.
We're retiring or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So, basically, he retires. He publicly announces he's retiring, yet his account is still active. It's still being used in events. People are fighting against this account in events. Like, wait a minute, the guy retired. He made a big public thing about it. So
he could be lying, Phil.
How the hell is his account still working? So people knew that basically you could...
Whoa. You're drawing that conclusion just from the fact that could the guy have lied? Oh my God.
Basically sell your account. Of course, there's no outright way to do it. So basically, what I did, I reached out and I found that there was a market for this. There's third-party resellers. And what you do is you can give them certain criteria and information about the game, login accounts and things that would give them ownership of the account. And you could give that to them for money. And I sold it. All right? That was a few years ago.
And you have evidence of this transaction, I assume?
So I have not had any control.
So you have evidence of this transaction, I assume?
Over this account for years. That was the single worst thing I could have done.
So you have evidence over this, or you have evidence of this transaction, I assume?
Because what I should have done, I should have just closed the account. Because if I just closed the account, even though people would have accused me of this for years and years endlessly moving forward, all right, it would have kind of went away, right? But
doubtful.
Instead, I was like, man, I put so much time and money into this, right? I don't want to get something out of it, and I sold it like an idiot. And I hate that I did it now because now I literally have no control over it at all. I can't show you, and like, for example, people will show the account. I literally can't, and I haven't been able to for years because it's not my account anymore. I don't have ownership of it.
Great. So log in to, what is it? They call me DSP at gmail.com or the associated email address and show that it doesn't work. That should be easy.
I have nothing to show you to prove that, they'd call me DSP and the names that change.
And trust me, I know you could do it because that is either an S23 or an S24. And that has fucking capture screen built right into the main menu, my dog.
The last name was down for the Raptors. I can't show you anything. Okay? I mean, you got morons in the chat, really morons in the chat. Show proof of sale. Do you really think right now I'm going to open up a PayPal account and show you anything? I'm going to open up a bank account and show you anything?
How about an email, fucktwat?
You're an idiot. No one would believe it anyway. They just say I photoshopped it, or you know what I mean? I lied about this, I lied about that, right? So it's this simple, all right? You can believe my story or you cannot.
We don't. You are a liar.
All right?
Here's what I will tell you. Phil? Banned.
Hey, Don Motorsport with Jim Newby. Thank you so much.
I still have the game, all right? But I don't have it on that phone. I have it on my current phone.
That's a 24. It's in a case, but those look to be segmented. That's a 24. That's not a 23.
It's my personal account. That's a...
oh, shit. Or is it in a window? Fuck, that's hard to tell. Well, if it's in a window, if the cameras are in a window, that could be a 23. If that's a 24, that's a 24 Ultra. Because my work phone is a 24, which has the 3 cameras. 24 Ultra has the 5 sensors on it. That fucker in this day and age is $1,000. I know that because I bought mine new.
It's a brand new account. Not brand new because I've been using it for a while. I've had this phone for a while. But you guys didn't know that because I never told you.
Yeah, the earliest you could have had that is January of 2024. How could you possibly know that, Bro Side Phil? Because I bought mine on launch day, fucker.
This is not an iPhone, all right? I've had this phone for a while.
Defined.
And this is what I do everything on now for the business, and I have some mobile games on here. It's my personal shit. And it's my right to own my own personal shit, and if I want to play games and stuff on it, I fucking can, all right?
What a fucking douche canoe.
Right? That's my right. So, I never had, well, I haven't had that account on an iPhone for a while. You know what I'm saying? It sucks because every time people call me out and I'm like, well, maybe I can't prove it. I don't own it. I have no ownership over it. I have no way to do anything. And just to let you guys know, all right, I have an iPad from ages and ages and ages ago. All right, it didn't work. Last night, I plugged it in. I charged it to 100%. I spent an hour trying to get back on the iPad. I got the iPad working. I said, holy shit, maybe if I use the old ass information, I'll have a back door into the account. So
What?
I can bring it up tonight and show you guys on stream. Here's the account, and it's not mine anymore, but here it is. Guess what? The iPad is so outdated, it doesn't run WWE Champion.
What a surprise that Phil managed to, when the the iPhone 6 is about to fall out of compliance with WWE Champions, motherfucker has money for a $1,000 phone.
You download the latest compatible version, and when you go to play it, the game just crashes endlessly. And it's not just that, it's every game. Like, I tried to open WWE Supercard, that crashes too. Like, every game fucking crashes. So, I couldn't get anything. You know what I'm saying? I have no way to corroborate what I'm saying.
Mine was, what did I pay for it? I paid $850, but I traded in my S22 Ultra.
But here's the thing. If everything I just admitted, right? If the account was not mine all along, why would I have just admitted what I just admitted to you? I have no incentive. I would just keep the story going that it's not my account.
Well, because you've already admitted to being down from the rafters, ironically, on whatever. You know we're not going away. You know you're going to slip eventually. It's going to happen. This is just another ploy. This is the, why would I admit to being at the party if I wasn't the one who shot the guy? Because you know that we can prove you were at the party and you want to assuade a suspicion from you. It's basic human psychology, Phil. Iwamoto with a 2 of, is that euros? I don't know what that is, but it says 2, and I appreciate it. It says the iPad bit, wouldn't the new owner change passwords? Yeah, Iwamoto, you're using logic. We can't do that here, okay? Using logic will actually give you a coronary. Trust me. I've almost had one.
Okay? There was no reason for me to admit that. I'm admitting it's the truth. It was my account. I did spend on it. The trolls harassed me out of the game. And after years of that, I was like, fuck this. I'm just going to sell it. And I got rid of it. And now I regret it because if I had just closed it, this whole saga would have been over years and years and years and years ago.
Doubtful. I'm pretty sure you would have found something to blow your money on because, dude, there are people who have, like, money burns a hole in their pocket. You put, like, radioactive fucking material in your pocket as soon as you get money. Like, it doesn't burn through the pocket. It causes the pocket to not exist. Like, I don't know how you do it.
But I fucked up. Like, that act of, I want to get something out
Oh, I buy my phones outright too, Nugs.
of this or whatever, So I'm fessing up to all of you now. All right, that this is the truth of the matter. You don't have to believe me, and
I don't.
Many of you won't, but that's the truth of the story. That really happened. Now, in regards to all,
you know what? I can make the offer again. I've got the software set up. I have the capacity to rip your phone, and we could look at your account names, and I could edit out ones that don't say down from the rafters. Like, for instance, let's say you have an account that's called Downtown, right? Well, what I would do is I would blur out everything after down
I am
T.
the pinnacle of male fitness. I can stand up from a chair.
Thank you again, Iwamoto. I would blur out everything after down T, because obviously down from the rafters would be down F. So as soon as I show down T, that cannot be down from the rafters, next account. Thing is, Phil, you won't do that, because you still have down from the rafters, and you fucking know it.
the other shit that's said right there about the bankruptcy and everything, I've had enough of that. I'm just going to put it this way, okay? Because this is what no one wants to actually, like, rationally consider in their fucking heads, all right?
That you spent $44,000 on fucking mobile games across 18 months?
So, I file for bankruptcy. I literally do everything I'm told by the bankruptcy attorney, line by line, word for word. All my expenses, all my business, personal, it's all done. It's all correct, okay?
I don't believe you. I think you count fucking polls as fucking business expensive. I don't think that's correct.
We submit it, and what happens is once I submit it, and people now know I've now filed for bankruptcy. Okay, my trolls.
It's open public record, dog.
Excuse me. Mass messaged the judge that you heard in that call. They mass messaged that judge to tell her that I was committing bankruptcy fraud because I played WWE champion. Okay, mass messaged her. It wasn't just a one or two. All right, she got ridiculous amounts of people contacting her saying this guy plays WWE champions. He's committing bankruptcy fraud. All right. So what you have no clue of, I've talked about this on streams before, but I'll now add it because this is the time to do it right now, right in the React. After that call happened, the 341 call. All right, basically, the judge contacted myself and my attorney and said, "Listen, we got a big problem. All right, never before have I been getting this many notices and messages from people saying, hey, this guy is basically a cheat and a scammer, and he's doing this and that. All right, we need to go over everything because we don't know what to believe or what not, and it's our due diligence to go over everything." I had so much difficulty to get that bankruptcy go through. All right, for example, what June?
Yeah, I was about to say, I think I had Meth Bear on the call at one point, and he was like, yeah, he's talking about how much he did this and he did that. He had one meeting. He had one meeting with the fucking judge. One. He didn't have more than one.
Just mentioned right there. He said in the bankruptcy documents there was a thing for pets, and it said that I didn't own any pets, but I did. Everyone knew I owned Jasper. My trolls wrote the judge and said he owns a cat. Here's all the video evidence of it. So the judge went back to my bankruptcy attorney and said, why don't you have Jasper listed in these documents?
Why didn't you have Jasper listed in those documents, you fucking tax fraud fuck?
Now, I want you to think about this. All right?
I'm still waiting for the answer, dog.
Right? Letter of the law versus spirit of the law.
Oh, fuck you.
The letter of the law is every single thing should be done exactly right. At every moment.
Motherfucker, this is the guy. Remember, this is the guy who talks about they don't have fucking street smarts. They only have book smarts. You know, they're fucking all idiots and stuff like that. Well, isn't the spirit of like coding to try to make it as best as they can and to try to, so you want the judge to cut you slack. You want a fucking court where everything is supposed to be technically correct. You want them to cut you slack. But because 99.9% of the world uses video and hardware acceleration on OBS and Discord, you want them to toggle that off by default because you're a special boy. How are you real? And you're wearing that shirt. What the actual hell? I don't get it.
Nice shirt, 25 cents.
But spirit of the law is, in a bankruptcy, really what's going to happen? Is someone going to go after someone's personal cat as an asset in a bankruptcy? No, not unless it's like an insanely rare cat that's worth $5 million. Jasper Kitty is a normal domestic tabby cat. The court's not going to go after my cat in a bankruptcy proceeding. So it was an oversight that my tax attorney made that she didn't list it originally in the documents. There was an addendum to what you saw there where we had to go back and redo the documents and resubmit them to the judge to actually break out that I owned the domestic cat. We weren't able to go through the bankruptcy until we did that, okay? There were several times we had to do that where because the detractors looked at that document.
And held you accountable? Oh my God. By the way, be clear, that's all we're doing. That's all the detractors did is they said, hey, judge, you should really look at this guy, right? And if it went through because she oversaw something, fine. It went through because she oversaw something. But his butt hurt about the fact that the detractors were trying to make sure that he was doing nothing wrong. And he did everything correct legally, so that way he wouldn't get fucked. Well, that's just insane that I wasn't believed immediately. Meth Bear, he only had to amend his schedules once, but Meth buddy, you're using logic. I know, I do the same thing. And we have to stop doing this. Pope Super Comment Jizzler with the $5. Normally, to me, getting away with defrauding the federal government makes you based as fuck. With the pig roach, it makes me want Big Brother to exist. Wild. Thank you for the $5 Pope Super Comment Jizzler. Yeah, I get it, taxes, theft, and the whole 9 yards. But here's the thing. if we were to ban taxes, right, from the states could tax you, but the federal government couldn't, right? I still want Phil to pay his federal taxes because I had to pay my federal taxes during that fucking time, and he is not a special boy, and I don't want him to get special boy treatment. Also, why did I pause with him looking like he's absolutely shithoused and the stripper has enormous jugs? I don't know.
Because it was public. They kept messaging the judge, this is an error, this is an error, this is an error, this is an error. So we had to redo a whole bunch of shit, okay? Now, we had a meeting that was so fucking long and arduous and tedious, all right? We had to go through every line item. Because did you hear what the judge said in that call? She said, I want all the statements, 6 months of statements of all of your PayPals and all of your bank accounts, right? I want to see it all.
Yep.
And we had to go through all of it. All of it.
Dude, I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall in that room. Like, how in the name of sweet fucking Jesus did you spend $32,000?
Stand up from a chair.
Thank you again, Pope Supercon Jizzler, for the 5. Greatly appreciated. How did you spend $32,000 fucking dollars on Apple iTunes?
All right. Line by line. We went through every expense. I explained them all away.
I don't believe it. I do not believe this happened.
I had to explain the nature of my job. I'd explain the nature of my business. I'd explain the nature of what WWE Champions was. I'd explain everything.
Why would you have had to explain what WWE Champions was?
This is not anything that people usually do in a bankruptcy. This was like the nightmare bankruptcy for me because it was so bad because the trolls interjected themselves so bad into it. All right?
What, you mean we held you accountable? Aww.
At the end of the day, right? When it was all said and done, and it took hours of going through this shit, right? The bankruptcy was...
Wait, what, he has books? What books does... He has books? I'm so confused.
Granted. The judge says everything you said looks good, makes sense, it's all correct. Bankruptcy granted. Okay? So, if it was good enough for my bankruptcy attorney, if it was good enough for the judge in the case of my bankruptcy...
I don't think... It's magistrate, I think, but yeah, no.
If all the data was right according to them, because we went through all of it, then what is wrong with the data? And it's funny because you could ask me, well, specifically, Phil, what is this line item and what was this expense? I don't know. All right.
Why do you not know? You are 42 years old. Why do you not know where your money goes? Now, granted, you were to pull up my fucking transaction logs and we were to say, what the fuck did you spend X dollars on Amazon for? I'm going to look at my Amazon account and I'm going to look back at you and go, I don't want to talk about that. Okay. It was a stupid purchase. Please, let's never talk about this again. Okay. I've made some dumb buys in my life, Phil. Yeah, it sucks. But you're telling me you went line by line and explained $479 on Apple iTunes? No, didn't happen.
Literally all year I track my expenses of all kinds. Some of them are personal, some of them are business. I don't know. I track them all in like a big spread.
Yes, thank you, Meth Bear. Thank you for the clarification on the terminology.
And that goes to a tax attorney. And every year there's questions that shoot back at me. And I answer them all truthfully. And we do.
And I answer them all truthfully. Who talks like this?
Okay, they're all done. So,
TLR Eden, it was a baldo.
So, it's, you know what I'm saying? They're fine. There's no issue with my taxes. They're done properly. It was scrutinized by both a tax attorney, by both a bankruptcy attorney and a bankruptcy judge. We went line by line through all of it, and they were okay with it. So, there's no issue. You understand? There never was an issue. This is something that's completely blown out of proportion by people who just don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Oh, look, Phil's a victim.
All right? I'm sorry. And that's, no, I'm not going to open up fucking financial documentation. I'm not going to open up my bank account. I'm not going to open up apps and fucking ledgers. You're not getting that.
What a surprise. And Phil's a victim.
Right? I want to know why. I'm going to tell you why. There's 2 reasons why.
I'm going to tell you why. I have to think about this real quick. There's 2 reasons why, though. Hold on. Let me think about this.
Because number 1, if I were to open up all of that documentation, okay, show you line by line all of that shit, my detractors, who we have seen throughout the course of this documentary, are insanely obsessed with me, would use it to destroy me.
How? How would we destroy? Whoa. We would use it to destroy. You better expand, my dude, because if your transactions are very normal, if they're just, common transactions, like $100,000 living where you live. My mortgage is more than his, right? I don't think I make as much as Phil. I don't. But my mortgage is more than his. I know my power bill is more than his. I got 4 servers in my basement. My power bill is spiked through the fucking roof. And they're for work, before you ask. I don't see how you spend that amount of money without having like $15K in the bank every fucking year.
They would find shit in there ultimately that they could hone in on a company and stuff like that. For example, we didn't get to it yet. We're going to get to bank leaks and all of that shit. Okay, we're going to get to that shit.
Yeah, we went out of order. I know.
Where it's already shown that if they're given even a little piece of information, they could do shit with it. Okay, so FY.
Yes, we can. We can take your streams and show that you got haircuts at the exact same time.
No, it's too much of a personal risk. You understand? It is. It's too much of a personal risk for me to open up information like that to the internet. Now, there's a second reason why I'm not going to fucking show anything. Because it's none of anyone's fucking business.
Ah, there we are. Moral superiority douche canoe. I was wondering when you would show back up.
None. There's only certain parties who need to be involved who need to know this kind of stuff, right? Bankruptcy attorney, bankruptcy judge, tax attorney, IRS, who I file with every year. That's who needs the information. That's also who gets the information. And all the information is legal, true, and correct every single fucking time that I've done it. So it's none of anyone's business what it is, how it is broken down. Even I don't know because I don't.
Spockers, calm down.
Do it. I pay professionals to do my stuff. That's the point. You pay professionals to do it right. You put the right stamp of approval on it to make sure it's being done right. And I pay a lot of money to do it. I pay over $2,000 a year to get that shit done.
Flex a little harder about the fact that you can't do your own taxes.
I don't want to fuck it up at all. You know what I'm saying? I literally don't want to fuck it all up. Right? So it's that simple.
Yeah.
It's not anyone's fucking business.
No. This dude goes to a tax attorney and to these attorneys to be like, how can I get out of this? Okay. I don't want to pay, help me out. I'm fucked.
At all. People say, oh, well, you're a public figure. That's correct. It's still none of your business. What your business is your interaction with me on a stream every day. Whether it be we're talking, we're hanging out, I'm playing.
I want to remind you real fast. There was a stream. Guy came in and said, Bill, I actually just got back from traveling in your neck of the woods. I was in Seattle. I was near Renton. Phil demanded a day-by-day itinerary from this man to prove he wasn't a troll. Yeah, there's no bit here. That just happened.
Playing a video game and you're watching my stream, whether or not you're having a good time, if you like that, you support it or not. And that's it. That's where that relationship ends. You don't get to know every possible thing about every piece of my life.
Then you need to stop bringing up your life as reasons to give you money, you disingenuous twat waffle.
You understand what I'm saying? That's wild. People would think, well, now, because you had a bankruptcy, now you literally have to open up every document ever from your entire life. Every expense must be fucking accounted for. No, every expense does not have to be accounted for. All right? People who need that information get it. And it's all correct. Every single fucking time.
And my sources, trust me, bro.
Without fail. All right? So I'm putting it to bed right now. All right? It's that simple. I have been completely untruthful with the internet about this up to now.
Okay. Hold on. I know you guys probably don't find this as funny as I do, but for some reason, okay, there's no line of hair, right? And then all of a sudden, it looks like he's wearing a hairnet. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay, let's keep going.
Because I was hoping that eventually people would forget about it, it would go away. This is the one thing that the detractors have always had me on. Because they know I can't show you evidence without putting myself at personal risk. I will not show you evidence because it will put myself at personal risk. You can believe what I just said or not. The truth is, if what I just said was untrue, why would I have admitted to it?
I've given you 4 fucking reasons. No, I have not found the bourbon, Greg in the Lake. It's still downstairs.
Right? What do I have to gain? Nothing. I should have just kept my fucking mouth shut, right? But this is the truth of the matter. Do you understand? See what I'm saying?
Dist Optimist, I did not know that.
So that's that. That's really it. There's nothing else to say. Now I'm done. Like, I'm literally done with it. I'm not going to talk about this again. I'm not going to waste time on it in the future because I told you the full story. Now, do I still play WWE Champions? Yes, I do. On my actual personal account, on my current phone, how close he make sure the screen is not on the camera is fucking gold. Play WWE Champions. You will never see that account because it is mine. And if I showed it, the detractors would nonstop try to get information about me and my new account. And I'm not going to fuck around like that at all. You're never going to see that account ever. All right? You will see me once in a while, possibly playing WWE Champions on stream with the new account that I made just to play through my new PC and hang out with everyone on streams to do that. Okay? And that's it. All right? So that's the story. You don't have to believe it. Many people won't. The detractors who are here tonight will never, ever understand or believe the story.
Gee, I wonder why.
You see? So that's that. And I'm done with it. I'm not answering any more. If you actually come to me and ask me a question about WWE Champions, I'm going to say, watch the part 3 of the DSP.
Hey, do you remember back when he was like, I'm not talking about WWE champions because I told it all back on the Side Scrollers interview and I was honest about it. And if you want my answers aren't going to change. Anybody remember that?
Reacts, the Junior King documentary on DSP Reacts. That's the answer. That's the truth. I'm done with you. I'm moving on. If you don't accept it, goodbye. Sorry for all the trouble that I caused you. I really am. I really made a big mistake when I decided to keep this going, to keep the lie going. It was a bad move. I should have just either completely fessed up or just deleted the account and got it over with. But instead, because I made this stupid choice to sell it to try to make some money to help myself, it screwed me over. It really did. It completely screwed me over. And I'm sorry that I lied to you for so long about this.
No, you're not. You're sorry you got caught.
Ooh. I really am, because it really should have been dumb. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what you are saying.
It just it doesn't make sense at all. But
no, you are correct. You are correct in that regard. Nothing you just said made sense.
What's funny is, to this day, daily the detractors are tracking this account that apparently has been fine. You know, I couldn't find a place where I could go where my detractors wouldn't dox people. And apparently the account's still active because you see Duty making fucking videos about it. DSP spent $2,448 today.
Yep, because you did.
No, I did not. You idiot. You incredible moron. Maybe that person did.
Maybe I just so happened to sell the account that already has like all the unlocks. The only real reason to like keep playing the account would be to like stay on top, which, as you guys know, Phil doesn't have an ego. But to just stay on top. Yeah, just so happened that guy is is a multi-bajillionaire and could just drop $2,400 in a weekend just like you would do. Yeah, man. Occam is in the corner, like foaming at the mouth.
Right? Maybe that person actually did, who bought the account from this third party. Because remember, like I said, I sold it to this place that they basically reassign accounts to buyers or whatever. I didn't sell it directly to a person. Okay? So maybe that person found an account. And I don't know. I literally have nothing to do with it, nor do I care. All right? I'm done talking about it. You want to basically reassign accounts to buyers or whatever.
Then show the transaction, dude.
I didn't sell it directly to a person. Okay? So maybe that person found an account. And I don't know. I literally have nothing to do with it, nor do I care. All right? I'm done talking.
Occam's downstairs crying right now.
About it. You want to talk about us playing the game on stream? We can do that. That's fine. You want to talk about general knowledge of the game? Sure, I'll do that. I'm not talking about the past anymore. I'm done with it. So all these idiots, look, because you see how many detractors there are in the chat right now, and they're all just, you know, they're all fucking gray names. Oh, you're loyal. I don't care about you. No, I don't care about you. You mean nothing to me. I was never going to win you over anyway. This is for the people who've been sitting around waiting for a very long time for some resolution. And I hope that this is some resolution for some people now, so we can move on. And again, if this means that sadly some people can't accept the answer and they're not happy with it, and they want to fucking be angry with me or whatever, they have the right to do that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, how much money did you spend, though?
Sorry that I lied for so long about this account, because I didn't think it was anyone's business or it should have been a big deal. I don't think it ever should have been made a big deal of. But you can't change the past. What you can do is move forward positively, and that's what I've been trying to do. If anything, this last month of resurgence here has felt so positive and new. You know what I mean? It felt like a big, people telling me it doesn't matter. Just fucking tell the real story. So
So you have the fact that you used to have WWE champions. So you've made progress, right? Reed technique is actually working. Once we get to, you still have Down from the Rafters on WWE Champions. And then once we get down to how much you have spent on that account, then the healing can begin, Phil.
Oh, I will, right? And again, if there's no reason for me to not verify what I'm saying, I can't show you because I don't own the account. If I had it, I would show it to you right now. It's me. There'd be no point to not showing you it. Because I'm already telling you, yes, I spent a lot of money on the game in the past.
How much is a lot? Where'd the money go, Phil? Where'd $500,000 go?
Years, those first 3, 4 years? I don't even remember, again, the time frame. But basically, I quit. I gave up. I was like, I can't play it anymore. These people are fucking stalking me endlessly.
My question is, where'd the money go? What you do with $500,000, Phil?
Right? So I'm already telling you, I already have, right? Okay? Are we good?
No.
Now, I have shout-outs to do to end the stream for tonight. We will do that.
We're not good.
All right? And then tomorrow, all right, we're going to pick up with the finale.
Zucaris, are you suggesting he sold to the Loch Ness Monster?
Of this, all right? Which is, I'm on the wrong mouse. It actually is right here. So the vest streak, financial tracking and established trolling, the bank leaks, VTuber destruction, wants a good image, does not get a good image. All right? That's all tomorrow night. All right? Let's do some shout-outs. And then I hope that you will join me tomorrow for an interview that I'm going to have with Craig, who asked me questions like this last year, and I bold-faced lied to him the entire interview.
I got the drip.
And I bold-faced lied to him the entire interview. How come you had a decompression stream, you son of a bitch? Oh, my holy fuck. My God. Well, the only one I had was, after that, was DSP Unrecorded thinks his crappy setup is the best and will dance if you tip him $100. I honestly just don't think I have the energy to deal with him in that regard. You should have been a politician in San Francisco. They get away with everything, Phil. They get away with everything. He's going to still justify begging like a coward. He's going to find a new grift. And we'll still be here to, kind of try to keep him accountable and all that. Oh, God. Why the fuck am I tired? I woke up at 4 today. That's why. That would be 2 a.m. Pacific. Hey, Phil and I were up at the same time. That's a fun thought. That's, he put it into the charity he doesn't know. I honestly don't think Phil knows of any charities. For fuck's sake, he didn't know what fucking network settings were in Windows, for Christ's sake. But that's it. In terms of content, right, I really appreciate all the feedback you guys have been giving me on the not long form, the more documentarian style content. I don't know what subject matter to touch on for that later on. You and Jocko can go fuck yourselves. 7 a.m. is good for me. Yeah. But yeah, I definitely want to keep doing it. I just don't know what subject matter to touch on. I was thinking about, it would probably be a shorter video because there's not much to do with her, but Stockholm Syndrome and Cat. But that's maybe that would be kind of a little bit of a like larger video or something like that. But yeah, I pretty much ran out of my expertise, which was on the law enforcement side of things. Unless, something absolutely cray-cray happens and then I can get another FOIA request in. But, it was a lot more work than I actually anticipated. The vest streak. Yeah. Just optimist. When I say a documentary about Stockholm Syndrome and stuff like that, it would be observation based. It would not be me injecting opinion into that at all. Which is why it would take me forever and a decade to do, because I don't know near enough about it. So I'd have to read up on it. Space Marines 2 Murder Hobo stream. Hell yeah, fuck yeah. Except I think I'm going to get it for PS5. My PC's starting to get a little bit outdated. And it definitely won't be able to run that at like max resolution and all that jazz. So, but yeah. Think on it, y'all. Come by the community page sometimes. Come by Discord. Come by Twitter. Tell me, hey, I have an idea for a fucking documentarian styled video. Maybe I'll take a look at it. But okay, Phil. Yeah. Stealth PC. No. God damn it. I said it on previous streams. I'm getting ready to save for a fucking new computer. I don't need the donations. I don't want donations of a new computer. Jesus Christ, a 3070 is recommended? Holy shit. Well, fuck it. I'm going to pour me a bourbon with no ice that goes to the fucking top of the, what are they called? Big gulps? I'm going to go find a big gulp cup. Pour me a single glass of bourbon with no ice. Yeah, reverse psychology. I totally want you to give me money. For sure. You got me figured out. Till next time. As well as the goal for a troll. Lift heavy, eat clean, take care of each other. Never believe Phil, ever, on anything. And I hope you guys have a good one. Oh, was Atlas up and running? No shit. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see who's out there right now. Where can I send you? I can send you to Atlas. That's not my edit button. Where's my goddamn edit button? There it is. Edit. Customization. Redirect. Who's out there? Who's doing things? The Stuttering Craig interview was something. The Stuttering Craig interview was something. All right. Well, I'm going to send you his way. Hope y'all have a good one. Until next time. Bye.